Testing 1, 2.
Kathy said we do it just after.
Okay, let's be quick.
I think just after Crusader. Sorry, just after BDS. Yeah.
Okay, so that video.
No, the top one. Yeah. That's just a short one.
Copy.
Yeah. There we go.
Good morning, everybody. I was told I have to stand still and not move around. So I'm actually hugging this so that I do stand still and not move around. I find it very difficult to stand still and not move around and speak. Anyway, so welcome. Thank you so much, everybody being in the room. We appreciate the attendance. I think it's going to be an interesting workshop. We've got a full program. I think you've seen that. Yesterday, we also had quite a great start to the day. And I think it's going to be magnificent. So in the room, we've got some presentations that you, from some of the similar companies you've heard from before, but also it's always new about the innovation, best practice, driving standards, and being around compliance. And then there's going to be a couple of new speakers also. That's going to make it even more interesting. But I think what we're trying to give you the opportunities, Standard Bank would like to be the connected and the go-to bank. I think today's an example of that. We are that. Nee, we don't just talk it, we walk it. So, right here, so let me make sure I can understand how to work this proper. Next up, I'm going to introduce Glenn Govender. So he's actually our host. He's our regional head for commercial asset finance. And he's going to give a very nice introduction. Young Glenn, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. I'm going to hug this, but I was told to hug it for 3 minutes only. So I'll just do that. Okay. Morning, everyone. Um, Distinguished guests, clients, industry stakeholders, colleagues, and everyone joining online. It's my privilege and honor to welcome you to our Standard Bank Center here in Kingsmead. I think, sorry, I'm just waiting for the photo. Yeah. We believe that forums such as these, bringing industry bodies, clients, operators, and stakeholders together, creates the platform for engagement to move the sector forward. We want to thank the Transport Forum for allowing us this opportunity and making this session possible. Absolutely amazing that we can have this many people join us in the room and online as well. It's amazing. So the transport sector, I think it's crucial. It drives the economy both globally as well as in South Africa. When goods move, businesses operate, supply chains hold, and it establishes a platform for growth for the sector. So we appreciate that. In terms of RTMS, from a Standard Bank perspective, it's simple. It's the support that this kind of sector in South Africa needs. A safer, more efficient, and better managed, becoming more sustainable over time. The Standard Bank is not just about financing assets, it's about creating a platform for business to operate efficiently, safely, and sustainably over time. So once again, on behalf of Standard Bank, thank you to everyone for making the time to be here, and we really appreciate it. We trust that today's engagement will be worthwhile and valuable. Thank you.
Alrighty, so what we're going to do, we're going to invite up one of our senior executives from all the way from Rosebank, Dirosh Maharaj. We've got 2 minutes, ne? Young Dirosh, and he'll do a proper introduction. But it's quite great to see the support we're getting, so it's quite exciting. Floor's yours, Dirosh. 2 minutes.
I'm trying to move as quickly as Kathy, for some of you that know her. I think all of you that know her. Who doesn't know Kathy? So welcome all. And yeah, once again, I think Glenn's done a sterling job of welcoming you and positioning. From a strategic perspective, I think I'd give you firstly an overview of how we see this sector within the economic framework of the country and Africa. So for us, so I lead energy infrastructure and mining for Standard Bank for business and commercial banking. That's where I fit in. Kathy is a part of our team, but pretty much the credit and sector head for transport. Right? She wears many hats in our organization. But I think when we look at transport specifically, these forums, I can't stress what Glenn has said enough, are absolutely pivotal because South Africa's resilience and South Africa's capability to compete globally lies in this underlying infrastructure of how do we move goods, how efficiently do we do it, how safely do we do it, and how do we compete on a global level. So for us, the narrative that we're exploring is how do we take the excellence you have here, how do we take it across Africa, how do we make Africa more interconnected, connect all the regions to itself, and how do we become that superpower that we rightfully are, right? So I think, thank you. I'm glad so this is what speaks to our hearts in Standard Bank. Africa is our home. We drive a growth, and it's something we're passionate about. And once again, I think Kathy is an exemplar of that, and she has been for decades now leading the space for us. So we want to have more engagements like this. You're going to see a lot more presence. You're going to see a lot more engagements talking about this narrative of how do we take this now from a South African discussion to an African discussion. But thank you all. I think nobody appreciates what a tough sector this is, other than those that have taken time to delve into it. We've heard comments, a truck's a truck, truck's a truck's a truck, but we all know, we all know that's not the case. It's highly specialized. It needs a thorough understanding of the sector and of the operators that operate it. So for everyone in the room, I commend you, and I look forward to the journey alongside you. Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so that's a new face, but it's quite a cool face, and he had a lot of good things to say. And I must just tell you, I gave him literally 60 seconds notice. So sometimes that's how you test the lads and the leaders in the organization. Thank you, D-Rosh. Right, you Harry, so I must press this button. Ne? This one here? This one? Is that the one? No?
Yeah.
Yeah, not now. Who said yeah? Mike from Rail Runners. That's good. So next up is Dr. Paul Nording, and he's going to be dialing in online because I think he's on his way back from a hike in France. I think he's at the airport. So we just didn't give, no is not a reason to be at the airport not to give a presentation. You're fully committed or not. And everybody knows Dr. Paul. He is really the, well, he's the first person to do his PhD on PBS in South Africa. Am I right, AK? Indeed. So you want someone like that. So nevertheless, it's always the first. Always the first. So I think, Harry, it's for you to introduce young Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Kathy. And Dr. Paul, we're just setting up the screen here to be able to see you. Just bear with us. Can you hear us, Dr. Paul?
Yes, I can. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Good. And I'm just going to need to share my screen. Just let me know when I should.
You can do that. Thank you.
Just let me know if you can see it.
It's almost a yes, we can see it. This slide view, please.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Can I go for it?
Go for it. Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, Harry and Kathy and everyone. Thanks for making provision for me to join online. I'm actually not at the airport, thankfully. But I actually got back from Ireland yesterday from a hike, and I'm leaving for France tomorrow. So I just said to Kathy, there's just no ways I can, fit in a trip to Durban as much as I'd love to. So I'm going to share a presentation online. And actually, it's a sort of an overview of both the RTMS and PBS initiatives in South Africa. And I've had to cut it a bit to try and fit it all into one presentation. But Harry, everything's okay so far?
Everything fine. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Okay. So really, both these initiatives have got a big focus on safety, on logistics costs, reducing logistics costs, and sustainability. And the RTMS started...
Dr. Paul, sorry for interrupting. There's a message box at the top of your screen that you maybe can close or move away.
I wonder how I get rid of that.
You can grab it and move it most properly.
Which message box is it?
At the top, yeah, you've got your arrow on it.
Is it gone now?
There you go. That's better. That's better, yes.
Okay, sorry. So the RTMS initiative started in a way to try and reduce overloading of heavy vehicles in South Africa, which is critical to sustain the road network. And then we've also found that, especially with emerging transport operators, to implement the basics of running a transport business greatly reduces risk. So it's promoting sustainability of emerging transport operators. And all these things are interlinked. Road safety is a huge challenge in South Africa. We know the high rate of fatalities. We've got huge challenges regarding logistics costs. And if we want to be competitive, sorry, now I've got a phone call coming in. If we want to be competitive, we need to maintain our road network to enable efficient transport. So there's three key elements, I believe, in transport. It's the road infrastructure, the vehicles, and the drivers. And those words in red are really what the RTMS is trying to contribute to improving safety and efficiency on the roads. So it's protecting the roads and bridges, ensuring maintenance of vehicles and safe operations. And there's a big focus on drivers, skill, health, and fatigue. And the PBS initiative, the main focus is on the design of the vehicle, which I'll cover in a minute. So the reality is that we've got very high rates of crashes on our road, including heavy vehicle crashes. We've got one of the highest fatal crash rates of trucks in the world. And it not only affects, it's not only a crisis in terms of fatalities and serious injuries, and damage to infrastructure and vehicles, but also the efficiency of the road network. So every time there's a crash especially on the major highways, it causes a lot of delays for a lot of road users. And we all know how bad some of the roads are in South Africa. Fortunately, SANRAL is managing the national road network very efficiently and effectively. And every year they take over more and more roads from various provinces and municipalities. So their network has increased substantially over the last 20 years. And they have a very good road maintenance program in place to ensure that the roads are kept in a good condition, which is absolutely essential for efficient transport. This is an example of some work that was done some years ago where just purely on heavy vehicle maintenance and repair costs, if you compare a good road with a bad road, you're looking at more than 100% increase in maintenance and repair costs. That excludes increase in fuel consumption, increase in travel time, and possible damage to goods. So a number of us have been involved in the Brake and Tire Watch for many years. It started in 2006. It's a 2-day training course for traffic officers to improve their competence in terms of particularly brakes and tires on heavy vehicles. And there have been more than 50 events since it started. And the scary thing is that consistently over time, almost 70% of the vehicles that are checked on day 2 of the training course, which is a practical, almost 70% of the vehicles are found to be unroadworthy. And that's quite a serious situation. This is just an example of brake linings. The top right-hand photo is what it should look like. The top left-hand one is what it should look like. The right top and the left bottom is the gaps, typical gaps that you see, or even brake linings missing. I hate to tell you that the photo on the bottom right, I got yesterday from Craig Proctor-Parker, who's an accident specialist. He took this photo, or his passenger took this photo on the N3 between Durban and Maritzburg. If you look carefully, you can see there are 3 wheel nuts missing. What I'm very embarrassed to say is this actually was a truck that is part of an RTMS fleet. So one of the things we are doing is putting a focus on non-conformances, because these companies that are certified should have a minimum standard. There should be a pre-trip inspection. The driver should have seen this a while ago. That's an inevitable challenge that we face as these projects get bigger and bigger. Tires are incredibly important for safety and for efficiency. You know, if your tires are not maintained at the correct pressures, it has a big impact on tire wear as well as fuel consumption. So this is just an example, a graph showing how bad South Africa's fatal crash rate is compared to a number of other OECD member countries. We're sitting at, well, this was a while ago now, but between 5 and 10 times higher than some other countries. A number of us are involved in the ISO TC241, which is Road Traffic Safety Management Systems, and we have an annual meeting where different countries present their efforts to reduce road fatalities. These are 2 examples, Sweden and Japan. As part of the Decade of Action for Road Safety, how they've managed to bring down their crash statistics and fatal crashes. You can see Sweden, 18 road fatalities per million. Now, if you look at the next graph, South Africa is in a completely different ballpark. In 2012, we had 230 fatalities per million people. In 2022, it was 206, so there's a 10% decrease, but we're still way out of line compared to many other countries. And it's with a lot of things like a civil war or these incredibly high fatalities, we just kind of get used to it and we accept that that's the way it is. And I think with road safety, there's no quick fix. The same as with the rail challenge that we're facing at the moment. There's no quick fix, but there's a lot of initiatives that should be taking place that will gradually over time improve the situation. So a lot of people, especially politicians, would like to have some sort of silver bullet that they can say in 1 or 2 or 5 years, we've reduced the fatality rate by 50%. That's just not going to happen. The challenges are massive. But if we don't make some initiative somewhere, things are not going to change. And the RTMS is just one initiative that is trying to improve the situation in commercial fleets. Now, so I'm not going to talk much about the RTMS per se, because there are a lot of presentations today, but this is just an example of the city of Cape Town. The RTMS standard is about continuous improvement. So when the city of Cape Town started with their RTMS journey, only about 50% of their vehicles, so it was about 900 vehicles, were being serviced on time. So that's one of the key indicators for RTMS, is servicing of vehicles. And they set themselves a target of 94%. You can see how over a number of years, they gradually improved to reach their target. And one of the benefits they saw was a 24% reduction in fuel consumption. I would say that's partly due to better servicing of vehicles, but also managing speeding, managing harsh braking through better driver training. So that's just an example. Where the RTMS started was in the forestry industry, where initially over 30% of the trucks delivering timber to the pulp and paper mills were overloaded. And that has reduced down. The original target was 4%, which is that horizontal red dash dotted line, the top one. And then in 2015, the industry reduced their target to 1%. And you can see how the overloading they've managed through the industry initiative and the RTMS project, they've managed to keep the overloading down. And mainly SAPI and Mondi were the private sector stakeholders that got the whole RTMS going in 2003 as a way of trying to protect the provincial roads that the trucks were using to deliver their timber because of the limited effects of law enforcement. So currently there are 410, this was in January, 410 depots or fleets that are RTMS certified, 22,000 motorized vehicles, 31,000 trailers. And you can see a breakdown there. Just talking about the PBS, there were just about 90 operators that are currently running PBS vehicles. And I'd say at the moment, there's probably over 2,500 PBS vehicles operating on in South Africa. There you can see the growth over a period of time. The top left-hand graph is the number of companies participating. Starting in 2007, we had, I think, 4 companies that were certified. And it's, as I said, it's now over 400. And then the bottom 2 graphs show the increase in the number of participating motorized vehicles and trailers. And there was a dip with COVID, but the growth has continued since 2021. It's important. Way back, we realized the importance of involving large as well as small operators. And this is just a breakdown of the certified fleets in terms of fleet size. And you can see that there's a large number of fleets 1 to 5 trucks, 6 to 10, and 11 to 20 trucks that are certified. In fact, that's now the bulk. 71, 67, 89 fleets that are participating. And if you look at the right-hand graph, you can see quite significant growth over the last 5 years of the 1 to 5 fleet sizes, and 6 to 10 went from 22 fleets in 2021, it's now 67. So there's been quite significant growth. And as I mentioned earlier, it's one of the big benefits is sustainability for smaller operators. And Kathy will definitely back me up on this. I mean, in terms of the finance sector and the insurance sector, managing risk is a critical component. So I think, from what I've said, it's pretty obvious that a higher percentage of fleets in South Africa are not compliant, whether it's vehicle worthiness, vehicle fitness, or speeding, or overloading, or driver hours. I would say definitely more than 50% of vehicles on the road are not compliant. And we know that law enforcement has got a very limited impact. So what we're trying to do through the self-regulation project, the RTMS, is to get more and more vehicles, more and more operators to voluntarily comply with the regulations, and thereby improve safety, reduce logistics costs, and protect the road infrastructure. To me, if you look at the 14,000 odd fatalities that we have on our roads a year, probably most of them are related to private road users, private vehicle drivers of private vehicles. And that's a target that we can't reach through the RTMS. The RTMS is reaching commercial vehicle fleets where drivers are working for a company, the company implements a standard like the RTMS, and certain things are done to try and improve performance. However, I do believe that as the RTMS grows and drivers are more and more aware of some of these safety things like driver hours, speeding, that should roll out onto them when they drive their own private vehicles, and also perhaps their family and friends. So a truck driver who's part of an RTMS certified fleet should be much more aware of some of the things that affect road safety, such as speeding, overloading their vehicle, and that will hopefully, and I said there's no silver bullet, this will literally over decades could start to improve our challenges regarding road safety. Okay, I think I'm done with the RTMS. I don't have too much time, and I'm going to go. I might skip some slides. In terms of the PBS initiative, the main focus is the dynamic stability of a truck at higher speeds. So fundamentally, trucks, because they have a high center of gravity, they are inherently less stable. So I've got 3 little clips. Hopefully this will run. No, it says it cannot play the media. I'm not sure why. Maybe these videos won't run. Yeah, they're not running. Let's see this one. I'm not sure, Harry, why they're not running, but these are 3 videos that show trucks rolling over due to speed and also mainly the height of the center of gravity of the load. But there are a number of things that one can do to a truck that will improve its stability at speed, going around a corner typically, or a high-speed lane change maneuver. And these will improve the safety performance of the vehicle. So we started with this project in 2004. We were the 4th country in the world, and the monitoring, it's still running as a pilot project, can you believe it, after some 20 years. But we are monitoring the reduction in road wear per ton of payload, reduced number of vehicle trips, because these are high-capacity vehicles with increased payloads, reduced queuing times, improved safety performance. That's because of the improved dynamic stability of the vehicles, improved transport productivity, and reduced emissions. So we developed a strategy, and there's a rules document that describes in detail how a transport operator can participate in the project. The safety standards are largely based on the Australian scheme, which was introduced into their legislation in 2008. And there are a number of standard maneuvers. These are done on with computer modeling and simulation with quite sophisticated software. Those are the maneuvers on the left-hand column: a low-speed 90-degree turn, a high-speed lane change. And then on the right-hand side, these are the performance standards. So it's not about the length of the vehicle or the mass of the axles or the width of the vehicle. It's not about that. It's how does the vehicle perform on the road. So it's a more advanced or sophisticated way of evaluating a vehicle, but it has significant safety benefits, as you'll see. So there are a number of low-speed and high-speed performance standards. The computer simulation is done based on the vehicle design, and the vehicle has to pass all of the performance standards. There are also infrastructure performance standards, roadway and bridge, which I'm not going to go into, but the vehicle has to pass all of the performance standards in order to be approved. And there's a PBS review panel that reviews all these assessments that are done on behalf of the transport operators. And if they're acceptable, then they're approved. Now, yeah, Harry, if for some other reason these videos don't want to play, but this is a video. It will help me to speed up my presentation. This is a video that shows the off-tracking or low-speed swept path, and basically it shows that even if a vehicle is 26 or 30 meters long, if it's correctly designed, the off-tracking or the swept path can be reduced compared to a much shorter vehicle. Let's see, maybe this one will. This one's running. Okay, here's a high-speed lane change. This was the first PBS vehicle we did in the timber industry. It's a rigid truck with a drawbar trailer, and the baseline vehicle, which is a standard truck, 22 meters, 56-ton maximum combination mass, it failed, I think, 3 of the performance standards. So just because a vehicle complies with the Road Traffic Act and the regulations doesn't mean it will pass the performance standards. And we've actually found that more than 50% of the baseline vehicles that we've assessed don't pass all the performance standards. So that sort of shows the shortcomings, especially from a safety performance point of view, of what we call the prescriptive approach. The video on the right is, as I said, the first PBS vehicle. It's doing exactly the same lane change at the same speed, but even though it's 27 meters long and 67.5 tons compared to 56 tons, it's a much safer, much more stable vehicle. Now, depending on the baseline or the type of vehicle that you're operating, some will fail low-speed performance standards, some will fail high-speed performance standards. There's tail swing, which is a particular problem with car carriers due to their large rear overhang. So depending on the type of vehicle, you will find that some of them will fail different of the varying performance standards. Let's see, maybe this one will run. This is static rollover threshold, and it's about the rollover stability. And this was the one done for SA Breweries some years ago. The red one is the 30-meter PBS vehicle, 11 axle. You may have seen them on the road, Coca-Cola running them. There are a number of operators that are now running these 11 axle A doubles that are 30 meters long. They go up to about 85 tons. And the blue one is the baseline vehicle. And in this case, you have a constant radius curve. You gradually accelerate the vehicle. You get an increase in sideways force or lateral acceleration until either the truck or the trailer rolls over. So here, this is from the computer simulation. You're speeding up the vehicle, and you see the baseline vehicle rolls over first at 0.27 G, where G is gravity. The minimum requirement for this performance standard is 0.35 G. So the vehicle must be able to withstand 0.35 g lateral acceleration before it rolls over in order to pass this performance standards and this performance standard. And this is the one performance standard that many vehicles fail. And it's a lot of things that one can do on a truck to improve its stability, stabilizer bars, increased wheel track, an additional axle, stiffer suspension, things that are not prescribed in the road traffic regulations. So there's a bit of a misnomer that we've all, including myself, have. As we talk about a PBS vehicle, we're actually talking about a high-capacity vehicle. So the PBS, performance-based standard, is simply one of the pillars that we use to allow a high-capacity vehicle to operate on approved routes. If it's a level 1 PBS vehicle like car carriers, then there's no route limitation. It can travel, it has what we call general accessibility. But from a level 2 upwards, the vehicle can only travel on approved routes. So the PBS approach is the one pillar: safe high-speed performance, adequate maneuverability at slow speeds, and then ensure the vehicle infrastructure match, hence the approval of the routes. And then the other pillar is the RTMS. So we decided at the beginning of the project that certification in terms of the road transport management system is a prerequisite to ensure professional and compliant operators, well-maintained vehicles, and competent drivers. So those are the two pillars, and the result is that we approve high-capacity vehicles, and the benefits are reduced fuel consumption, reduced emissions, and fewer trucks on the road.
Dr. Paul,
So
5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
This is 5 minutes. Okay. This is at the end of January. As I mentioned, about 90 PBS operators. There's about probably 2,500 PBS vehicles, 650 million. The main adopters have been in the timber industry and in the mining sector. And this just shows the growth over a number of years. These are some examples. A lot of the PBS vehicles are not over length. So I think 3 of these are 22 meters. The one on the top right is longer. There's the SA Breweries one, 30 meters. And this vehicle does less road wear or road damage per ton of payload than the baseline vehicle. That is one of the requirements of this PBS project. Some more bi-articulated bus that's running in Mbombela, about 30 of them. You can see their crash rate for the bi-articulated buses is 5 crashes per million, compared to the solo or rigid buses, which is 9.5 crashes per million. This was the first PBS vehicle in Namibia, 11 axle, also an A double, but it's a side tipper for salt. And then this one is also an A double, 11 axle. They mainly carry frozen fish, also in Namibia, and grapes and meat. And the Coca-Cola one, they're running it quite effectively on a number of routes. Now, I don't know if this video, no, it won't play, it's okay. These are the summary of the savings measured to date. So 31% reduction in trips and total kilometers compared with baseline vehicles. This is calculated from all the monitoring data that is submitted to the CSIR as part of the pilot project. Average fuel savings, 24%. Crashes per million is 39% reduction, which some people feel is unrealistically high. But if you look at the Australian figure, you realize it's we actually less than their savings, and roadway about 12%. In Australia, they reached over 30,000 PBS vehicles towards the end of last year, I think. And they've measured a 55% reduction in major crashes due to, as a result of their PBS project. My colleague Les Broussa is at the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator in Australia, who's probably the PBS champion in Australia. That's him in a Father Christmas outfit. Every year he sends, as part of his Christmas greetings, he sends a photo like this. And this is one of his innovations That's not for use on the road, on the entire road network, but in the port of Brisbane. These are empty containers. You can see this truck tractor is pulling 6 empty containers around the port, probably limited to 40 kilometers an hour or thereabouts. Now, Les is more than likely, we're just busy finalizing arrangements. We've had 3 PBS courses in South Africa over the last 10 years or so, about every 3 years, and we're probably going to do another one in October this year, where he'll come out and he'll be the main presenter. It'll be a 2-day course, and go into a little bit more detail regarding the PBS project. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention this website, it's the International Forum for Road Transport Technology. And we've had a number of, the 19th conference will be next year in Slovenia. And if you go onto this website, you can get all the papers that have been presented since the first conference in 1986. And these are all the conferences that have been held. And the next one, which is going to be in conjunction with the International Society for Way in Motion, will be in May next year. So I hope I made it, Harry, but thank you. And thanks for allowing me to present online.
You're very welcome. Can you hear me, young Dr. Paul? Harry?
I can hear you, Kathy.
You can indeed. So yes, you're very welcome, young Dr. Paul, for being allowed to do online. But of course, we know you're doing all sorts of travels. Thank you as always. Very good presentation, always insightful, and it's great to see the statistics around PBS, what it's doing around reducing the number of crashes, the reduced road wear, and enhanced sustainable productivity. That's fantastic. Okay, so now next up, it is young Mr. Mitchell Brook from the Citrus Growers Association. Always interesting, and I think he will certainly extrapolate on the PBS project. And this is an industry, how many? 200 million cartons, 15 kg cartons last year.
To 203, and we're going to surpass 209 million.
This year.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And then a lot of that is mandarin and oranges, citrus, lemons,
citrus,
all kinds.
Mostly mandarin and lemons.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the industry voice right here in the room. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is what happens when you come to a podium after Kathy. But I find it happens in most places. Just give me a second, Harry. I'm just going to duplicate the screen here. Because you call me young, but I might look young, but I'm not that young. So my eyesight's not too good anymore. So Kathy, this is the third smart truck presentation that you've invited me on. I'm very, very thrilled. We did it in the Western Cape. We recently did it in Port Elizabeth, and now we're here in Durban. It probably will be the final one on my side, because I think once we hear from Chantal and she triggers our trial, then we know we're in the good seat. But until that happens, we've done all the preliminary work, and we just need to see an actual trial take place to show the industry that this can actually take place.
Mitchell, will that dovetail with your expectation of an additional 2,000 PBS units required over time on the roads?
I don't know about PBS units, but I'll show you the truck figures just over transportation. It's in my presentation here. 2,000 truck trips, yeah, will be needed to come online quite soon. So Kathy, I want to tell you, I almost didn't make it today. So I just recently went, or in fact yesterday, we went on the Maputo corridor. And whenever you go into Maputo, Mozambique, you can be sure there's going to be some sort of event that's going to take place. I won't give you the circumstances, but luckily, in the banking sector, we're sitting in an environment where you can do an online transaction and you can get your way out of certain things without having physical cash. So you can imagine what that entailed. I got the fright of my life. I almost spent the night in jail last night. Not the circumstance you think, but there's certain things you're going to carry in the vehicle, which I didn't have anyhow. So I managed to get my way out of it, and I managed to get here today. So Just on the side of the PBS vehicles, smart trucks, I like to call them smart trucks. And I just want to first just welcome all the citrus industry people that are online, everyone in the room here, particularly to Paul. I wish him well on his ventures. He's now on his second or third hike. And Paul, please stay safe, because we do need you to come back and start guiding us on the direction of the PBS vehicles. So I'm going to just cover many aspects. First and foremost, to introduce to you why this is so important in our industry, not just in our industry, but most industries. And we're sitting in a very critical time from an economic point of view, and this is driving this initiative. I also just want to mention the acronym trucks, trucks, trucks. We actually need to say trucks and trains, trains and trucks, because they are both highly complementary. When I come down the Maputo corridor, you can tell even down the N3 corridor, we have got to get rail back in this industry. So trucks and trains, trains and trucks. That's the right acronym. So to start with, just to mention the PBS journey, it was quite incredible how we've got to this position or this point, because a number of years ago, I was actually driving down the N3 and I got a call from a representative of the industry, and I cannot remember his name, and I wish I could remember. He said to me, listen, can you please do an investigation on trucks that can carry multiple containers down the freeways, 2 or 3 12-meter containers? And I was sort of pondering like, gosh, okay, this is interesting. From there, I did a few online investigations and I found the PBS solutions, and I was like, wow, this is quite incredible. Then my eyes started to open up as I was driving on the national networks, particularly in the bulk corridors. The bulk sector is heavily entrenched in the PBS smart truck applications. I would say up to 70% of those trucks are actually PBS smart trucks. And then I started to think and engage on where these applications can come in the citrus industry. And then we started to do more investigations. That's where I met Paul. And we started to do more investigations on it. And that's where the journey has taken us. However, where the actual transcendence of this came is when Chantal put her post on LinkedIn of this particular picture. Then you can imagine the sparks were just flying in all directions. And I realized, actually, this is the way to go, because we're heavily entrenched in containers. The corridor N3 is very saturated with container traffic up and down the corridor. And I think this is really where the way it goes, but not to say this is a limitation on it, but there are other applications. So that's where we actually started to go. So to Chantal, thank you very much for the introduction to this. And we worked very hard with Reinhardt, and Chantal will show that now on the application of this in our industry. Also to say thank you to the supporters of our journey. Paul and I have been on an absolutely amazing journey since we started here. Paul is actually under contract to the CGA and has been engaging through various platforms. We've been right across the country to many occasions, engaged with the industry. And I must say, everyone has been totally willing to accept us. The conversations have been absolutely amazing. The energy behind this has been quite incredible as well. So thank you to everyone that's been participated in this, and even going into the Afro trailer manufacturing, into Paramount trailers. I got a first-hand introduction to the actual manufacturing of the trailers, which is quite amazing. I will concede, Mike, I should have put Rail Runner in here. We have also had a journey on the PBS application. Rail Runner, I think, as a concept is wonderful for this industry, and particularly on the application of PBS in that as well. But I think we'll hear from that in the future as we start to gain traction on that. So as we mentioned, our industry is going into a radical growth spurt. We've seen it quite significantly from 24 to 2025. We had 170 million cartons exported in 2024 and up to 203 in 2025. And this year's export estimate is sitting at 209. However, notwithstanding the flood damage in the Eastern Cape and Western Cape, that may change somewhat. But the importance of this is just to understand that it might not look significant in this particular graph, but I can tell you this is significant growth in our industry. And the demands through the logistics chain in particular are going to be a very interesting journey we're going to have to unpack to make sure this product can move from the farms into the ports and into the markets sustainably and cost effectively. So just to mention why it's important to break it down into corridor level, we have 3 main corridors that run in our citrus environment. We have the northern corridor, which is from KwaZulu-Natal all the way into Zimbabwe, Botswana, into Mozambique, also growing in quite large numbers. The Eastern Cape, as you can see there, the regions that are mostly exporting out of the PE and Kucha ports, and the Western Cape, they run very independently. The only time they really meet is when they get onto the ships out the ports into markets. Each corridor is highly specific in the way it runs its applications. The Northern Corridor is one in particular for us because of far distances. We're running fruit as far as 1,400, 1,600 kilometers down to port. So that's significant. And also the numbers on the Northern Corridor, which I'll show you now, are growing in high volumes. The distance factors is one that's concerning, and I'll show you now. We've got to try and address how to achieve that. So you may see 260 million cartons in our overall objective. It's where it's coming from and where it's going to that makes it more significant. As I said, the Eastern and Western Cape have got some damage due to the recent flooding. The Northern Corridor is still sitting very firm on very high volume coming through, particularly this year and going into the following seasons. The numbers may boggle you. I'm going to show you a graph, but obviously at the bottom you can see we're going to go towards 260 million cartons. We're sitting now, I haven't got this year's estimate, but 209 million cartons, but obviously it's the corridors where this makes a significant bearing. The graph is probably easier for you to see, so you can see that growth value now sitting in this particular graph, going up to 260 million cartons by 2032, 2036, so we're 10 years away. 10 years actually comes around the corner very quickly. So we don't have time on our sides to start different applications on rail and road transport development. The Northern Corridor, as you can see there, has stagnated in growth over the last couple of years, and they increased their volume last year significantly. This year, even going up to more, towards 100, I think it's 108 million, going up to 122. So that's where a lot of focus is going to come on. And then obviously the other corridors are going to also expand into that number as well. This is just to give an example of the citrus industry. It's quite a complicated issue, the seasonality of our fruit business, because if you're running a continuous, let's say, demand over a 12-month period, you have a more opportunity to create logistics initiatives. The seasonality factor is something that we're really grappling around because we cannot invest in, as you see, all those particular points that are put on the side there, to cater for what we're calling the super peak. So we're going to go into seasons where we have a super peak period where so much volume is going to come in such a short space of time. You cannot just invest to cater for that because you cannot get a return on investment on that. So on all those fronts, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic on how we're going to go into the space to manage this particular volume where we cannot invest in those things because it's just not sustainable to do so. The transportation element, as I mentioned, is one that's going to be a particular problem for us as we go, particularly from the northern area, because of the long distances and the short space and time in which that fruit needs to move. I'm foreseeing, and I'm telling our industry that we're going to have a problem with transport. In fact, this year might be the year we may see that complication because we have such a huge production coming from the north. And that red graph that you see there is in fact going to probably happen this year. So that's a very interesting dynamic, and across the board, all of those factors are highly interesting and dynamic and around how we're going to manage that. If we go into the container numbers, this is a particular interesting one. So the container demand is also going to be a highly interesting one. How we're going to get enough containers into the ports, how we're going to move the containers through the port system to pack containers and get them into the port system, and how we're going to manage that sort of demand as well. And I'm saying here, if we fail to plan, we are planning to fail. And that's something we don't want to do. We don't want to get into a position where we now haven't planned and we are failing outright because we haven't managed to adapt all of those different sectors adequately. And the transportation model is one, and I've mentioned that the container volume one is another one. So how are we going to move this product from farm to port, and how are we going to get the containers to be packed and get them into the port space as well, onto ships, and obviously the capacity in the port space aligned to this as well. These numbers are massive. So you can see in past years, 90,000, last year we got to almost 119,000 containers. Very interesting dynamic on how we got around that, but the industry, the shipping lines managed to do it for us. Transnet did it for us. Absolutely astounding as well. I must give it to them. And we're going to go now to 162,000 containers quite soon. So that's a dynamic that's going to be quite a challenge for us, but an exciting challenge. So Kathy, going on to the truck side, I've done a model to show from each area what is their current transport demand in peak season on a net zero rail base. So if we don't have rail coming to our system, what is our net transport demand going to be? The northern corridors, as you can see there, look at the last one on the right. 1,000 additional truck trips a week are going to need to come from those areas down to port if we don't get rail into the system. The Eastern Cape, 800 trucks a week. Now this is significant, from 2,200 to another 1,000, from 1,200 another 800, from the Western Cape 944, another 686. So it's on the taut liner basis, which we're moving mostly ambient, and the refrigerated trucking demand is going to be exceptionally high. We've got a high Mandarin production base coming out, which requires refrigeration to port. I've already spoken to some of our refrigerated operators. They are also signifying we have got a problem. We cannot invest in trucks for a 3 or 4 week period to manage that. How are we going to do it? This is where the smart truck application comes into it. So yes, I wrote a report. This was the highlight of it. So some of our very big complications that I see, I'm not going to go into too much depth. So transportation, very, very critical for industry. Refrigerated trucking, going to be very interesting. Empty containers, going to be very interesting. And then the container terminals, their ability to increase capacity to handle our containers through the ports. I believe we're sitting at a bit of a threshold, particularly in Durban, on the ability for them to expand their reefer capacity. How are we going to manage that? And I know Tim is here, and that's where I said, Tim, the back of port rail opportunities are highly strategic. We've got to start moving in that direction. We're going to do a site visit tomorrow on that. Shipping capacity as well. Are the ships going to be able to carry all these containers into market and have the right capacity, the right services to each port, each market? So I think that's just in a nutshell where we see complications. So let's move on to why this is so important. We're sitting in an era right now where our logistics costs are going exponentially high. It's actually unbelievable. I believe our farmers are going to really, really struggle from a cost base because they are price takers. They can't go to market and say, I need $50 a carton or whatever the case is because my transport costs are going high. So they kind of have to leverage around this high inflation cost and absorb it to some extent. I want to just cover with you on that chart there. It's probably difficult to see. We're a very heavy energy intensive industry. At every time, at every stage, from the fruit production all the way to market, you're using some sort of energy base. The three principal ones, you're using diesel, either for trucks or generators. You use electricity from production into cold store, into ports. Marine fuel on marine ships, you're using that to markets. The duplicity there is using marine fuel to power the vessels and using diesel to power the containers on those ships. Some ships are taking up to 1,500 containers. Can you imagine the diesel energy to power that, not mentioning the ships? And they're running sometimes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to market. So when I show you these variables, and let's talk about sustainability. So in this category, we don't have much opportunity to go into green energy, in my opinion. We can on farms through solar, wind, and that sort of thing. Down the supply chain, very limited in how we're going to confront this massive transition to green energy. Look at what's happening in our supply chain at the moment. On the dollar base is obviously a very, very big indicator in how it reflects on our pricing, particularly on diesel, marine fuel. Have a look at the diesel price. As you know, the oil price has shot up since the 28th of February. It's now sitting at a point where already I see the news is coming out, another 3 Rand a litre diesel price increase next month on the cards. And then we've still got that 4 Rand a litre levy that's got to come into it at some point. Highly, obviously intrusive on the price of transport. Look at the marine fuel one. It's the middle one at the top. As I said to you, we're moving vessels far distances around the world. The marine fuel has gone up over 4 times since that 28th of February incident. So our freight rates are going exceptionally high, not to mention all the war clauses and the insurance and all that on the freight rates. This is a highly uncompetitive environment. Electricity at the bottom right, as I showed you, highly dependent on electricity across our supply chain. We've seen electricity price increases over the last decade. This Eskom does seem to be stabilizing to some extent, which is quite encouraging, but their price increases are still going to come in. So this is a very, very, how do I say it? Concerning environment. What's going to happen if the Middle East does start to settle? Are we going to see these numbers come down to some sort of normalized level? I'm not sure. But we've got to confront this and find innovative solutions around this as soon as possible. Talking about rail, let's just cover rail quickly before we go to PBS. So I've done a lot of investigation and a lot of discussion with the Department of Transport, Transnet, TRIM, big rail operators. And my view, we're sitting with a highly competitive state, particularly on the general freight business. I'm a little bit hesitant to say this, but this is my opinion. If you have a strong opinion against that, you can have it. We're sitting in a very complicated environment. First of all, there's a long journey that lies ahead on this front, in my opinion. The rail policy development is taking far too long. And I was sitting in a meeting with the DOT last week, and I said, you might have read the news articles I put out there. We have got to get this thing moving faster. We can't be waiting for policy. It's taking too long. Access framework. Some of the major operators are saying the access framework is not suitable for them to get onto the networks at the moment. We've got to change that. Development maintenance, the net core, particularly Joburg to Durban. I mean, I've been on there. 2 derailments last year, significant derailments. Cable theft is rampant still. Are private operators going to want to go down a line where they don't have a guarantee to get their train on, their train might fall over? No, you've got to get that sorted out as soon as possible. The investment in our industry, one train set is $37 million US. We need 12 by one operator to run a daily service between Durban and Joburg to Durban. Our industry requires that. That's a lot of investment. Are we going to be in a position to invest in that? Is our farmers going to be able to give a 20-year commitment for operators to come into that space? It's a very interesting and dynamic journey that we're underway at the moment. So I think we're sitting with a bit of a lag, I must be honest, to get ourselves back on rail. Saying that, we have got to get on rail. We don't have an option in this industry. So we've got to go with this journey. I just want the sense of urgency to be heard to push this in as soon as possible. Right, let's go to PBS. Harry, I hope we've still got enough time. So obviously, as Paul mentioned, high transport costs are coming in. We've got to confront that. Okay, we'll get through it quickly. Cost-effective sustainability, roadway, environmental issues, and obviously maximizing the long-run applications. I'll go quite quickly because I want to stay on the ones that make particular significance. So obviously, we looked at the taut liner trucking. Yes, you can run quite a lot of pallets on these type of trucks, but due to the seasonality, we run these trucks in the season. What do you do out of season? We can't expect people to invest and then now have to reroute trucks because you've got to comply with certain routing. So not too compatible. I am running a trial with Carisbrook Valley Citrus and the Copo next month or the month after, just to give us an indication what can we do on these trucks. In Natal, you can probably run it because they're running at the moment with other types of commodities. So perhaps there's opportunity there, but Natal's not a very big citrus area. I won't go through the routing. Let's go to this one on the double combination. So this is highly, highly compatible with our industry because you can run multiple commodities on the same truck, not just citrus. You can move it between the northern region down to the Western Cape to capture the Western Cape fruit industry. So it's not restricted. It's actually open. It's an open system. If you look at the weight there, I'll put a block just to show. There were a couple of technical aspects. I'm hoping Chantal's going to show us that we had an issue with Mpumalanga issuing permits. I think we resolved that. There's a bridge in Harrismith that has a weight limitation, so we are a little bit confined to the number of pallets we can put in here. If the industry conforms to a certain packing grade, not overpacking their pallets, you can actually comply to the weight. So we actually have got through the technical issue. So I think we're ripe to start running, in my opinion. However, let's look at some of the issues. So all these areas, I think, are highly adaptable and complementary. Johannesburg, Marble Hall, Limpopo River, down to Durban. Cater Ridge, do you know that there's going to be 3 significant cold stores coming in Cater Ridge from next year? It's going to be an absolute mega zone for the citrus industry. 350 trucks a day are going to have to come out of there with citrus. Not trucks, 350 loads. I'm sweating and I'm not even invested there. So PBS and rail, you cannot do it without that, in my opinion. So we've got to move quickly. Maputo Corridor, I was just there now. Highly adaptable. They're running the minerals in there, so it's open. We can do it on there. Western Cape, Eastern Cape, also very adaptable. I just want to show you some of the issues around the routing of this. So the performance-based standard trucks cannot stand. We can't have them standing in ports or standing at farms. They've got to move up and down, up and down, up and down. So how do we sort that out? We've got to find a way, and I'm going to give you the Marble Hall example. Wonderful model that Reinhardt are developing. So if we run a truck from port to inland with containers, discharge, pack the empties or load the empties, take them up to Marble Hall. We have a satellite depot with a reach stacker, plug-in points. We discharge the containers, load fulls, let the truck go back. The single units can go to the farm to pack and bring back to that site. So that's the most probably appropriate. Down to port, probably needing to get to a depot as well. Discharge, send the single unit to DGT and Pier 1. We can't have trucks standing for 5 hours in the queues there with PBS vehicles. So this is probably the model that's going to be looked at to go forward. Cater Ridge, I think, has got wonderful opportunities. I do think you don't want to have a satellite depot end to end. It's not going to be feasible. So at some point, Willie, we're going to need to open up the ports to have some way for these trucks to get a kind of priority access in there to handle it through. And obviously back into the inland, we can load, all the retail sector can load the non-operating reefers up to Cater Ridge. We can load citrus back. Wonderful opportunities. So I'm speaking to the cold stores. In fact, I'm going to hopefully have a an open day to bring some stakeholders into the area to show you the opportunity that's coming there sometime quite soon. So the model there, I think, shows you that that's how it should be done. Just on the refrigerated trucks, we went to some of the operators in the Western Cape. I was saying we looked at doing a design of two 12-meter refrigerated units, but it wasn't actually feasible. Can we put two 15-meter units together and run a single combination with two 15-meter refrigerated trucks? We start then getting into 36 meters. The Western Cape, highly adaptable. You're running on those roads. You don't need to go out of the province. You can stay there 12 months of the year. So perhaps at some point, that's where we can go. We do know the offloading and loading, you have to decouple to get into the truck. So that's the only complication. So also quite adaptable. And obviously for the Mandarin industry, we need to find a way to add additional capacity. Routing again, very compatible in all these areas. We can move these trucks through the different seasons, highly compatible. And coming to the end. So obviously you've got to learn. You've listened to Paul, you'll listen to JC auditors. This is not just to come into the market, buy trucks and operate. You've got to understand the parameters very, very detailed. Not altogether complicated, but you need to understand it before you get into it. Dr. Paul Nudigan is there to assist. He is contracted to CGA, so we can help the industry to guide them as we've been doing towards implementation. We've done performance-based standard tests on these trucks ourselves. We've actually got a couple of trailers already approved, so we can help and assist with these sort of things if people want to get into the environment. Obviously, the geographical runs are highly important. Don't just think you're going to run from A to B in a season and then that's it. You've actually got to be able to use these trucks in different combinations, different routes, and make sure you do those geographical assessments. No room for mistakes. These vehicles are very, very expensive. You want them to operate long-term and operate sustainably. And obviously, we're looking at how to get the investment in our industry on PBS vehicles. There's some interesting concepts we're talking about. I also want to say, if Paul's still on, I mentioned to him that we want to go to Australia to go and have a look at some of those trucks. I would say we should take a delegation of interested business stakeholders, government, and some of our operators over to Australia to see what they're doing there, because they've highly advanced on this. We need to actually go and visibly see what's going on. You need to visually see something to get an inspiration behind it. So, Paul, maybe we should facilitate something like that. And then again, as Paul mentioned, there's some very interesting things that are currently underway in Australia. Even locally, you're going to hear from Autoforce now. They're running that 12 axle trailer combination. Look at some of those vehicles, the bottom left. There's Reinhardt's truck. Look at the rail that you see in the ports. So there's a lot of opportunity. We want to get out of this, what Paul said, we're still sitting in this trial phase. Government needs to move. We need to get this thing into our business and be approved so we can move forward with stability on this. Kathy, thank you very much. I just want to say here, if we don't act now, I fear for the road that lies ahead, to be honest. So let's start moving quite quickly in this direction. We don't have time, particularly in this industry, in the fruit industry. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kathy.
So this is what happens when young Mitchell speaks. So thank you very much. That was absolutely exceptional. So I don't think anybody in the room can deny that was just amazing. Willie, how cool is that? Are you going to make sure we got enough space? Space is there. Okay, you'll talk later. Okay. So I think what is exciting about today is there's a wonderful synergy around all the speakers. Glenn, how exciting is that? Hey, it's your financing opportunity. Nee. And then that, you want to do like a day, everybody, we'll come. Very good. We'll be there. Okay, so now young Mitchell has set the scene. Next up is Chantal from BM Hauliers, and she will now give you some of the more detailed information. So obviously BM Hauliers is part of the RTG group. They represent over 1,000 trucks. They've got a number of PBS units. But I think what's exciting about the group is they do drive innovation. So Chantal, welcome. So it's her first time,
Yes.
at an RTMS event.
Yes.
First of very many. Welcome.
First of many, yes.
There we go, all yours.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, everybody. It is still morning, I presume. Yeah, I'm Chantal Hartman from the Reynard Transport Group. I've been with the company for about 10 years. Majority of the time I spent in the bulk movement of business. We are well known in the market for specialists in bulk movement like chrome, ferrochrome, etc. But for the last 2 years, I've been involved with our new latest division, BM Hauliers. I received a very nice introduction from Mitchell. Thank you very much on that. So yeah, BM Hauliers is basically specializing in container movement. So my journey the last 2 years with BMH was quite interesting, coming from a bulk side of business, going into cold stores, citrus, medication being transported, high value goods like tobacco and so forth. It's a whole world out there that we're not all aware of it. And then there's also a lot of challenges that goes along with it, as when you get transport overall. So we color our hair, we wear makeup, not to show the age that the industry is giving us, way ahead of time. So I'm going to start off with an introduction video of BMH. Our whole business model is based on the PBSs. So I'm just going to start off with this, seeing that between Dr. Paul and Mitchell, they've basically covered the whole PBS journey, what the vehicles is about, and what makes them different than the regular vehicles that you get on the road. I won't be covering a lot of that, but let's go on with the video.
You see trucks. We see precision. We see pride, passion, legacy. We see reliability, innovation, opportunity. We see every journey as a step towards a cleaner future. Where you see trucks, we see responsibility, efficiency, and safety. BM Hauliers. It's never just trucks.
Isn't that impressive? How can I now beat a video like that? Okay. Okay, our company overview, a majority of the people knows who Reynard Transport Group is. So we basically operate all over South Africa. On my first slide, I have an indication of where we have depots situated. So we have our head office based in Nigel, as well as our Transmac depot and our CPD Academy, which I don't have on here, but I'll get into the academy in a short while. So we've been in the market since 1982, along with BMH as well. The company has also been established in 1982, so we're both over 40 years old. All right, so I'm just going to go over to the next slide. Okay, our fleet. The whole business model for BMH was basically built on the PBS solution. So Yeah, our focus corridor for the last 2 years was Durban-Joburg corridor and surrounding areas, and we are busy with some new projects in terms of infiltrating the Eastern Cape and Cape area, and then also alongside with Mitchell and Lee's team on the citrus trial that we will be assisting with this year. So this is just an overview of the PBS trucks. They're 30-meter trailers, and it takes about 80-ton GVM. We have, alongside the PBSs, we have various trailers as well, flat deck, skeletals, panteks, that we move cargo in, and then obviously a strict 4-year and 600-kilometer replacement policy and OEM preventative measures and so forth. That goes hand in hand with the RTMS accreditation that we are part of. So our drivers go through a very strict interview process where you can see we have psychometric evaluation. Our CPD Academy is very well set up. We even have state-of-the-art tires whereby even should it be a woman, be able to change the tire in the classroom and so forth. So the CPD Academy basically also helps with what I think it was Dr. Paul, whereby he said that the drivers also needs to be vigilant when it comes to the checklists in advance to taking trips. They need to make sure that their tires are in place, that everything on the vehicle is accordingly to the roadworthy specifications. And obviously, being part of the CPD Academy, we pride ourselves thereby we train drivers or community members from surrounding mining areas, wherever we operate in, to provide them not only with the job opportunities, but also to grow our own drivers in the industry in South Africa, to make sure that they comply with legislation, comply with the RTMS standards, etc. Risk management, obviously being Reynard, we pride ourselves also in state-of-the-art technology. We have been busy the last year to implement a system on BMH side as well. We have a great TMS system on the bulk tipper side, but obviously it's not been written for containers as such. So we had to look at a different system, and I must say it's been challenging, but we are winning, and we look forward to the end results, also providing our clients with automated ETAs, etc. Okay, services, obviously complying with RTMS. We obviously do our services at our own depots. We have OEMs on site, etc. Environmental commitment. I think this is also a very important point to touch on, and Dr. Paul also mentioned it, is the PBX trucks reduces CO2 emissions up to 20% per metric ton, which is quite an improvement. We also have projects running Euro 5 fleet replacement initiatives, and obviously, as Dr. Paul also mentioned, is that there's reduced congestion on the roads when it comes to the PBSs, seeing that we can move double the payload, 2 12-meter containers or a combination of 6 meters and 12 meters, depending on the payload, obviously. Okay, compliance. As you can see, we pride ourselves in complying with all the necessary certification. Obviously, the safety of our drivers, very important. The well-being of our vehicles, absolutely very important. So we run a zero tolerance approach to safety, not only on the maintenance of our vehicles, but also on our drivers. My mouth is very dry, sorry guys. On our drivers, in terms of
ask and shall receive.
Oh, thank you, Kathy. It might be the nerves, because I saw Mitchell left me out on the photos, but it also I shouldn't be the photographer, you know.
She was also in the helicopter.
Oh no, I actually gave them a VIP service. So I was supposed to be in the helicopter, and then what happened is Rodney said to me the night before, he says to me, Okay, but we're going to need a vehicle. Why don't you drive down? And then, so I was waiting like a chauffeur for Dr. Paul, Mitchell, and Rodney to land.
Okay.
And it happens to be a camping area where I actually spent my Christmas camping.
Okay.
So I was familiar with the area, and yeah, I was the driver.
And then after that, you all went hiking as well. But yeah, so Mitchell, you can't do that. You can't be selective. You got to include the powerful women. Okay. You're a little bit in trouble, but you've redeemed yourself already.
Mitchell did, however, say my driving skills are very good.
Okay, that's good.
He said he's not used to a woman driving and he always gets like, nervous, but I did quite well. Okay, thank you for the water, Kathy. It feels much better. Okay, just to touch base on BMH's GRT and cover in terms of the high value loads that we carry. So our standard GRT covers 1.5 million, but we do have the ability to go to an excess of 5 million per load, seeing that we do carry tobacco, etc., and so on. And then also, just to get back onto the RTMS, it's very, what is the word? Transparent that being RTMS accredited is very important for transporters in today's industry. Not only is there a lot of benefits when it comes to monitoring payload, I have an overview of the benefits here. So it's also in supporting the driver with their wellness, it's supporting fatigue management, obviously the vehicle's roadworthiness, continuous monitoring and tracking, alignment with the South Africa Transport Legislation, and all those type of things alongside with our CPD Academy. So hopefully we as Reynard Transport Group will be and are making a significant impact in the market, and especially with working towards our future with the younger guys that wants to their dreams becoming drivers and so on, to make sure that they do have the right knowledge, they do have the correct training, and we do stay on top of technology as it changes quite quickly these days, or maybe it's just our age that everything feels it's going too quick. So yeah, that is basically the end of my presentation. I'll take questions afterwards. Just 3 very important points from our side is safety, reliability, and efficiency. We look forward to the citrus season. Mitchell, you actually made me go into a panic, and then, okay, now I'm going to be positive, and then you made me go into a panic again regarding we should start now and so on. And your enthusiasm and your passion towards the industry is really amazing. But yeah, we look forward to it. I'm sure we're going to find a lot of challenges going forward, but I mean, we are the Reynard Transport Group, and we are up for challenges. And we have a saying, if you get to feel diesel in your veins, there's no going back after that. Thank you, guys.
So well done to Chantal. Harry, why is he doing that? I'm not touching anything. So Harry, did you manage to upload young Nikki's presentation? So she's ready. Is hy hom gedoen? Is hy reg? Oh, but we're ahead of time. It's coming, young Nikki. I'll talk for a minute. Okay, he's going to upload it here. So I will use the talk. So Chantal, I wanted to just say that is so exciting, hey, to have a little bit of pressure, like good pressure, with young Mitchell over there. See how strategic are we in setting all people up to actually speak about these things? But your presentation was actually awesome. I think it's just exciting to see the growth. And everybody's talking about the growth and opportunities and what we need to do. And there's pressure, the now to get it done, which I think is absolutely exceptional. And by the way, we're the bank to make it happen for you. I have to just say that I have to, because it's true, it is true. But we love the opportunity and the engagement. I think it's just exceptional. So up next is going to be young Nikki, Scott Anderson. So Nikki's been in the industry for a long, long time, so I'm not going to do justice, so she'll do that herself. But Nikki's also been a bit of a pioneer in the industry, and she'll give you a bit of an overview around what she's doing. She's also started a new association, Safer Stops, but there's lots more to young Nikki. And you've also just come back from travel, haven't you? Yes, she has indeed. So I will introduce Nikki, and she will do a far better job than I. Thank you, Nikki.
All right, much like Kathy and everyone else that has stood up here, we all hate being tied to a mic. But it's absolute pleasure to be here. I'm not normally the one that speaks from Zolabix. It's normally Alan Anderson, and he hates speaking, so he snapped quickly into Q&A. I'm going to try and do my brand justice today by actually presenting what we do, and I appreciate your time and attention. So Zolabix, they are actually two CBs. I'm just going to say it out there and I'm going to put it up front. There is JC Auditors and there is Zolabix. And we've been around for over 4 years now. And I'd like, please guys, walk away today knowing that because there's a second CB, you now have the choice. And you now have competition in rates. Okay, so that's me being edgy. Let's get into this one. I'm just going to press sidebar, I presume. Hey? There we go. In front of you is an incredible project that I was granted by Astron Energy Development Fund. I operate, manage, and founded 3 companies. The first is the Commercial Transport Academy, and much like CPD, we took on the massive task of transforming the transport sector through the development of female truck drivers. Thank you. Our project stretched over almost 5 years until darling Donald Trump shut it down as he closed USAID, and that was our primary funder. But we developed 795 female truck drivers during that time. And most of these women that chose to be in the industry are in the industry. Some of them doing deliveries as far as Tanzania, and many of them in local operations with some of the big companies. But I'm really proud of the smaller organizations that have managed to change their systems. But opening CTA or moving CTA out of the realms of grant funding from USAID provided an opportunity for me to draw upon my 30 years of experience in the freight transport logistics environment. I used to deliver around 70% of the brand new buses and trucks as they came off assembly line. My job was to get it from assembly to the OEM, to the trailer manufacturer, to the operator. This took drivers that could move between a Tata 40. Never knew our routes, and we had a 4-hour lead time. That is just in time deliveries. It required a master driver, and taking that inspiration after I sold my company in 2018 to a JS listed organization, I founded the CTA and began to build out projects that could truly deliver on what the industry needed, which was successful, highly energized, capable truck drivers that wanted to be in the industry, that hadn't just landed there because they couldn't find anything else. And most of all, the transformation of gender within the sector. So this project that is in front of you was a project allocated to me last year by Astron Energy Development Fund. The goal was take 8 emerging transporters. One of these only had an interest in the industry. She'd never done anything in the industry except deliver a couple of liters of diesel for the CSIR. But take the others who had fleets and develop them into transporters using RTMS as the foundation so that they could be sustainable, they could be compliant, and most of all, they could participate in the 2026 Astron Energy RFP. If you had seen that same image 8 months before that was taken, when AK and I sat with them in Johannesburg on their first boot camp, this was an audience of people terrified by the fear of what RTMS required. And I don't know why I bother making notes because I've gone totally off track. Anyway, coming back, these guys had no idea. They feared so much about what RTMS represented. And I can say to any of you that are operators in the room that are RTMS certified, it's only in hindsight that you realize that it's actually quite simple. But the challenge is many of you, both here and online, have been to many of these workshops and you still walk away so confused. And the reason is we only remember about 20% of what's said. So where do you go for information? Let me tell you a bit about these operators. Sitting there or standing there is Vikash and his wife Deepa on the other side. They own 4 trucks. They're in the FMCG industry, and their biggest fear was they were home-based. How would they ever become RTMS certified just by running from their home? Sitting below Vikash is Muzi. Muzi operated 11 trucks so that he could keep 9 on the road at all times for Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. His biggest worry was that his technology was so old, it wouldn't qualify for RTMS. On this side here in the front with this beautiful smile is Stephen and Melissa. Melissa had come from HR, had invested in a couple of trucks, had empowered 2 very, very capable ops guys into her environment, but she knew nothing about operations. How was she going to lead an RTMS steering committee within her organization when she couldn't speak the vocabulary of transport? And the lady in pink at the back there, well, she came from an environment where she had been taken out of a very special project in Dunoon, where she was passionate about the idea of becoming a hauler, but didn't know how to. And her journey was very different. What we did is we incubated her in various transporters, and Crusade Logistics is here today. They were one of them. They took her in and gave her exposure to what drivers actually experience. Reef Tankers took her in for a week and gave her exposure to the operations of the business. I have never seen such a compliant company as what Vic Ferreira runs. And I'm sorry I say that because I don't know all of your businesses, but having exposure to that business and meeting the requirements of RTS, which is the Astron Road Transport Safety System, it's unbelievable, and it's actually a phenomenal achievement. But if we look back on this group, they all had their own fears, many of which you guys today and those on the call have as well. Will I ever qualify? And how do I get over this hurdle? Oliver is going to take you through the technical requirements of RTMS and possibly PBS. I'm not going to do that today because what I really want to talk to you about is just the journey of how do we just get going? How do we start with RTMS? And this is a very simple slide, and it's not here to oversimplify the standard, but probably the first step and the most important is to become legal. Go and buy the standard of SABS. It starts there. Read it. Try to understand it. And if you don't, call me. I'll send you the kit of how to interpret that standard, because we just found that the only way we could help the 7 haulers was to debunk that standard and give them a spreadsheet, and I'm sure Oliver has one as well, a spreadsheet of exactly what you need to have in place. It is simple once it's been broken down. Appoint a committee. It needs to be a top-down, but most of all, guys, bottom up. Your drivers need to live this. They're your ambassadors. Invest in them and let them become part of your steering committee as champions in the organization. Hear from them how the policies that you're going to find that you don't have in place are going to impact on them and whether they are even livable in an organization. So identify what is missing in your organization and put the actions in place, those processes, those procedures. And then, guys, remember, this requires a minimum of 3 months data, at least, for you to be able to measure whether your policies and processes and systems and the data you're collecting is actually measuring up. So clearing the fog, I think, is a big one, because coming back to my Astron group, they sat with the standard, and I agree with you, we need water. They sat with the standard, and this feels open, but I'm just going to drink it. AK delivered the most incredible 2-day workshop on what is RTMS, what is total cost of ownership, how do you implement the proper systems and control mechanisms and begin to measure the business metrics. And it starts with that self-assessment, as I've mentioned, understanding exactly what's happening in your organization. What is the mirror that you need to have a look at a real deep dive into where you're possibly missing key elements aligned to the standard. Build the system. That's where the work really begins and the fun begins, because you truly get to understand what your business is doing and where you're missing, and then begin to implement and involve everyone. And the final step is the validation. Guys, you don't involve the CBs unless you want your rates to know what you're investing in for the next 3 years, but you don't involve the CBs until you know that your systems are running well and you're measuring and the people in your organization understand their role and responsibility to RTMS. We're not allowed to consult, but we are allowed to help you understand the standard. I can tell you from a personal experience, having bought a management system when I started Zolabix, and then trying to align that management system back to the reality of my business was a terrible decision. Oh, thank you, babes. There we go. Thank you. Was really terrible. So we took us 4 years to re-engineer our entire company. And only this year have we been able to turn the whole system around and create our own processes and systems. But many organizations turn to consultants. See, track, I might call on you here. There we go. But you know what, guys? As I said, Oliver's going to go into a deep amount of depth on RTMS. And what I really wanted to talk to you about is something that is really passionate. I'm really passionate about, and that is the drivers. They're out there every single day. They live your brand. 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I realized that if we didn't focus time and attention on the truck drivers and what they need, all of this falls short. We can keep punting from this side, and as organizations, we can keep doing the right things. But when the drivers don't do their checks, like Dr. Paul showed us, it brings the entire brand down. We don't know who that operator was. When the drivers are too fatigued because they can't rest at night, they have accidents that fall well out of their control. When they are so sick and no one is taking the time to look at those illnesses and find solutions, you are missing a key component of your RTMS requirements, which is your driver's health and well-being. We always talk to the other stuff, but that element is not negotiable anymore, and that's the focus of the Safer Stops Association. We are a NPO, Section 18A. We are a free membership-based organization, and what we did in 2024, we signed an agreement with the National Department of Transport, and we decided to go and find all the truck stops in South Africa because there isn't a database. There isn't a definition of what even constitutes a truck stop, and there is no real standard or compliance. I drove with the DOT 7 of the 9 provinces, 8 economic routes and their regional routes, and I found 179 truck stops. And people say, no ways, Nikki, there's got to be like 300 or 400. Guys, there isn't. And you know what? Of the 179, only 39 met my requirements. And this is not a standard that's up here. This is a standard that all of you are aligned to, where gates close at night, or there's controlled access and entrance. There's a perimeter wall. There's decent, clean ablution facilities with working taps and showers. There is on-site food. There may or may not be a fuel facility, but that is not the beginning and the end of a truck stop. The drivers are safe, your trucks are safe, the loads are safe. It doesn't really exist in South Africa at the level that we think it needs to. And you know what's happening is the drivers are becoming sicker and sicker. Of 179 truck stops we found, only 19 of them have wellness facilities. And they're only open for part of the day, guys, for 4 hours at night, some of them 6 hours. And if the sister is off sick, it's not open. So we compiled a very detailed report for the DOT in December 2025, and I'm very proud to tell you that that work did not go missed. COTO, which is a division of government, has signed that off, as well as MINMAC, which is all 9 ministers for the Ministry of Transport, has signed off the study. That was a month ago, which means we now have 3 major outcomes from the study. Number 1, we've got a definition of what a truck stop is. Number 2, we can now grade truck stops from 0 to 4. A 4 would be the likes of Highway Junction. This is the top level truck stop with all the bells and whistles. And a level 0 is that area that your driver parks in with a whole lot of other drivers, and there are no amenities, but they are existing everywhere in the country. They are not staging areas. That's different. And they're not the areas outside the ports where the drivers are lining up waiting to go into staging areas. These are areas along the key corridors where drivers are stopping. We didn't even begin to measure the impact on the small towns. We moved all of that data into a digital solution called Safer Stops Connect. It's about a week away. It's a free app that will be made available to the industry where you'll be able to get to see all the truck stops in South Africa. Exactly what amenities are at those facilities, how they are rated. And guess what? We gave the drivers some power. They get to rate those truck stops out of 5 for 4 different criteria around their health and well-being, their safety, their vehicle safety, and the amenities on that site. Now that means that Safer Stops Connect has moved from just an app into the equivalent of the Airbnb or TripAdvisor or any of those for truck drivers in real time. When we've got chaos like where I've come from, my hometown, Cape Town, and the rain hasn't stopped and the roads are flooding, drivers will be able to report road closures that you can't see from your telematics. Accidents, incidents, hijackings, threats will all be reported on the app. And sorry, C-Track, but I need to mention it. We're working with Powerfleet to make that available to the entire country on their mapping solution. My focus is to restore dignity to the industry, both for operators and their drivers. So closing off, my QR code is there, guys. Please scan it if you get a chance. I know it's quite difficult in the room, but those online. That was the graduation picture of those haulers. 8 of them became RTMS certified within the 8 months, of the program. They are all eligible for Astron Energy to now pull in a new EME supplier base. 4 of those companies are female-owned operators. And I think what's so operate businesses that work 24/7. Even their families were called in over December to help them write up procedures and policies. These are people that were highly committed to their businesses, but didn't understand how to get the best out of it. And that's what RTMS has done for them. While I'm seeing Autoforce in the room, I just want to mention you guys have taken on some of our female drivers, so thank you in PE, and I'm very grateful to hear that one of them is driving your PBS unit. So guys, I think this something I heard this morning was my final slide I created at 7:30 this morning, and it was Stephen Bartlett that said, we often sell ourselves, or you sell yourself, you need to sell yourself long, because most of us sell ourselves short through our lives. So let me read that again as it's quoted. Sell yourself long. Most of us go through life selling ourselves short. We think we are capable of a lot less than what we are. enjoy the journey with RTMS, people.
Thank you, young Nikki. How awesome was that? Well done. And I'm glad to hear that you're now, what, a week away, Safer Stops Connect. Fantastic, right? Yes, that's so awesome. So thank you very much. So Nikki's got obviously great experience and expertise. And in fact, we're going to have, not right now, but after Johan, we're going to have one of the companies that Nikki was directly involved with before, the VDS, that's also going to be in the room, also speaking about that. But thank you, Nikki. That was really great, and it was a big journey you undertook. I recall you calling me on a Saturday when you and young Alan were, I think, near Messina, and yeah, in that big queue and near the Bite Bridge, I think, the border post, and it was an interesting conversation. So yeah, it is great. So next up is Johan. Again, I can't really do justice to the introduction, but I just want to say that I think what you've had today is a lot of innovation, a lot of interesting things, and I think you're going to be actually knocking our socks off, with them quads. Yeah, 90-ton gross combination, the first ever on public roads in South Africa. In fact, I think on the continent,
Double the continent, depending on what you refer to, like on N2 maybe.
On the
N2
N2,
highways and stuff,
yes,
maybe
yes.
it could be.
I'm not talking about what happens at Richards Bay with the 150 tons, because that doesn't count. But yeah, so welcome, Johan. And all I want to say to my speakers is do not dash away, because just before we break for tea, I'll then give you your goodie bags. So, but I want you to sit through the presentation just before tea, and then Avinash will grab you after tea. You'll do a quick little chat. The guys from Sani. Goed, meneer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's 80 running, ne? 80.
Yeah, currently there's 80 of the quads here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, you know, I know you've got deep pockets, so there's plenty more coming, Kathy. Yeah, thank you for that, Kathy. Truly appreciate it. And it's, again, you know, privilege as well. I've done quite a few of these already. So, yeah, thank you. And to all of you as well, I appreciate it. My name is obviously Johan Kruger. I'm one of the directors of Autoforce. My journey with RTMS started in the forest industry. As Paul Nordigan correctly said, that's where it started, primarily to enforce compliance. We were running in the forest industry at that point in time, in 2003, 2004. And I remember that it was early 2004. One of the mills in Richards Bay basically published a list of the 10 worst overloads for that month. And 8 of that 10 overloads were our trucks. And that's when I realized, you know, okay, we need to change. And I took it upon myself, and I was only 24 years old at that point in time. And obviously, looked much better than maybe what I do now. Oliver, you know, that's where I met Oliver, because obviously I made a phone call to Oliver and said, please, Oliver, we need to get RTMS accredited. And yeah, we started the journey then. We were the third company in South Africa that became RTMS accredited. Well, obviously not Autoforce, but the company that I worked for at that point in time. And since then, the impact was significant. And this is why I'm so passionate about RTMS, because it's not a theory for me. It's not something that I have to promote. It's something that I experience, something that most of my professional life, I've been involved with RTMS in terms of the physical aspect of it. So, and we could see the impact of it on a daily basis. Not only physical impact, but the financial impact and everything else that goes along with it. So obviously this presentation is a toned down one, maybe to a certain extent, because obviously when I do these things, we're in the manganese industry, to mention that as well. We're not in the forest industry any longer, but we're in the manganese industry primarily. So I do delve into that quite often, deep, so that you can understand the impact of the transport industry, or also the the significance of it, and also why it has such why PBS can contribute so significantly to our industry and the manganese industry specifically. Well, who is Orfos? Just briefly, it's obviously a transport logistics company focusing on the export of manganese, or the transport thereof, from the Northern Cape to 3 ports. Well, 2 currently, and Saldanha we're hoping to start soon. We're waiting for our PBS permits to be approved there, which we believe will happen soon. Yeah, and we also, I think it's very important for me to note that we are in partnership with or associated with Seastamach Bridge, a company that we're very, very proud of to be associated with, specifically in our PE corridor. What is RTMS? Now, normally I could tell you, what impact it had on us and how what the journey that led to that, but I thought I took from the website as is basically, and I've just I basically pasted it here to tell you, listen, this is what basically, if you start in for transporters that's maybe not RTMS accredited, this is the first thing you're probably going to do is go and see what is RTMS. But what I do want to say quickly is, it's not that difficult to get RTMS compliant, and as already been said this morning, looking at hindsight, then you will realize that it's not that difficult to become RTMS compliant. If you, thank you very much. If you're a respected transport company, or any transport company that has the will to do things correctly, to do things compliantly, to manage your company with the basics, you are basically, to a certain extent, already 80 to 90% there already. I think the one element you just need to add to it, if it's not on paper, it didn't happen. RTMS, you have to submit proof thereof, and if you start doing that, you are to a certain extent already RTMS compliant. You maybe just don't know it. So that's based on that. I want to tell the transport companies, take that leap, become RTMS accredited, because it's not that hard. Sometimes, especially speaking to our direct competition in certain corridors, we will sell the idea that it's very complicated and maybe not worth it, and maybe do not become RTMS compliant. But in all honesty, it is, and we do advocate it. We do encourage transporters to become RTMS compliant, because we as RTMS compliant companies need to ensure, and also as transport companies in general, need to ensure that we move our industry forward. We ensure that we have a well-respected, well-managed industry, which is obviously, as we know, is very important for our economy and our industry. Obviously, once you become RTMS accredited and you do start getting into PBS, this is the kind of trucks that you will start running. We have quite a few of these running, or 80, and we're hoping that we're going to bring in some more this financial year as well. And just quickly, we're gonna go into more details shortly. But typically, looking at it, you can see that this specific truck, it took us a long time to design this, to test it, and eventually this was our test unit, which we started rolling out, and this was in November 2024. And now we've got about 85 running, with about hopefully another 80 that we would like to bring in for this financial year. But you can see obviously the impact thereof, 31% less carbon emissions, 46% less kilometer traveled. So in essence, what that means is we reduced the amount of trucks on the road by 46%. You need 46% less trucks to move the same volume, compared to a standard truck, and which obviously is a 54% less risk exposure. Just quickly again, I'm going to go into some of the details of RTMS, or just what it can, the details thereof. So in terms of compliance, standard trucks, obviously, if we compare this standard or conventional trucks compared to RTMS trucks, compliance is insufficient policing, that we can all agree on, where RTMS, you are strictly audited. Overloading, it's a common issue, and with RTMS, there's no tolerance, where they do allow you up to 3%. I want to quickly just elaborate a little bit on this. Our site in PE receives, we receive and dispatch up to 1,000, sometimes up to 1,200 trucks in 24 hours. So you can imagine it's a massive amount of traffic that goes in and out of our site in PE. And we've seen overloads there of 33%, which is deliberate overload. There's a big distinction between deliberate overload and accidental overloads. On your RTMS, you'll normally see it's accidental overloads, maybe a few kilograms, where in the standard trucking industry, we will see deliberate overloads of 3 to 4 tons overloads. And that's one of the common reasons for that, is obviously to increase profits, or maybe to become profitable at all. Driver fatigue, major issue, as Paul Norgan correctly said. It's also one of the biggest reasons for accidents on our roads. Is driver fatigue. It's a major contributing factor where, in our industry, it's RTMS is well regulated, and I can confirm that because since we became RTMS, Autoforce specifically became RTMS compliant, and I think it was 2018. We had one fatigue-related serious incident. I'm not talking about minor incident, but and prior to that, we had many accidents, were, I would say, 95% of our accidents were fatigue-related prior to RTMS. Maintenance obviously inconsistent, and there's no enforcement. We see that if the trucks coming into our yard, we can see trucks, coming with smooth tires, sometimes no brake shoes and those kind of things. Where obviously it's mandatory, and accident rate much higher baseline, and then 50 to 80% lower per kilometer. That I can confirm because that's what our data shows as well. Fuel savings, I'm not going to go into much of the details of this, but there's significant fuel savings, accident cost reduction, obviously, maintenance savings. Maintenance and fuel, normally, those two obviously speak to each other. The reason why, therefore, if you start managing your fleet, if you start focusing on the parameters in which you operate, like for arguments, fuel consumption, if you start understanding how a truck needs to be managed, how a driver should drive a truck to get better fuel consumption, that will directly speak to less maintenance, less tire wear, obviously less accidents, that kind of thing, So it starts with fuel, but obviously it will directly speak to the other things as well. And this is why you will then start seeing the saving coming through. Sometimes to be a profitable transport company doesn't mean that you need to get higher rates. It's in most cases, it's trying to manage your cost. And this is where RTMS does a great, or gives you that platform to exercise this specifically. Insurance, I can confirm, insurance companies love to insure RTMS accredited companies because the risk profile obviously is much lower compared that to a standard trucking industry or trucking operator or trucking transport company. And then overload, fines and compliance, obviously significant low because you should not have any issues in that regard. You should not overload, and normally you're not overloaded. Total cost, obviously, that's very industry dependent. We've done, we looked at ours. This is not specifically our figures, but in the industry compared to, obviously, what you can find on the internet as well. But what I can confirm is there is a significant saving when you start becoming RTMS compliant. And this is one of the big reasons what you should consider why you should consider becoming an RTMS accredited company. Specifically more towards Autoforce, this is one of our first PBS vehicles. At that time, when the Triaxle trucks was already a typical unit that was on the roads in the mining sector or on the bulk sector, but they were carrying about roughly 48 tons in generally. So in 2021, we went to Leader Trailers and asked them to redesign one for us, and then we managed to cross that threshold and get a payload of 52 tons. So if and obviously we basically calculate everything back to one full vessel. One full vessel loads 60,000 tons. So obviously, and we'll speak to that later, I'll get to that. Obviously we load a lot of vessels, not us specifically, but South Africa obviously ships a lot of, or exports a lot of manganese. 60,000 ton vessels is the typical vessel. So currently, if you look at this vehicle, you will use 131 standard vehicles to move 60,000 tons to port from the mine in Northern Cape, where with a typical vehicle like this, you will need only 96. Now, obviously, so that's quite a less trucks on the road, obviously, and that is what also speaks to less damage to our road infrastructure, less carbon emissions, and then also these trucks are much more efficient. So, obviously, in a standard truck, you will use 19.47 liters per ton transported from the Northern Cape to P, where with a PBS vehicle you use only 16.71. Again, this top units, we'll be running about 70, almost 77, I think it is 77, 78 of these units running from the Northern Cape currently. This is our short haul units. This picture was taken on our site in P. We've got about 25 of these vehicles running. They do a cross haul from the site to the vessels. This is the road trains, also a gross combination mass of 90 tons. And obviously you can see that if we load a vessel, because we do a lot of trips per day, you will need 23 standard trucks compared to only 13, almost half of the fleet. So that again speaks to much less congestion on the road, because obviously much less trucks on the road. Much better for the road infrastructure, obviously less damage to the road infrastructure, wear and tear obviously, and so forth. Then our quads, as we call it, this was quite a breakthrough for us. That made a significant impact in the industry as well. These vehicles load 62 tons payload currently. We're also running 85 of them at the moment, with the hope to increase it this financial year. For a typical 60,000 ton vessel, you will need 131 standard trucks, as I said, whereupon with the quads, you will need only 81 vehicles. And also in the fuel, you can see you use 19.47 liters per ton transported, where with the quads, we use only 15.36 liters per ton transport from Northern Cape down to PE. This is one of our new units. We're going to start rolling out this year. This is our first test unit. We specifically designed this unit to maybe diversify slightly into out of the bulk industry, maybe into containers specifically. PE exports a lot of containers up to the north and then also back. This unit was designed purely to obviously capitalize on loading 2 double containers, which is not a new thing. There's obviously our predecessors has done this quite successfully already. The difference between this unit is maybe to capitalize a little bit on or to make it more sustainable in the long run, due to that we don't want to be dependent on one commodity only or containers only. So this unit is a flat deck that can load 2 12 meters. And it can also side tip, so it can load bulk to a certain extent, palletized goods, but also containers. And we believe this will make a significant impact on the transport industry and the industry itself. And we start rolling out these ones now at the moment. It doesn't have to be trucks only. In the Northern Cape, we run quite a few of these ones as well. This was based on the RTMS principles, basically, or PBS principles. We're running it from different mines. They used to use trucks only to do this. It was problematic because it's gravel roads, 80 kilometers gravel road from the one mine to the other. Trucks could not do it. There was consistent failure because the truck's not designed, to run on a gravel road consistently, taking into account all the electronics and the sensitivity of it. And so we designed this, and Daisy here in Natal helped us quite a bit with this. And yeah, it's quite a unique project. And we're moving now 40,000 tons, give or take, from the one mine to the other mine over an 80,000 kilometer gravel road. Fuel impact, this is not actual rates, but I want to show you the impact it has. So if you look at the fuel rate, this is now PB fuel rates, 1A. If you look at it in February, where the fuel rate was compared to May, what we're paying now, the value increased 13.43 Rand, that the fuel increased from February now to May. It's a 78% increase. Standard transport rates were in the areas there. This, like I said, it's not actual rates, but the impact thereof is more actual or correct. So 815 plus minus the rates. The May rates now 1,100 gives you a value increase of 320 Rand. That's almost 40% increase in transport just because of the fuel impact. Typical quad rates, like I said again, it's not actual rates, 752. So if you now increase it with or change the rate, will be subject to the fuel increase, it will give you a 28% increase only. So you can see the more expensive fuel is, the more competitive a typical PBS unit become. And so a typical client will pay now 320 Rand more per ton using only standard trucks, whereas a quad contract or a quad client will give you only a 212 Rand increase. If an ideal world, if a client used to on the yellow block there on top, if he was used standard trucks and could have switched now over to a typical quad solution, they will have only an 18% increase in transport rate despite almost 80% fuel increase, which shows you the significance of these PBS units and how efficient these vehicles are. Manganese, rail versus road. This is data that we're consistently looking at because we have to plan accordingly. In 2019, rail transport was transported 14 million tons. So when we export it, the total volumes of exported manganese in South Africa, of that total volume, 14 million tons were transported by rail, and 3.1 million ton were transported by truck. So that's obviously 18% of the total volume was done by truck transport. In 2023-2024 financial year, that picture changed quite a bit. So obviously, rail transported 14.3 million tons, truck transported 7.3 million tons. So that was quite a significant increase. So of the volume, now all of a sudden, 1/3 of the volume was done by truck transport. 2025, obviously, you can see, obviously, there was an increase in rail, so 16 million tons, but again, a significant increase in truck transport. 10 million tons was done by truck transport, so now it's 38%. And our prediction shows, now again, this was based on various input from various parties, but this can change, obviously, the forecast, because obviously transport, which we obviously value, is the fact that they're busy working hard to increase their capacity. But under the current, what the data shows us that we see that maybe in 2028 they will do 18 million tons only, and that means 12 million tons will have to be done by truck transport. Because remember, manganese is a strategic mineral. It's regarded as a strategic mineral. South Africa sits also with 80% of the world's reserve, and we supply only 30-something to 40% of the world's demand. Which means there's big opportunity for growth, and the manganese has to come from South Africa, which will mean it will continue to put pressure on our infrastructure to deliver these various manganese or the manganese to ports for export. This is why truck transport will remain a very strategic mode of transport in terms of manganese exports. Again, if you look at the truck numbers, in other words, so in 2019, or if you compare a standard truck compared to a PBS unit, typically, you will need 566 trucks compared to 347 quads. If in an ideal world, if you would run quads, which now obviously is more cost competitive, effective, more efficient, much economically in terms of the amount of fuel it uses. So it's just better for the industry, better for the road infrastructure, better for congestion, less carbon emission. So it tells you how much better the PBS solution should be and how that can contribute positively to the industry. Obviously, now if you look at the 2025, you'll see we're currently running 1,827 trucks on the road currently exporting manganese. If you start taking 1,827 trucks running consistently manganese at the moment, each truck doing about 12 loads a month running, and it's 2,000 kilometers per load. If you start multiplying this, you can see how much millions and millions of kilometers trucks are doing on our roads. And this is only for manganese only. Obviously, there's many other minerals, and this number is just set to grow. And this is why it's so important for us as transporters and companies in the industry to see what can we do to make sure that our industry remains sustainable. Because just putting more and more trucks on the road is not sustainable. It's not a sustainable business plan, and we will fail as a country if we do not address this. And we cannot leave it for Transnet only. Us as transporters need to get involved and need to try to make our transport industry more effective, efficient, and ultimately sustainable. And this is why we're so passionate about RTMS and PBS and what it can contribute to the industry. Again, in 2028, we foresee that we will have about 2,200 trucks, standard trucks on the road. If it would have been quads, that number will only be 1,300 units, and that is what is so important. Lastly, the slide just shows from 2019 to 2024, truck transport grew. The increase was 135%. And then we see a further increase of 36% and a further increase of 20% by 2028. That is the last slide of me, and I can just conclude that we are obviously, as Autoforce, a passionate transport company. We like what we do, and we try very hard to make our industry very efficient, effective. But we also do realize the challenges we face, and hence the reason why we implement these units, not only to be more competitive, but to also help move our industry forward and to give our clients that does not have rail capacity a competitive solution. Thank you very much, Kathy.
That's interesting. I'm trying to go through all those numbers, and it's just quite amazing. So Harry, are you getting lots of comments online? But we can do any of the questions and so on. We can do that after. Not yet. I think we will stand by the exceptional quality of the speaker's presentation and the content, which is marvelous. Okie dokie. So next up we have our Barkway from VDS. But Johan, that is just exceptional. I must say, I've spent 2 weeks this year alone in Kutu and Kuruman and Daniel Scale and driving all over the show. And it's been quite exceptional to see all these units. And then when you see the Kalahari Autoforce units on the road and you do the calculations and you go, yeah, take so many trucks off the road, payload tonnages. And then I must just tell you, I drive behind your drivers to check if they're speeding. Yes, Johan, I'm looking at you. And to make sure that they, because you know those Northern Cape roads, and I also make sure they leave enough gaps so people can overtake and all those things. So you're very fortunate that my on-the-road audit, has proven that, yes, you oaks do know what you're doing consistently. So well done with that. Goed, our Barkway in the room. Is he in the room? He is. Okay. So next up is our Barkway from VDS. So we've had a lot of the bulk commodity and some of the container stuff. So now I've got something a little bit different. But our Barkway, welcome. And you're always, always impressed. And I'm so excited to have you on board. And I shall move out the way because I can't do justice what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I give you this one? Just try to open this one because I've just updated something. In transport, we don't say good morning. We say, did you check your tires when you got? Did you do your pre-trip inspection? No. It is always nice and it's an honor to be here. And thank you to Standard Bank RTMS for the invite. And I always say when I attend such sessions, I learn a lot. We never regard ourselves as the experts, but we learn every single day. To all the presenters that they've presented, let me just yes, yeah, let me just go down. There's a stats. This one, just open this one. Yes, that's correct. So let me just. We've been sitting too long. If maybe I can ask if you drove more than 30 minutes to be here, if you can stand up. Over 30 minutes if you drove. Oh, that's Oliver over there. Look at these people. Look at these people. And then if you're stuck in traffic and got frustrated this morning, is there anybody who got stuck in traffic? My brother over there. And then if you say you've always said, you know what, there was a point in your life and you said, you know what, I am okay when they ask you, how are you? Even though you knew the truth that, you know what, I am so exhausted, but you still went on and said, I am fine. Can I see by the hands? By the Oh my goodness, almost the whole room. How is business? No, we are okay. While you know that fuel indeed is going up and all these things that are happening, it's either protest, it's either fuel, is this when Trump sneezes, the whole world gets, I'll get into trouble. I don't want to start with him. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abakwe Museta and I'm from One Logics Vehicle Delivery Services. And just maybe to give you a story about myself, and I always love to share this story. I think it was Nikki who said her heart is about drivers. I'm a former or an ex-truck driver. I started driving trucks at the age of 23 years, fresh from school, from varsity, but unemployment was a challenge. Just growing up in Soweto, and I got an opportunity to get into learnership programs. Nikki ran some of those programs, and One Logics gave me an opportunity to be a truck driver. For 2 years, I was in a learnership program, and when I completed the learnership program, I started driving trucks. I drove as far as the DRC. So you are looking at a person who knows what it is to be on the road, driving many hours, fatigue, the conditions of truck stops, by the way, what happens and other activities that take place, because we sometimes think when you look at car track, when you look at your mix report, your tracking, you think your truck, no, my driver is resting. This truck is standing in one place. At 11 o'clock, my truck are not supposed to drive after hours. You are thinking your driver is resting, and only to find out there are other activities after 11 o'clock. Then, hence you get surprised that what happens now, what this guy slept from 11 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock, he's involved in an accident because he fell asleep. Then you get surprised. No, ask me, I'm available after this. I'll give you all, I can write a book actually on that. I think safety is very important. I just want to, this was me back in the days in 2020, in 2006. A young man, very handsome, before I got myself into transport. Um, so we graduated. It was a Mercedes-Benz together with One Logistics that was running a transport program leadership. So I'm very, very one person who gets excited when I hear a company investing so much into leadership programs, your internships, because that's where it starts. Sometimes you think if I'm 50 and being a truck driver, you think you've got experienced driver. Experience does not go with how old you are. We got involved with RTMS about 2000. By the way, I drove about 4 years with One Logics, saw some opportunities within the business, started equipping myself studying, and I can talk to you right now and say today I'm occupying a general manager for fleet in One Logics VDS. And I'm not alone. I brought Mr. Njabulo. Mr. Njabulo just started with us from the 1st of April. He'll be managing all our fleet controllers and the fleet of about 320 and about 390 drivers. So we started our journey in 2010 with RTMS. I always want to give the background of how we started, and as my previous speaker spoke, that sometimes it's not easy when you start, but the results will later pay off. Every time when we start, it looks like it's a pain. Why should I train my drivers? Why should I put mixer or tracking reports on my trucks? But let me tell you something. I have learned through the process, and then you'll see why I say it will pay off later. So in 2010, we started with RTMS. We went through the process. I think I won't go into the details, but in 2012, we were then certified for the first time, and we started the journey with RTMS. Most of the challenges that we had back in the days, it was about the permits, the application process of permits, the driver behavior, speeding, accident. Every time when we go to an accident scene and there's a truck and a small vehicle involved, a driver of a big truck will be accused to say you were at fault. So we never had any system that could prove to say it was the truck driver or the small vehicles. And we all know how you drove this morning to get here. Some of you don't indicate, especially another gender, I won't say much. I didn't say anything. Nikki, I didn't say anything. Right. Breakdowns, maintenance costs, and all that. The challenge that we are facing currently, I was looking at an article yesterday about the crashes that we have in our South African roads, and that involves big trucks and everything. So we are facing a bigger problem in our country with crashes. And if we do not speak about safety, we are just fooling ourselves. And it's not enough just to talk, Kathy. It is not enough just to talk and we go back, but we continue as life is normal. We need to go back and do something about it. In this room, we've got people who are experienced. I was talking to Daniel earlier on. Daniel is involved now in training. He's got about 40 years experience in the, just tell them I like, what experience you've got now, 40 years? Yeah, being in the transport industry. Yeah. Transport industry. Mr. General, stand up quickly. I'm giving him a, that, geometry and road design, infrastructure, vehicles, maintenance, workshops, technical. So I open a company, I do road safety, especially in road safety and defensive driving. Or I know you may have a company that do all the other driver training in terms of the truck per se, but I can go into deep down into the infrastructure design and how do you go around corners and stuff like that. So it's quite more, getting the driver to understand
different driving conditions and so forth and so forth. So I've been also a qualified diesel and petrol mechanic. So studied all the way right, exactly what my brother is. I started from right from the flow, done my honors degree in transport, and I sit with even legislation, so a bit about a lot of things. So yeah, so maybe if you want me to do a trial in your company, just to do a test on your West drivers and see how it goes. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Remember this.
Oh yes, I also work with Patrick, do all the truck stops. I mean, on the stopping all the trucks, finding all the faults, and also work with RTI, Metro Police. We trained quite a few, so I'm involved in lots of things. Yeah. Okay.
Young Mr. Hugel, you're supposed to say that Patrick O'Leary from the Brake and Tire Watch, which only one finance.
Oh yes. Well.
Help with all the trainings, all the stuff you're talking about
Yes, absolutely.
slack adjusters and loose.
Everything, all that, even where's all the even Mr. Naidu, the JC auditors. Yeah, we did a lot. So I'm involved with even Paul as well, not again, everybody, we network together. So guys, yeah, so if you want me to just do something for your company for test pilot project, I don't mind. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I need a share for giving you to advertise yourself. Okay, let's continue. Is it working? All right, there we go. Okay, I just want us to engage. I'm one person. I don't want to speak alone. That is why I got Daniel to say something. Another challenge that we are facing, we've got a problem with unemployment. And as transporters or operators in the country, we will soon face a serious problem. Some of us, we are already feeling it with the theft that is taking place in our truck stops. Nikki, you said you've got 179 truck stops that you checked, right? And then only 39 are compliant. And then after that 39, only 19 have, or 13 that have wellness facilities. If my driver falls sick at a truck stop, I need to wake up in the middle of the night and look for an ambulance, look for a doctor where he can be taken to. Those are some of the challenges that we are facing. And now, if we do not pay attention to these details, it will look at what unemployment does: increase crime and hijacking, cargo theft, truck hijacking, fuel theft, pressures on drivers. Guess what? Small companies will come up, operators, they will pay their drivers cheap. Because of unemployment, every single driver, even if I'm inexperienced, they will take the job. Who remembers the story of Pinetown? So those are some of the things that we are going to check. This is us, the operators. We like doing this by not paying the attention. The driver fatigue, you are making money, but you lose your money. I have seen with our company where back in 2010, we will buy trucks, we will spend money, but the damages on our cargo, the accidents, you'll see, I will share one of the stats of the positives that we have gained by being RTMS compliant. We could not even manage driver fatigue, poor vehicle maintenance, overloading, lack of pre-trip inspection, poor driver training, and non-compliance. But we wanted to run these kilometers and make money, but we never paid attention to the details. This is the accident. It's only the tip of an iceberg. I just wanted to, now I'm following that one. Sorry. So we sometimes have a visible cost that we think about, or things that we see like your accidents, your injuries, damages, and what you call. But the bigger portion of everything is underneath that you don't pay attention to. The same driver that you employ, if he does not go through the proper channels of recruitment, will cost you later. Ask Nikki sometimes when she recruits learners to equip them with code 14 and what you call. She has to bring 100. Out of that 100, 30% to 40% of them will come back with criminal records. Yes. The mic. The microphone.
No, I'm going
to Okay,
join you.
okay.
Stay with me.
Yeah.
What Abakwa is talking about right now is a phenomenon we're dealing with what's called ghost riders. Guys finishing learnerships get 12-month experience and barely enough notional hours to be qualified as a driver. A ghost rider will climb onto one of these fleets that are not compliant. They're the ones on the road behind or in front of your compliant, well-recruited, well-trained drivers. These drivers get paid between 2 and 2,500 rand to do a trip to Johannesburg from Durban. One of my ladies who delivers um, uh, explosives to Tanzania. It's a 14-day trip, gets paid 7,500 rand, including her subsistence. And you know what she said to me? Nikki, if I can get my hours, I can get a job at a decent company like One Logics, Reinhardt, Autoforce, any of them here. There is a huge gap between what happens in training and the kind of people you need. And that's the gap we can't close. This is a major risk for industry.
We are learning every single day. Remember that. No company wants to make headlines. These days, social media is so powerful. I can do something while I'm here in Devon, and Trump in the US will hear about it. So imagine your truck is involved in an accident and it kills people. You will go to jail. How many people under your employment will lose their jobs? How many families will suffer because of the negligence that, by the way, this was in 2010. Oliver, this was in 2010. This was One Logics Vehicle Delivery Services. This was my company. Is the people listening? Can I have a cordless mic? Is it fine? Sorry. I like moving around. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. This was us. Beamers fly on the N1. They just launched a certain series we loaded in Roslyn, taking the trip to Cape Town. The driver fell asleep. The truck was on its back wheels. Nobody wants to be here. 27 lives lost here in KZN. You remember this incident, right? What went wrong? A lot of us. Oh, yes, sir. You've got a question. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Sunshine.
Please remember.
Oh, sorry. That's what Katie said. I'm taking an advantage.
Sorry, I just want to ask something. This driver, did you force him not to sleep? Or did you tell him not to sleep?
So, thank you, Mike. That's a very good question. And you know what? The nice thing about Obakwe, my boss is not here. I like to share my experience so that I can help the next person. That's how we learn. Because it doesn't help me to come and look nice in front of Oliver and say, I am perfect. Not soon they will be coming to audit. They say, Obakwe, you spoke so nice. So what is happening here now? Your truck with an RTMS. What did Paul say? He said the truck that he stopped with wheelnuts not being there, it was an RTMS certified truck. So I don't want to be a nice person here and say everything was in order. My brother, as I said, 2010, it was bad. Before 2010, even when I was driving, there was one of those. Pre-trip inspection was not important to me. Sleeping was not. If I feel like driving, you were told drive. Until you get tired, if you feel like you're tired, you take the responsibility. Your responsibility as an owner, you put it on the driver. Just push. What does your controller say? Push. Fleet controller manager, I'm talking to you. Push. Push. We need to make the target. This accident, they don't just happen. Push. And we were so fortunate that that particular driver did not lose life, or there were no lives that were lost on that day. But again, there was a push until you get there. 27 lives lost. What really went wrong? Failed to stop at a normal stop sign. I think a lot was discussed in this matter. But I just want to remind you how things can easily go wrong if you do not comply with what you are supposed to comply with. My dear friend is here, AK. He's one of we work together, we are in the same industry, car carriers. We know the challenges, the threats to our businesses that we have out there. We're not carrying a bag of potatoes. If you scratch a Mercedes Benz or your truck is involved and there's a cargo there at the back, you're talking about millions and millions. We sometimes look at the cargo. What about the lives? What about children that lost their parents? And guess who has caused this? Some of us here sitting here. Not the driver. The driver is the last person. It's us. Before your driver leaves your depot, we need to make sure that our truck does comply. Pre-trip inspection. What is the importance of pre-trip inspection? Saves life, prevents breakdown. Oh my goodness, I'm going to share this. Let me share this. I want to show you how things can easily go wrong. What is the load there? If you can see nicely the Mercedes-Benz, it was many years ago. Our driver had enough time to take a video. Daniel, where's the fire extinguisher there? Can you see something there? The fire extinguisher was just there. I'm going to play this again. You can see something is going wrong here. There's the fire extinguisher there. But instead going for a fire extinguisher, he's busy on a cell phone. These days, cell phones are so important than lives. This is how it started. If a pre-trip inspection could have been done, it could have prevented this. Look at this picture. Look at this picture after. When we got to the scene, when I got to the scene, Oliver, this is what I saw. What happened? No, I had a proof that it was in me. That's what I had to say to us. These are some of the things that as operators we sit with. Pre-trip inspection, how the tick box, yes, Marita. Exactly, because we designed this system, they look so nice, but let me tell you, they complete it while they are sitting inside their truck. They don't do the roundabout. There's a system that Michelin is busy designing. I don't know how far they are. They will talk maybe later about it, where it checks if you are going at the back, it checks your location. Did you go? When you took a picture for the tire, were you there next to the? It's like a tracker. Because we don't see it. We are on the road. Let me not take time. Majority of our collisions on our roads occur as a result of driver error. DriveCam system was implemented. This is now after we've gone through so much of headaches. DriveCam, in the beginning, it was a bit difficult for drivers to adapt. They thought it was something that was to spy on them. But we had to take them through and explain to them. Right now, they are so grateful that they've got DriveCam. If you've got drivers that are giving you some difficulties, call me, I'll come and talk to them. Because I have seen the benefit of DriveCam, and then I'm going to show you. Verification of vehicle mass and load dimensions. This is where RTMS comes. When you leave your yard, make sure that your truck complies. Look at damages. You hit low-hanging bridges. This is the challenge that me and AKA we are facing on daily basis. A tree was not there yesterday. Tomorrow is there. The driver goes through Mercedes-Benz. I keep on referring to Mercedes-Benz. I must now start saying Jetwa. Let's look at our driver behaviors when I talk about DriveCam. Look how my drivers used to drive. I'm not talking about your driver. I'm talking about our drivers. He's driving. Where is his leg? He's driving. We may say it was not his fault. But it could have been prevented. He could have reacted on time. He could have also flipped the truck. These are the things that happens on daily basis on our road, especially since our vehicles have automatics. There was a stop sign before. He did not see that stop sign. Well, what was he doing? On his phone. Daily basis. Then you also come behind, you are showing middle finger. What are you doing? Somebody's life has already been lost there. The good now.
We are responsible for these two funds,
Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel was working for the city of Durban, and that is a SAPS vehicle, South African Police Services. They also don't know how to follow rules. But as a driver, you have always needs to be careful. Last one, maybe. If we've got there to the accident, what could have the small car said? Your driver drove into me. But right now I've got evidence that I can prove, and we can go to court. I said, by proof, you did not stop at a stop sign. Fatigue. Let's look at fatigue. Falling asleep, there's a person next to him, is also on his cell phone. There's two drivers on a truck. And this incident was not going to be reported. The driver just kept quiet. And when I go through the clips, I see, but you nearly rolled this truck. Then you start to do your investigation and put measures in place. So let me just run quickly. We had to focus on our driver training. I think a lot have been spoken about this, running learnership programs and invest a lot into it, and then we get them certified and what you call. Nikki, you spoke about the health of drivers. I used to drive. It will take me a month to go to the DRC and back. Not that I was sleeping in a hotel. Truck stops, stop at the border many days, move to another border, go to the other border. What are we eating at those border gates? Truck stops. My goodness, my drivers, Nikki, yesterday we had a meeting here in KZN with our drivers because I always like to engage our drivers to get some input from their side. We just had an open meeting to say, guys, how is it going? That we need more truck stops. Because the ones that we've received from the list that Nikki gave, majority of them do not comply. Only 39 or 70, 39, 79 that are and the routes that we are doing. When you go from here to from Joburg N12 into Uppington, we struggle. The Mpumalanga N11, we struggle with truck stops. I wish Highway Junction was here to advise many truck stops what is the requirement for a proper normal truck stop. People are eating this. Then you want to drive, you'll fall asleep. Like right now, I want to eat. Truck stops. I wanted just to touch on this, the advantage of PBS. Back in the days, we'll have a 6-car carrier. Right now, we've got a 12-car carriers. We are able to move more cars. Ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you something? Chinese are in the country and they are manufacturing cars and they are selling. Many of us, we spoke and we said, it is just for temporary. Guess what? They are taking on the big guys, the Mercedes-Benz, the VW. VW is crying tears. Others are closing. You heard that Nissan is closing there in Rosren? You know who's taking over there? Cherry. Jetua will be manufactured in the country. The plant in East London, Potion. What's happening with it? So those are the things that we are seeing taking place, but we are grateful for the advantage of PBS vehicles because we know it improves safety, infrastructure compatibility, environmental benefit, and competitive advantage. It becomes more productive. Let me just because of time. Some of our successes. This guy was a driver, he was in learnership program and competed in the entire One Logics group rubber competition. As I said in my opening, that it's not about how old you've been driving. It is about what do you know about road safety. That's how he won this first prize at Gerotech in Pretoria. And then he was a security officer at the gate. We have to uplift him and put him in the learnership program also. Look at the positives, Oliver. 2016 and back, the 2010, my brother. How many accidents did we have? Major accidents. 126 with maybe 26 million cases that we did maybe that particular year. We kept on increasing and increasing. But you see the improvement in accident, that red line, it is the improvement from 126 to now at an average of around 12 calendar year. These are the positives that we are celebrating today. You see, in 2023, we even reduced it to 7. My wish and my dream is that I want next time when I do a presentation, it must be a 0. As long as it's not a 0 there, which means I cannot sleep. I will have to do every single thing that it will take for me to achieve that. So it is our responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, that we go back and we do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Abakwe. That was also exceptional. That was fantastic. That was really great. What do you think there? I see you get mentioned all the time, the Merck brand, ne? Mr. Prince? Lucky you. Lucky you. All righty, so we actually on track. Young Harry, you see time-wise. So I thought what we're going to do is, so that we don't run towards the end of the day, we're going to give Sani a quick 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Avinash, to do a quick overview, and then because Avinash needs to drive to Greytown in his Sani EV 6x4, and it's not the best of roads, so we're going to accommodate you. You're so welcome. The Standards Bank will accommodate you, and then Harry, will you set him up? Thank you. It'll be 3 minutes, and then we'll be on time for breaking. In fact, we'll be ahead of time for breaking because we are the Standards Bank.
What are we? Morning. Still morning. Feels a bit like afternoon. While we're just setting up here, a morning for
Apologies.
for those of you that haven't met me, my name is Avinash Singh. I'm the sales director at Sani South Africa. We are not Sani Car Rental. Many of the guys typically in our industry have not heard of Sani. We've been in the country since 2006 already, but on the earth moving machinery. So typically all your yellow goods. And I took over started the electric truck business in 2024. So what's quite interesting is we now have a range of electric trucks in the country. So Kathy's giving me very limited time here, so I'm going to go very quick. I think more than half transport operators in the room have already trialed our vehicle and have seen some of the amazing benefits. Through it high level. So Sani, as I mentioned, 2006 in the country, just 20 years this year. We have a local assembly plant. As our colleague from VDS mentioned, the Chinese are here. It is a Chinese imported vehicle. that will be locally assembled. So it will be the first locally assembled EV truck in South Africa. The local assembly plant is in Boksburg. So supporting local. There is a footprint from the Sunny network side. There's 10 Sunny branches and another 15 outlets from the dealer side. And of course, there is 24/7 on-site support that we also provide, typically for our mining clients. In terms of the vehicles in the range, there is quite a wide range of vehicles, but in summary, we've got some rigids and tractors. So there's a 3-ton, an 8-ton, and a 12-ton rigid. And then on the tractors, a 4x2 and 3 6x4 models, the longest of which has a 400-kilometer range and up to a 90-ton gross combination mass in the country. So the technology is changing. Just to give a high-level overview, for those of you that don't know, EV trucks actually entered the market in 2020 already. There hasn't been too much success in the EV market, given the last 5-6 years now. And the main reason for this has typically been, that EV trucks haven't really made commercial sense. The capex gap to the same diesel vehicle has been too wide, and although most of the EVs are typically saving 60 to 80% of your diesel cost, which is more now given the diesel price, but the capex gap has been too large. Now, what's quite different with SANY, we are the #1 EV truck OEM in the world by quite some margin in terms of volume. And I'm going to quickly show you this 3-minute video, if we can get back online here, and you'll see some of the reason for that. But we have got arguably one of the most advanced manufacturing plants in the world. Every 6 minutes, we are able to produce a heavy electric truck, fully autonomous. This, of course, is in China, not up in Boksburg. But what that does is it allows us to bring a vehicle to market at a price that then starts to make sense. So this is what's happening. You're typically seeing about R1 million to R1.5 million capex gap to the equivalent diesel. The word equivalent is very important. So if you look at that sort of a gap, R1 million to R1.5 million gap for the same vehicle on diesel, then suddenly this story starts to make sense, where we see, if I talk about a capex payback period from the diesel versus the EV, especially given the current diesel price, you're covering that capex typically in 12 to 18 months or less, depending on what you're paying for energy. So this is really a game changer in the industry. But of course, EV is not for everyone, and it of course is limited by things like range, things like weights and dimensions. PBS and RTMS is great, of course, to helping to alleviate some of that, but there are only specific environments where it works. So where are we doing really well locally? We launched the vehicle last year. The first one started running in April, and we're doing really well, in particular the timber and the forestry industry, and also now in the sugarcane industry, where the cost to run our trucks in sugarcane is so much lower than the equivalent diesel. Not to take too much credit for it, but this innovative technology is actually going to help save the sugar industry, because the cost to transport the cane to the mill is so much lower that the farmers were actually able to reach more farmers further away because the cost to transport is so much lower. And particularly in timber and sugarcane, it's working really well because the guys have got the energy side of it. So the biomass plants, where the guys have got biomass plants, they've got excessive amounts of energy and, of course, very reliable, very cheap energy. So what's really exciting, the trucks do make financial sense now. And many of the guys that have tested the vehicles, Johan and the guys from Reinhardt and so on, can confirm the savings are enormous. But the huge challenge to mass adoption in particular is the energy side. So this, on EV trucks for mass adoption, of course, it only works in short and medium haul transport. For now, we are trying to electrify some of the main highways with things like battery as a service. Ideally, you get to, for example, Harrismith, and you swap your battery and off you go. It takes 5 minutes to do that. Something like that we're working on, but of course that will take time. But ideally, they work in short to medium haul environments, and you need a lot of energy to scale this solution. And that level of scale of energy does not exist in any place. And that's not an Africa problem, that's a global problem. To give you an example, our friends at Reinhardt were running the vehicle. The vehicle is consuming more than 1 megawatt of energy per day, 24 hours, 1 megawatt of power per truck per day. Similar situation also at Autoforce, for example. And that level of energy for hundreds of trucks simply doesn't exist in one localized spot. Because obviously energy is expensive and you don't have that much energy around. So it's not a silver bullet, but it is helping to transform the industry, especially on PBS. especially in the forestry side of it. We were at the forestry show 3 weeks ago, and SAPI actually presented our solution as a game changer for the whole forestry industry. The amount of testing they've been doing, but of course they're blessed with lots of very reliable and very cheap energy. I just want to quickly show you this video so you can see what the manufacturing so it's fully automated. Stress line, not many people involved here. You know, a lot of the process is automated, and a lot of things are happening at the same time. This allows the crazy short assembly time of only 6 minutes. More than 700 of autonomous government robots in this factory is moving everything around. The stereoscopic warehouse also thousands of parts, everything automated. Welding, we see the panels will move across the 3 different buildings. The panels, some of the equipment move ahead, some of the equipment even moved underground. Here's the cab is assembled, it's going overhead now to another division where they, of course, with that stuff, the anti-corrosion, printing process. Paint quality control. Again, more robots to. There's the cab now arriving from the other building underground that they'll be transported overhead to the chassis line. Now the chassis line is very efficient, you know, working almost like a bowling alley. So underneath, underground, you've got tires that are being fitted to rims and balance. Those tires are being transported again underground. It's a bowling alley. They meet the chassis on the top. You see them coming through underground. Then almost Formula One style, the guys both the wheel starts. You have the battery going behind the cab, and essentially at full speed, every 6 minutes you have a truck rolling from the assembly line. Every 6 minutes at full demand. Of course, the factory is not running at that capacity all the time, but what it means is hopefully one day when Johan orders 500 EV trucks, then suddenly it's not going to take us years to supply. We can supply them quite quickly. Yeah, so that's just the high level. The truck is outside. Sorry, Kathy, I'm not going over your 3 minutes. The truck is outside. I'm leaving at 12. I'll leave my business cards as well if anyone wants to have a look. Again, they don't. It's not a silver bullet, but we are of course enjoying a lot of interest now with the crazy fuel price. But where there is a lot of power and we have various solutions, we can look at short to medium haul environments. And where they do work in terms of jumping over hoops and getting everything aligned, then it is a game changer, especially in the right industries. Thank you for the time. Available for any questions.
Avinash, that was awesome. So we're going to break now, and we must be back 11:50. 11:50, young Harry, the program? Yes. Yes. 11:50, you'll be back, young. Yes, Mr. Rail Runner, young Mark Daniels, you can do that in a whiz. Yes. Thank you, everybody. And then my speakers of this morning, I want you to join me here. All my speakers, don't go yet. All my presenters, don't leave the room, asseblief.
Can I ask if Sunshine Bennett and Christian Teffo, they are here, please come and see me. Thank you.
Good day, sir. I'm online. I can reach on my phone.
Noted. Thank you, Christian. Noted. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Andrew, are you still with the quick name? I actually see the reports come into my email. But I think it's going to be
I've got some ideas about how we can like use that
in what sort of aspect?
you know, your whole sort of your corridors. How you
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Gee, I must say, for the last time you gave us that nut, it's not cool.
He says, what is it? Well, he's a monkey, but it's quite a good one. Yes, and some sweeties and stuff. There she is.
I was just looking at your the map. On how you look at all the corridors, how PBS run the corridors. I would suggest what you do is like a live version of what's going on. So you can see all your PBS in one screen and say, okay, well, can we shift those to there?
So, we did all that work with you guys before. Recently engaged with the team.
Thank you, sir. Can we put both names on, or what's your recommendation?
You're relying on buy-in from and you don't get that buy-in. That's where we struggle from an industry point of view. Like the ship industry is more coordinated. Just external. So separate businesses will create certain systems within their business unit. But to collectively do that. So I've been saying automatically we should be doing certain things as an industry to assist the whole truckers and that sort of stuff. To maybe start looking at that sort of
Visibility where everything was moving.
Was it right? Just got nowhere.
Nothing.
So much money to
But you've done well. Because
well, shit, I tell you, Andrew, I was going on road shows this year, and I just said, guys, you've been given a gift. I promise you, this industry's been given a gift. I can't understand how you can move volume from one year to the next and manage that supply chain quite efficiently. I'm stunned, absolutely stunned. But when we get to the next level, it's going to be a very different sort of. Luckily, Transnet was our biggest hurdle, and they transformed in 1 year to the next, right at the same time we did with volume. So that was the main enabler. As we moved to other things, like even container visibility, that's sort of thing, routing containers into first, giving visibility to the terminals so they have better planning. We want to get into those sort of spaces. So when Bochoko, our new CEO, Justin's there, Bochoko's come in, and I've been saying to Bochoko from a strategic level, we need to get onto road transport, feature and rail transport, and very find out how we can start to assist in whatever way that may be.
Because I just know we ran that risky supply chain.
Yes.
Something totally bloody light.
Replicate that whole move set that you guys did. As a truck is going to go far, engage on the sector and provide all the information, and then deliver the box.
You know when I start with a small, maybe start one little corner. I start with the estimate.
Innovation and start section.
So what we're seeing is that guy works like these global things and fast. I'm just going to start.
But I think PE is the best place to go to, because I've never seen your terminal there.
When we started
Up close, and I want to put rails in.
we wanted PBS set up.
Okay.
Yes, I remember now. You were coming in. So, to see it now, all this stuff. Yeah.
Well,
Because the guys for the house.
But I think we must get meeting. Okay, and I want to look at that. I want to show you what my rail layout is. And I'm happy to put the rail. You give me the land, I'll put the rail. Yeah, we got to discuss this.
Listen, well spoken.
You'll be at 120,000 next year. No, won't you be doing 3 waiting for me to? Oh, you're going to do 120 and you want me to do 120. So you also replacing the exhibit.
Going into very heavy units. It's going to be interesting. Just stop at anything.
Thank you, Mike.
Hello, how are you? I'm okay, and you? Long time, eh? Long time. Yes, I'm supposed to. Yes, Leboja. That's it. That's it.
Okay, great.
So when you go into the thing,
Over there. Over there. Yeah.
We're using for
you'll have to be in Joburg in any case. Stop it.
Zimbabwe. So it's what they need. Yes. But the thing is, they need for the machine.
Oh,
And they don't have the at the same time, those customers just like they want to pay to their account from the website.
oh, okay, okay. No, look,
Wow.
because when we last spoke, you had 4,500. And I was so pleased, actually. Yeah, no idea. I was so pleased. And then I said, oh,
Well, empty is going to 6
to see you. Because I said, I'll definitely come. But we must go for. I want to take you, you and but come on Saturday. So, and your number was the same. I said, that's why I said the business. Oh, business. When are you back to Durban?
No, I'll be out of town like all of next week. But when I come back, no. We definitely going to. Yes. So listen. Yeah. And FMC. Which? Oh, you're presenting this. Okay. Okay. And you only do trucks, nothing else. Okay.
Not vendor. Oh,
yeah, Kathy was telling me. No, awesome. No, that's a good one. I'm doing a presentation. He said, because I'm also set it up.
No, for a 24 hour. Yeah, obviously it depends totally on how far you go. Yeah, so I mean, I'll get let's say you look at a diesel truck in this case, it's 50 liters per 100. And let's say 20 liters. 50 liters per 100 times 20 is 1,000 loads every 100 miles. Our EV truck should be running at 150 kilowatts per 100 kilometers. If you take it, yeah, fully loaded. If you take a stock rate of 200 kilowatts, that's 300 rand. So to the same 100 Ks, 1,000 rand versus 300. That's 70 rand. That's where then the trucks are paying for it. And it all depends how much.
That eyeball. Too low end. Vicky, I need you. The lady from Fitini. When you get time, yes.
Thanks, yeah, let's
But you
drop me a WhatsApp, email.
So you still run your
We want to encourage it. So just give us some. Yeah, how good to see you again. Yeah, I've got your card. I've got your card. Sam. Nice to meet you. So, thanks. So, just explain that step. You say it's a meg.
Well, it depends how much you're going to use.
Yeah.
So let's take
what's the big related?
Let's take a typical super.
Yeah.
Running on the highway for.
Yeah.
Let's say it's a decent one around the 2 kilometers a liter. That's 50 liters per hour.
Yeah.
So if you work at 20 rand a liter, which is probably unrealistic now, but let's be fair. So 50 liters per 100 times 1,000 bucks. 1,000 bucks to go 100 Ks. Our EV is using 150 kilowatts of power, 150 kilowatts to the same 100 kilometers.
Right.
If I take your electricity price today, let's take a Eskom, a Megaflex, whatever.
Yeah.
At 2 rand, it's 300. That's for Megaflex 3 days, today 2 rand. That's 300 rand versus 1,000. There's your saving because they're cutting energy. On solar, total energy saving, power purchase agreements, maybe you work what they did. They'll do a PPA, they go to my wife, it's going to save me on a 30 year PPA. So that's a daily reflecting 80-90% cut in energy. So this number is turning into 1.5 to 2 million a year save, depending on how far you drive. Autopos right now, they were running 24 hours a day. That's why they're such a big consumption. But if everyone thinks that's amazing, then it's just save 2 million a year. The capping $1 million. If not, you made a thing out. You've got a 2 million kilometer drive. Now you're running the grid for 80% lower.
Avinash, I'm sorry. Sunshine wants to electric truck.
Okay.
No, but no. What do you mean, okay?
You
must put it on. No, he's going now. Please show me.
I'm coming with you. We're coming with you.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Let's go.
You know, he makes.
Let's drive the truck.
Have you got your keys, Avinash?
No, 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 it's good.
Okay, you got
Do you
three
think
sheets
it's,
there.
yeah?
Yeah.
I'm still,
Okay.
because I lost my laptop last month. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here, but I'm leaving at 1. But we can chat. Yeah, we chat. I'm coming back now. I'm going to drop this in the.
Are you taking the truck with you?
Hello? How are you doing, sir?
Hi.
This thing they said I should put on the flash drive, but one video I wanted to play it online, so I wasn't able to put it on the USB.
You want to put, are you presenting now?
Yeah.
Have you given your USB to Harry to upload it?
Yeah, this is his USB. But then some of the things I want to play it online.
Online?
Yeah, so I can't put it here. Is there any way you can put the
Are you going to present online or present here?
present here?
Why do you want to play it? Is it stuff that you haven't downloaded?
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
downloaded.
he's got an internet connection on that laptop, so you you want to plug in there with your laptop.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Okay, you can just when we start, we can just ask him to swap the HDMI from his laptop to yours.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, he can also go online with these. But I mean, there is an option. If you put your laptop there, then we just reroute the cable to yours.
Okay.
But Adam, just before you present,
No problem.
just tell him then at that moment.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, they've got a request. You want to do a presentation from this, please?
Yeah.
We're not going to finish this with you. You see, afterwards we upload the presentations to the server for people to download. You can do that if you share the presentation. But the challenge would be
See how the video is here.
Yeah. It's online.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's put the PC down here.
Let's make a plan.
On the trucking industry, I started when I was very small, with nothing, sleeping outside.
Hello, everybody. Please be seated. Please be seated. Olga, Daniel, please be seated. Mr. Hughes, please be seated. Mr. Hughes Jr., please be seated. AK, Ollie, I'm going to cut your time. You're making me run late. Ollie, yes, you're very welcome. I'll just cut 5 minutes of your time, Ollie. Okay, I'll cut some of your time then, AK. Okay, thank you, everybody. So we're part of the second session. Mr. Hughes, Senior and Junior, are you comfortable? Yes, you're so welcome. Very welcome. Nicely seated. Okie dokie, we're going to start. Otherwise, we're going to run out of time and then we're going to have to cut time. Okie dokie. So next up, we've got Magdalene from Crusade Logistics. This is also exceptional. So we've dealt with a lot of the bulk commodities and so on, and now we're dealing with Crusade, who's a fuel supplier, and you've got many years of rich history. And Standard Bank was the bank that helped get you off the ground many years ago with Wesley and Craig. So we're quite proud to see how you've grown, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
I need to talk and then video afterwards, because you'll call me.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was talking to somebody yesterday about this workshop and what it's all about. And I told him that if you had to give me a presentation to do in our boardroom in presence of my people or to our clients, I'm going to be bold and I'm going to probably do it without even notes. But today I am a bundle of nerves. I might stutter. I might talk exceptionally fast. So please, I'm warning in advance, bear with me. As introduced by the electric
Kathy Bell. My name is Magdalene Narayansamy, and I manage Crusade Group. So from a Crusade logistics perspective, RTMS is far more than a compliance framework. It is a critical enabler of safe, reliable, and sustainable transport within the fuel industry. In our environment, risk is inherent. The movement of fuel requires absolute discipline, consistency, and accountability. RTMS provides us with a structured system to manage that risk, not only within our own operations, but in alignment with the expectations of our customers and our partners. Over the past 10 years, we have come to recognize that strong RTMS implementation directly supports service reliability, audit performance, and ultimately customer confidence. It allows us to move from reactive management to proactive control, ensuring that the risks are identified, it's managed, and it is continuously improved. That's what RTMS is all about, continuous improvement. Most importantly, RTMS also strengthens the partnerships that we have between the transporter, between the customer, as well as the financer. It provides assurance that that our operations are governed, risks are mitigated, and standards are consistently upheld. So for us at Crusade, RTMS is where safety, performance, and trust intersect. And that is what enables long-term sustainable partnerships. In our industry, performance gets you noticed. It does. But discipline and safety are what sustains those partnerships, and RTMS is what delivers both. So for Crusade Logistics, RTMS is far more than a compliance certificate. It is the operational framework that defines how our business manages safety, risk, discipline, accountability, and customer trust across the entire transport operation. So for a few points, what RTMS means to Crusade Logistics. It means a commitment to safe operations. It demonstrates that Crusade operates with structured controls. Dr. Paul mentioned a few of these earlier: driver behavior and fatigue. The VDS speaker, he mentioned earlier that experienced drivers are not always the best, especially in our industry. Well, I can only tell you experience from the fuel industry. They come with bad habits. They come with negative cultures. So around 2019, we started an internal learnership program that employs unskilled DGG Code 14 drivers without the fuel experience. We put them through a stringent training program. Some of them will go through the program for 1 year. Some of them will go through it for 2 years. It all depends on how much of training they require. So I'm so proud to say that some of our best drivers have been upskilled, and that came from that internal learnership program. One of those drivers actually started with us in 2016 as a tire general worker. He worked his way up, he trained, he studied, and right now he's one of our best grade A fuel tanker drivers. So yes, RTMS manages our driver management and fatigue. It manages our vehicle maintenance and roadworthiness, our journey management, load security and product integrity, incident prevention and investigation, continuous monitoring and corrective action. In a high-risk fuel transport environment, especially with the global pandemic on the rise, this is critical in protecting, number one, what we always focus on is our people, our drivers, our customers, the public, and Crusade itself. Number two, what RTMS means to us: proof of operational excellence. It validates that our business is not operating reactively, but through measurable systems and standards. This aligns directly with Goal Zero objectives, SHEC governance, audit readiness, real-time operational oversight, driver and fleet accountability. It supports the culture of doing the right thing even when nobody is watching. And that applies to our drivers, it applies to management as well. The third thing that RTMS means to us is customer confidence and strategic growth. Our customers expect transport partners to operate at world-class safety and compliance levels. So RTMS for us, it gives Crusade credibility in the market, competitive advantage in tenders, confidence during audits, alignment with customer safety expectations, stronger positioning for long-term contracts and expansions. RTMS means a culture. It's not just a standard. It represents discipline. It represents ownership, accountability, professionalism, and continuous improvement. It influences every pillar of our business. The core of our business is our operations. This is the driving force of who we are. Every other pillar of our business is a support to that operations, and that's technical, it's compliance, it's driver management, it's workshops, and it's leadership. RTMS only succeeds when it becomes part of our daily behavior, not just paperwork for an audit, not just bullet points for today's presentation. It also means protection of our business, protection of, in my world, Crusade Logistics. Every major incident in transport has operational, legal, financial, and reputational consequences. Nikki and Johan earlier mentioned that achieving an RTMS compliance is easy if you understand the standard. Yes, it is. It's easy to lay the foundation that shapes the business. It's easy to put pen to paper, the SOPs and the policies and the procedures. However, in our fuel transportation environment, the risks are high, the demand is high. As a responsible business, we can only continuously train and encourage and enforce the rules. However, shortcuts do happen. And I'm sure many of you know that shortcuts do happen in the operations. Rules are broken to get deliveries done quicker. Sites running dry due to significant fuel price hikes, which pressurizes our operations, it pressurizes our drivers. Driver hours are exceeded due to accidents or roadworks or riots. Vehicle checks and PMIs are not properly done due to time constraints caused by fuel shortage, loading restrictions, KZN's congestions at all of the terminals, current increase with fuel theft, putting our people's lives at risk. The risks in our business, it's endless. However, abiding by RTMS helps reduce rollovers, fatigue-related incidents, vehicle failures, product losses, non-compliance findings, theft. Abiding by RTMS helps reduce customer escalations, insurance, and liability exposure. When we were invited, I think 3 years ago for this workshop, we met with some of the service providers, and one of them is here, and that's Investipol. So since then, we have engaged Investipol to do something for us that kind of helped us manage the risk on the road. So in our business, the risk is not at loading, it's not at offloading, it's on road. So what we did is, what we employed them to do is, because we don't always have eyes on the road, I mean we've got 24/7 tracking, we've got cameras on our systems. But what we did was, because we can't always physically be on the road, we've employed them to do weekly vehicle checks, on the road observations. So they are tasked and they've been given KPIs where they go on the road, unplanned job observations. They go and check drivers, they go and check the vehicle compliance, they go and check, they do breathalyzers even on the road. So these are just things that, helps mitigate the risks that our drivers and the company face out there. So for Crusade, RTMS is therefore business sustainability tool, not only a transport standard. It means operating a safe, disciplined, measurable, and continuously improving transport business that customers can trust and our employees can be proud of. Or more simply, RTMS is how Crusade proves that safety, compliance, and operational excellence are not negotiable. Today, success in transport is no longer measured only by how much fuel we deliver, irrespective of how insanely expensive the fuel currently is. It is measured by how safely, efficiently, and responsibly we deliver it. And RTMS helps make that happen. In closing, I would also like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Standards Bank for their many years of continuous belief in the vision, goals, and dreams of Crusade Logistics. Kathy, over the past 10 years, Standard Bank's support and partnership have played a significant role in the growth of Crusade Logistics. As a trusted financial partner, you have not only supported our business financially, but have also shared in our commitment to building a safe, sustainable, and world-class transport operation. So I'm sure by now you're all tired of hearing me speak. Someone said yes. So in closing, I've prepared a short video. See, I learned ahead. I didn't play the video before. I wanted everybody to pay attention to me first. So we've prepared a short video that demonstrates who Crusade Logistics is, what we stand for, and how we practically implement RTMS within our daily operations. The video will highlight our commitment to safety, operation discipline, driver accountability, fleet compliance, customer service, and continuous improvement. And more importantly, it's going to showcase how RTMS is not just a policy or audit requirement within Crusade. It is embedded into the culture of our business and the way we operate every day. Thank you. Oh, yes.
In an industry driven by movement, where every second counts and every liter matters, trust is everything. Because behind every delivery is a commitment to do whatever it takes. At Crusade Logistics, we are more than just a petroleum logistics company. We are a performance-driven business built on safety, reliability, and innovation, and a mindset to do whatever it takes for our customers. Since 2015, we've grown into a trusted partner in South Africa's fuel supply chain, powered by over 35 years of industry expertise and more than 250 skilled professionals, all aligned by one standard: excellence, no matter what it takes. Our purpose is simple, yet powerful: delivering fuel to the everyday consumer through an efficient and reliable value chain. Because when communities depend on fuel, we show up consistently, reliably, doing whatever it takes to keep South Africa moving. With a fleet of Bartek tankers and strategically located depots across the country, we deliver precision, efficiency, and consistency every time. From dedicated contracts to agile project solutions, our operations are built around one priority: our customer. No matter the distance, the challenge, or the demand, we do whatever it takes to deliver. Safety is at the core of everything we do. Through advanced systems like real-time tracking, electronic journey planning, and hazard identification tools, every journey is monitored, managed, and executed with precision, supported by our 24/7 customer care and security center. Because doing whatever it takes also means never compromising on safety. Today, we deliver to 25% of Astron Energy's national retail network, servicing over 200 sites monthly, moving over 50 million liters across 800,000 kilometers through more than 1,400 deliveries. Proof of one thing: a team committed to doing whatever it takes to deliver every time. Our commitment to excellence has earned industry recognition, including multiple Transporter of the Year awards and the prestigious Astron Energy Bridging Hauler of the Year 2025. With ISO and RTMS accreditations, we continue to uphold the highest standards, because excellence isn't optional, it's what it takes. Driven by our people, guided by our values, and committed to our customers. We don't just deliver fuel, we deliver reliability, performance, and trust. Crusade Logistics, doing whatever it takes to keep South Africa moving, fueling the future of logistics. South Africa's trusted petroleum logistics partner.
You not want to do like closing words? You did it. You played the videos. Okay. So thank you, Magdalene. That's very, very good. I was watching outside as well. So it's awesome to see how the business has grown and so on. So how many units now? 56 combinations. 58. See, that's massive growth. So thank you so much. That's great for the team, Crusade team. So I think that was our first for you, young Mr. Brooke, I'll make an exception. So let me finish my sentence. So that's marvelous to see how you've grown. That's fantastic, exceptional. It's our first fuel transporter, the bulk logistics for today. Oh, young Mr. Brooke, you have a question? Yes, sir. Magdalene, I think it'll be for you.
You're making me want to go and powder my nose, keep calling me young. Kathy, just a comment and then maybe a question.
Yes, sir.
I drive the national roads frequently. And I'll tell you the number of vehicles that are just simply don't have lights in the back of the trailers riding at night with no lights. Just a simple thing like that.
Yeah.
It's a very big problem. So I asked the question, where are the provincial regulators that are supposed to check these things? I don't see them on the roads, to be honest. Why is the tanker industry not have to be compliant with RTMS, being such a commodity that's really, really dangerous if you think about it? I mean, the impact of something like that, we've seen it on some of our roads. So I wonder why the provinces aren't having the tank industry having to comply with RTMS. This is the first one. The second one is I was driving down the N4 yesterday. Now the N4 is under major construction. There was a tank in front of me, no lights. He was braking, there were no lights. He was braking, he had wheel, what do you call it when the brakes lock?
Binding.
He had brake lock.
Binding, yeah.
On the left two wheels, just simply braking. No lights on that vehicle. And that vehicle you could see wasn't RTMS certified. It was just didn't look very good. It was a prominent operator. And I asked the question, why and how is this allowed to go on our national roads? As one example, the tank industry for me is one that really needs to have high compliance. So I put that out to the audience.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask the tank industry, do you think that maybe provinces should adopt RTMS in the tank industry?
So, Mr. Brigg, might I just preempt that? So I think, first of all, many of the hazardous and dangerous goods operators belong to Kaya. So the Chemical Allied Industries Association, who has their own standard called Squash. So it's very similar. So you'll see a Crusade also do that. So Squash is very similar, and young Oliver might talk about it a wee bit later in his presentation. So they do. There is that. Obviously, they don't have to all be a member of that. And most of the operators that need safe load passes at Sasol have to have Squash. So it's from an industry point of view. There's obviously that requirement. So many of your major the oil majors require compliance with, say, Squash. But remember, there's a whole host of other white sites, that import fuel, and so they're not necessarily part of a major oil network group around safety and so on. And there are many operators that import fuel that go load in Maputo, and it's for cross-border into Botswana. So I think it's not just around the safety. I think you recall there was an episode on Carte Blanche, end of last year sometime, where even around VAT and declaring what quantities and compliance, the whole concept of compliance. So I think the short version is, without going into a major, is because we want to keep on track. Enforcement. So Mr. Hiralal, who obviously was part of the eThekwini municipal structure around safety and enforcement, he was shaking his head. And all those projects that Patrick O'Leary is involved with, the Fleet Watch, the Brake and Tire Watch, every quarter, that is to transfer skills. There are 80 people at a time over a 2-day period where they are taken through. There's a schedule, the regulation 212. Right, which deals with your minimum tire tread depths. The entire paper, it's focused on everything that is the minimum requirements for safety. So the training is there, and it's free. It's free for the traffic officials. Patrick and they have just been down to Komatipoort, by the way. They were in Malalan, I think 6 weeks ago. So they would have seen the self-same operators. So I think the short version is industry stepping up. Industry self-regulating, I think that's important. And those that are not, truly enforcement remains a challenge around security. So I think that's a short version. And yes, you'll see most of your responsible care operators, it's also a brand, it's a trademark, within Kaya, they comply from a Squash perspective. So we'll park that thought, but it's a good one. And don't look so pensive. I think we've answered it well. And then Magdalene, please answer the question as well.
Sorry. So what the industry has done is they've taken a strong stance in terms of vehicle compliance in the industry because of the amount of accidents that's been occurring over the years. So all of the terminals, and I'm talking about the major terminals, the likes of Vopak, BP, IVT, and across South Africa, they require your vehicles to have a valid SLP. And I think, Kathy Bell, it's important to maybe next time for the next seminar is to invite DECRA. So every single vehicle, we can only go through those compliance checks through DECRA. And I mean, they are strict. They go through every single check and balance on that vehicle. You have to have your 3-monthly brake test in place. So they will issue you with a valid SLP, and only with those SLPs can you load at the terminals. So maybe the vehicles that, maybe the one that you saw didn't necessarily load or is operating within KZN or South Africa. We got to understand there's a lot of vehicles that's bringing in fuel from other countries as well, of which compliance doesn't really stand with them. But to assure you, within South Africa, the oil industries, the majors are doing everything they can to ensure that the vehicles operating on the road are up to standard.
Thank you, Magdalene. So it was kind of like not what we wanted to do, but young Mr. Hughes has a question, and then we'll go straight into young Oliver's presentation.
Metro assure me they don't get overtime for after hours, so therefore. Sorry, just repeat for the online audience. Thank you. Thanks. I've spoken to Metro about this. They say there's no money for overtime, so therefore there's no compliance lights at night on trailers. So there's your answer.
Okay, so I think we understand that lack of compliance is a massive challenge. That's why industry is stepping up. But we'll do questions afterwards. So right now we've got young Oliver Nadu from JC Auditors. And again, I won't do justice to the introduction, but I think he'll go through quite a bit of that and expand around the RTMS benefits and so on. But I think the operators in this room that are presenting their case studies are not those that don't have that. That's why the industry is driving and promoting best practice. And these platforms that we've got for today is exactly to create that awareness. We've got a huge audience also online, but that's industry stepping up. This is self-regulation, SANS 1395. This is what it looks like. Compliance. Thank you. Thanks, Ollie.
Thanks very much, Harry, and good morning, everybody. It's good to be in Durban. This is, interestingly, the 87th RTMS National Workshop that we've had in all provinces, in all major centers. So I think it's quite significant, and thanks for Standard Bank, Kathy, for hosting. Thanks to the RTMS National Steering Committee for also playing a role in terms of promoting the standard, and of course, Harry, to you and Jan, for also the work that you've been doing. Durban is the warmest place to be, would you agree? Yes. They say all good things start in KZN, and that is true about RTMS. And looking at Andrew there now, in fact, it was almost 20 years ago where Andrew and I did the very first RTMS audit at a company down the road called Supergroup. Andrew, remember that? It was Sam Hartman, the CEO of Supergroup, Nick Norris, I think, the marketing guy, and we sat around a table. And back then it was tough, eh? Andrew would remember getting people to think compliance and safety. It was such a new phenomenon that it was kind of hitting our heads against the wall for quite a number of years. So I think only in 2012, I think we began to get some serious traction. So anyway, Durban. Sure.
I remember sitting across the table with a guy who said, chaps like you should be shot. If you live in a country with no laws, with illegitimate laws, we'll do what we want to do.
Yeah.
So things have changed.
Yeah, but there was another guy who actually, AK, remember the guy at Durban South that had a machine gun when I audited them? True story, yeah? Anyway. Let's come back to reality. So that was just say thank you very much. And so what we're talking about today, my job been done for me. If you look at the transporters around the room, they've confirmed the topic of my title. RTMS has changed the road freight landscape in South Africa. It has made an impact. And while, Mitchell, what Mitchell said is an important point. It's something collectively we need to address. Law enforcement is not there. Despite the advocacy and sometimes the very brash and bold statements made by government and the agencies on the road where it matters, there is limited or no enforcement. It's a reality. It's a long story, but that's what it is. So with RTMS, what we have seen, Johan Chantel, Magdalene, and you'll hear from AK, from Africa Link. It's helped them in terms of profitability. And ultimately, any business needs to make a profit. And you can't just make a profit by thinking about it or having a massive, interesting vision statement. James Clear, in his book Atomic Habits, speaks about having a goal is great, but we never rise to the level of our goals. We always fall to the level of our systems. If your system is not there consistently, you're never going to get to where you want to go. So profitability, brand reputation, I think it was it Johan who mentioned, your vehicle on the road is a massive billboard. One crash, one poor driving behavior, what Paul showed the other day, and I was horrified to see that. It was a PBS company, and we started talking with them. Duncan, on the front steer axle, I think it was steer or maybe drive, 3 wheel nuts were missing. And that is criminal. Criminal. So we've got those issues, and brand reputation is something which the RTMS standard also hopes to protect. Service delivery, delivering on time in the volumes required by your client is critical. And of course, the system of RTMS enables that. Safety performance, that's very much a fundamental requirement, which we have discussed already. And good governance. I was speaking to somebody in the gents earlier, and they were complaining, a small transporter, about the unlevel playing fields. You'll find the big corporates have this very nice mission statements on the wall saying good governance, ethics, and all the rest of it. But then we find they give a contract to somebody whose truck isn't maintained, whose driver isn't trained. So the governance needs to certainly cascade to the transporter, but I also believe, I'll come back to that one. Sorry. I also believe that we have to engage in all players in the supply chain. The RTMS National Committee has been involved significantly in advocacy work with the consignors and the consignees. And we've had legislation, many of you would remember back in 2012, I think it was, the consignee regs that were, I would say never, but were never tested in a court of law. So as it stands, consignees and consignors have a regulation that no one's checking if they comply with. So the point I'm trying to make is that collectively, we must engage with the corporates, the blue chips, the mining houses, etc., and bring to their attention, hey guys, your governance at your mine or manufacturing site doesn't stop when the truck leaves your gate. It needs to continue. So that's something that's ongoing. And just coming back, interestingly, I put the slide together in the morning. This is all the presenters in the room today. And I was fortunate enough, actually, to be at each of those initial audits with Reinhardt Transport Group. I said to Chantal when Rodney, the current head of the group, before he took the reins, it was Derek Reinhardt. And we had long discussions in the early days, benefits and pros and cons, etc. But great to see that companies who have embraced the RTMS, all those in the room today who are giving presentations on the slideshow, the yellow shaded block shows their earliest RTMS audit. And you'll see that all of them have, or some of them rather, have other standards as well. I was talking to AK, and when I first audited AK in 2013, AK, what's it? More than 10 years ago now, interesting. They had 11 trucks in a, can I say it? They had 11 broken trucks. that I think he was upset with me. I hope you've forgiven me though. That and when we spoke about tires, he thought, what's this short, bold guy telling me about? But oh, it was a nightmare. Yeah. Yeah. No, look, ultimately the end, what's it, how does the saying go? The end justifies the means. So they've gone from 11 trucks in 2013 to now 128. 180. Wow, imagine that. So that's massive. Chantal Reinhardt Group, they were at 620 odd in 2014, and now they're 1,200. Sunshine, he was at 18, 118, 12, no, sorry, where are you? 2017, and now you have 100, 180. Autoforce, Johan, give me your numbers. I don't know what they are. Is he here? 200 trucks. And I think when we first started off in 2016, it probably was around 100.
Just under 10.
Wow, okay. So that's phenomenal. Yeah, and VDS, Aboku, true story. You were the supervisor of the yard when I first, and I know you were scared of me at that time, but you overcome that, could you? But when we first audited VDS, and I can't have the liberty to say it, things were not good there. Permits were missing and lots of things. But now you've come through, and the statistic you showed earlier, your accident reduction is actually phenomenal, phenomenal. So the point of this slide is to say that companies who are RTMS certified stay on the system. They're able to demonstrate tangibly that they're making a positive impact on the roads. We need more people, even if they don't embrace the RTMS standard, at least embrace the principles of the standard. I mustn't also forget to mention Raj. Raj is one of the pioneers of PBS from Durban, a local family business. But if you go to his warehouse in Prospecton, I think, you could eat off the floors. He has a passion for what he does, and he does it equally as the best corporate in the country. He runs RTMS and PBS for, Raj, how many years is it? 8, 10, 12? More than that. Yeah, so a pioneer in the room. So I think we've got good traction, and of course Durban is where it's all happening. So let's go back to some of the basics. Kathy is going to nag me for time, so I will share a video just to shorten my normal presentation. So RTMS is the only national standard for heavy vehicles or commercial fleets in the country. It's written by the SABS TC241 committee, and that committee collectively tries to make it as relevant as possible and take into account all the stakeholder needs. So that's the standard that governs how we audit the system. There's a similar standard called ISO 39001, and that talks to road traffic safety. It's only, I think, Reinhardt Transport Group, KDG, Heman Scholar, City of Cape Town, not many, but a few companies in the country have achieved the certification, but that's a bit broader in terms of its focus. But nonetheless, it has many similarities to the RTMS, but RTMS is heavy vehicle commercial fleet specific. Okay, here's my video, Chantal. After seeing your video, I'm not sure if I should play it, but I'm going to. It's about 2 minutes long.
RTMS is a national standard promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency in fleet operations. It promotes a framework in order to minimize crashes, ensure vehicle safety, promote safe driving behavior, and ultimately allow for an efficient supply chain, which is essential for economic growth and global competitiveness. Let's look at the 4 pillars of the RTMS standard. 1. Correct vehicle loading is essential, making sure that the mass and dimensions limits of the National Road Traffic Act are complied with. If a truck is overloaded, it not only damages our roads, but it is also a safety risk, as the vehicle braking and handling is compromised. Our roads are a national asset, so by preventing overloads, we preserve our roads and make them safer. So whatever you are loading, be it bulk or break bulk, make sure to load correctly and safely, taking care to distribute the load across all axles. The RTMS standard also requires safe load securement, so make sure that load is correctly and tightly secured to avoid dislodgement during transit. 2. Safety of vehicles. The second pillar of the RTMS is safety and safe operation of the vehicles. A structured preventative maintenance program is essential. This includes tire management and maintenance of the trailers. Of course, in addition to preventative maintenance, it is essential that pre-trip safety inspection is conducted daily. It is widely accepted that more than 80% of crashes are due to driver error, so managing driver behavior is a crucial requirement of the RTMS standard. One of the main causes of crashes is driving at unsafe speeds, so monitoring of driving speed is a key requirement of the RTMS. 3. Driver health and wellness. The third pillar of the standard is driver health and wellness, which requires that the drivers are assessed for fitness to drive. The standard also requires a fatigue management plan, including a driver duty roster, monitoring of duty hours and driving hours. It is critical that drivers get enough sleep to avoid falling asleep at the wheel. Another wellness requirement is the screening of drivers for possible intoxication, which we know prevents a severe risk impact. 4. Driver training. The fourth pillar of the RTMS standard is the requirement for a structured driver training program to be in place. The training program should focus on key criteria, including defensive driving techniques such as keeping a safe following distance, driver speed, avoid using a cell phone while driving, driver health and wellness. So, as can be seen, RTMS is all about managing risk and promoting safety in a fleet operation. The RTMS has been implemented by leading transport companies since 2006 and is widely accepted as the gold standard for fleet operators. JC auditors are proud to have conducted RTMS audits since 2006. Our team of experts and industry professionals are passionate about promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency in fleet operations. We have conducted more than 5,000 audits since inception and count it a privilege to be able to work with forward-thinking companies who are committed to the highest standards of professionalism and good governance. RTMS.
Yeah, so I want to say something before I forget it. Johan mentioned I met him in around mid-2000s. I was in my mid-30s then. So when you get to your closer to 60, you tend to forget things. So before I forget, so one of the key aspects of RTMS is managing risk. Now here's Duncan. I think everyone knows Duncan. He's the technical head of Mercedes South Africa. Can you imagine if we eliminated Duncan? He's not there. We wouldn't have to clothe him, feed him, or do anything for him. The risk is taken out. Johan showed, and I think somebody else showed the slide where with PBS, instead of 100 trucks, you literally take out 50 trucks off the roads. In the risk space, we always talk about risk minimization, risk mitigation. We rarely talk about risk elimination. PBS helps us eliminate risk. Think about that for a second. It's phenomenal. I had to share that before I forgot it. So that was just my risk passion coming through. So coming back to what we've been chatting about, RTMS is a management system. It's about having a structure in place, indicating how do you as a transporter do business. And remember, RTMS isn't abstract, isn't something that you don't need to do already. Fuel, diesel prices currently it's almost double. Tires, vehicle uptime, fleet utilization, driving behavior. Is any of that not fundamentals of any transport business? 100%. So RTMS is not something that's an unachievable abstract term. It's very much integral to any professional transport operation. So that's just part of the methodology of management systems. And it can be applied to any management system, or in fact, any part of our lives. Without I think Mitchell Sludge said it once, if you don't plan, you plan to fail. So the first part is to have a plan. If you've got 10 trucks or 1,000 trucks, do you have policies, procedures in place indicating how do you manage your payloads? How do you regulate your vehicle servicing? Who trains the drivers? At what frequency? What is the content? Do you adopt learnings of incidents you've had? So the policies or the planning part looks at putting systems in place, or SOPs as people normally call them. The plan is never cast in stone. About innovation. Somebody famous once said, I forget the guy's name, but he said that it's not the fittest or the strongest that survives, in Darwin, that survives, but it's the one most adaptable to change. So when you have a system or a plan, a policy, you test it by doing or implementing the standard in all the elements. Then you check the green shaded part of that graph. Check, monitor, measure. You'll see in all the presentations, they're looking at speed violations, payload utilization. driving behavior. Abokwe showed some shocking videos. I see those every single day without fail, even worse than what he's shown. So monitoring is absolutely vital for the RTMS. The old adage, you cannot improve what you don't measure. If you're not measuring, you haven't a clue where you're at. It's like, I want to lose weight, 7 kilos on my tummy. So I do the monthly thing. And if I didn't do that, I wouldn't have a clue if my daily gym thing is working. So monitoring measurement is absolutely critical. And then the blue shaded part here, it is blue, is to amend the way you do business. Make changes. Do you need to talk to the fleet controllers? Should you talk to your dispatch people? Are your service technicians not doing the services as they ought to? So whatever the case may be, you amend your plan and cyclically one improves the business. So RTMS in any standard cannot and does not prescribe 100% compliance. But what is important is that the approach of continual improvement is embraced. So you plan, you implement what you say you'll do, you check, you monitor, measure, and you take actions based on what your data is telling you. Just some quick examples. For payloads, we normally look at source data to verify that loading is correct. Okay, why shouldn't we overload a truck? Any ideas? Because often people think, oh, I want to make a few extra bucks. If I go over a ton, it's not a bad thing. Anyone have a clue? Why shouldn't we overload a truck, even by a ton? Duncan, we spoke about it this morning.
Number one thing, it won't stop. The truck won't stop. You'll apply the brakes and it'll keep on trucking.
Yeah. Your braking efficiency is compromised. Your dynamics, if a driver has to make an evasive maneuver and he's overloaded, the whole truck's a different animal. And maybe just as a note, Steve Cornelius, one of the insurance guys, often tells us insurance companies look for a reason to repudiate claims. If you're overloaded and you have a crash, you can bet your bottom dollar if they find out you won't get paid out. But maybe most poignant is the fact that if your driver has a crash and somebody's killed with an overloaded truck, that's an impact that none of us should want to even consider. So payload is critical, and with the RTMS, there is some leeway, mainly to make provision for, I think, the practicalities of certain bulk commodities, like timber, for example. You have different species of timber, wattle, pine, etc., and all have different moisture content, different SG. So there's some tolerances applied. Currently, we stick with the road traffic legislation, which is 2% on combination mass. Just to point out, please, this is only applicable to RTMS. So, Raj, you can't go over your PBS limit, eh? RTMS has a 2% tolerance, but PBS has 0 tolerance. So if you are applying for PBS permits, make sure the limit you want, you give yourself a bit of a buffer in that regard. Okay, I'll go quickly. 4% tolerance on the number of trips. So if you are doing 100 trips, due to practicalities, we would allow for 4% overloaded trips. But there again, it's not just frequency, it's also extent. If you have one trip that's 10 tons overloaded, that's major. If it's 200 kilos overloaded, that's part of the 4%. Oh, by the way, Harry, Kathy's giving me permission to give away these 2 bags, and there's a truck in it. So she said I should do that just to keep you guys awake, because she said my presentation is boring. You said that, right? Okay, I've got 2 minutes left, Harry. Okay, I'll go quickly now. Loading limits, we audit loading limits in the different sectors. So dangerous goods, abnormals, and Mitchell, to your point, we're fortunate in that the oil companies, the Shells, Sasol's, Totals of the world, they have very good criteria. But the tanker fleet outside of the oil companies, that's where the problem is. Speed management, I've spoken about that. Accident investigation is a requirement of the standard. So if something goes wrong in your business, you don't just sweep it under the carpet or blame the driver. You look at what actually has gone wrong. Don't you want to know? It's a 3 to 4 million rand rig. You want to learn from a mistake. That's just an example of how one should classify or categorize it. And cell phone and distracted driving has overtaken intoxication worldwide. as a leading cause of crashes. Traffic offences is another requirement in the standard. So you need to measure all traffic infringements issued. I'm going to rush through RTO if and when it does come. If you're not compliant, your drivers can be suspended. Fortunately, now with the new updated regs, the vehicles are safe, so you can't have a vehicle suspended. But once your driver hits, I think it's 15 odd points, he or she can be suspended. It's a long road ahead. We've been speaking to RTIA, the government agency. Admin is not there, so it may be another year, 2, 3, who knows. But if and when it does come, it could have severe impact for those companies who are non-compliant. Vehicle servicing and maintenance, I'm going to rush now because I think they're all looking at me funny. Tire management, this is important. Sorry, I have to stress, Harry, forgive me. Tires is not just about safety. If your tire is underinflated, yes, you're more liable to have punctures. It's a safety risk, but you're losing money because your rolling resistance is affected, meaning the driver has to apply more fuel to travel the same distance. So it's like throwing money out the window if you're not monitoring and measuring tire pressure. AK is passionate about this, and I'm sure he'll touch on it as well. Pre-trip inspections, Sean mentioned it, it's not a tick box exercise. Use innovative mechanisms to ensure the drivers understand why. Why is one missing wheel nut a crime? Why is it a crime? Make them understand the impact personally so that there's a greater likelihood of that happening consistently. Driver wellness, the standard requires for there to be annual medical fitness. If a driver does have diabetes or hypertension, they're a higher risk, especially if they're not taking their meds. So how do you deal with that? What system do you have to A, identify those higher risk drivers? And then B, how do you monitor and measure them? Because one driver on any given day can kill a few people very easily if they have a blackout or don't take their meds. So it's small parts of the system, and any small part neglected causes a catastrophe that we often see on the road networks. Fatigue management, I've quoted a stat often, which Chris Stretch, who's a KZN freight director, has quoted. Between Sadara and Heidelberg, what's it, 300 odd Ks, the number of single vehicle incidents has increased more than 80% in the last 5 years. So if a truck knocks into a tree or whatever, so that clearly points to drivers falling asleep. So it's something which we need to address, and the standard talks about shift schedules, proactive rest day allocations, and monitoring drivers, especially on the long haul. Driver competence, this is all about training. Important to remember, it's not academic. It's not about putting somebody in the classroom, talking to them and forgetting. It's about culture change. Are the fleet controllers giving the same message? Security guy, have they been trained as well? Briefing and debriefing. Are you talking to high-risk drivers? Are you sharing videos with them? So it's about not just training, but training as a component of changing the culture of drivers. And I could talk for a bit, but I know Kathy's going to rush me along. So innovative mechanisms to get to the heart of the driver. And Abokwe, I know he's done, and a few other people, even I think AK's got a great training program at their company also. So in summary, once you are RTMS certified, in addition to the annual audits, there's a requirement to submit your KPIs. So we want to know what's your overloading percentage, what are your crash rates like, fatalities, speeding, etc. It's not to trap the transporters, please. It's just to ensure if there are anomalies, and there will be in the real world, so that they're detected, we understand what these anomalies are, we can engage with the transporter and have an open discussion, not to penalize, but to promote improvement in the system. Okay, that's it, I think. Thank you very much. Just one thing before I go. We do have information I gave was quite scant, but we have a RTMS webinar on the 3rd of June. It's 2 or 3 hours, I think. We will go into all the nuts and bolts. If you are keen, you can just scan the QR code on that banner and you can register for that. So I'm sorry I've gone over time. I think we've got 2 handouts to give away, Kathy.
Ollie, can we do them
Later. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oliver. It's fantastic. So next up is going to be Mr. Sunshine Bennett. Great job, young Oliver. But you're a regular and you've been involved in the industry for a long, long time. And interesting, we were part of the same team that helped develop the standard. Remember, young Oliver? And the launch was in 2015. And by the way, it was all done with our own voluntarily time. Sunshine, must I introduce you?
Yes, please.
Yes, I'll introduce. So, Mr. Bennett, can I? How far back are you going to go? And I talk about. Can I go back? Okay. So, young Sunshine. So, part of his presentation. So the clock is ticking, Mr. Bennett. So many moons ago, Sunshine was an orphan on a farm in Dalmas, and with a standard 6. And anyway, this farmer, and he used to eat the mealies, but he didn't used to cook them so that the farmer couldn't see that he's on his farm. Anyway, eventually the farmer invited him in.
She's wasting my time.
She's wasting your time.
You hear from the horse mouth, ne?
You can hear from the horse. You're happy. You're going to talk about it.
Thanks.
He normally doesn't possession all these wonderful things that he's done, but let's see if you do. I can always just chip in. All yours, Oliver. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Oh, it's the evening already, or it's afternoon already. My name is Sunshine Bennett. I grew up very poor, with nothing. Go to school so many kilometers with no shoes on the winter time. Happened one day I was looking for a job. Yeah, in Durban, place called Reservoir Hill. I stayed there for, I think, 6 years. From there, I went back to Joburg side, where I was living in the farm. The farm, we were stealing the mealies. The mealies, if you cook the mealies or if you fry the mealies, the farmer's gonna see the smoke. Then it's gonna come and trap you nicely. So we stopped cooking the mealies. We used to steal the mealies and eat the mealies as it is. Then it happened last time. I looked at another company. It's called Long Distance Transport. It was driving past on the freeway, facing to Jimmy's inside. I followed the truck with my foot, not with the car, not with the taxi. I got no money for the taxi until I get to Jimmy's. When I get to Jimmy's, another truck went past. It happened, I followed as well. The driver was gonna stop on the front, buying a food. Then I asked him, where is this company? Oh, I'm gonna look for a job there. He directed me how to get there. And he said, no, let me help you and give you a lift and take you there. Then he took me there. The company was in our road. I'm glad that one of my bosses is here today. So the company was in our road. We're looking for a job at our road, which we are sitting outside the gate, sleeping there on the winter time. I'm talking about June and July, with no blanket, with nothing. But my emotion was to get a job there. Happened of the guy, his name was, I think it was Peter something. He took me as his assistant. I was going up and down, whatever I was going to, Durban, Cape Town, you name it. Until I've got my license. I start driving for the very same company. It's called Long Distance Transport. They closed down in 1999. That's when they informed Imperial Group. Mr. Rachi can assist me on that. Rachi was my boss, which was controlling me to offload and load when I was coming to be a driver. That's how Africa Link started. From there, when the company closed down, I bought a car, which was a BMW. I took BMW to be a meter taxi in Sandton and airport, doing a shuttle driver from there. I engaged what you call the hotel to say, hey, I'm looking, I can see here there's no that much bigger cars to load your clients if there are more than 2 or 3. Can I put a bigger vehicle like a VW at the time, which is versus VW 7-seater bus? They said no. But I go ahead and put the vehicle. It was a scrap one, second-hand one. I rebuild another one, get another one, and then change to be 3. After 3, I approached the hotel again. They still refused. But that did not turn me down because I knew what I was looking for. Until I approached Standard Bank requesting to buy the vehicle, which is a V-Class at the time. I took the old vehicle and I bought a V-Class, which is Standard Bank gave me those finance. One of the guys who assisted me from day one, he's here as well, from Standard Bank. They've gave me those 2 cars. I approached the bank with the new vehicle, with the hotel with the new vehicles now. Finally, they gave me the contract, which was a hotel, which is called Hilton Hotel, Relais in Blue, Holiday Inn. I start doing a shuttle from the airport to the hotel, whatever they're going to, like a chauffeur driving. So I've grown up there up to about 6 vehicles. They still finance me the bank. Can I name the one of the guys who also financed me? Standard Bank, his name is Tirosh. Thank you. When I approached them, they didn't look at how I was. They look at the idea behind me, what I was looking to do. They financed me up to 15 vehicles. From there, I said, no, what I'm looking for is the truck industry. That's what I know the most. My girlfriend that time was working with me, which is seeing the office while I was driving. Today, we're still together. What's on the truck industry, which is my wife today. We've been 20 years married, 25 years married, but we're still together. Today, I'm running 180 trucks from nothing, which means from the truck driver, from nothing to where I am today, I'm running 180 trucks. Next month will be 115 more coming next week. Thank you. So, which means if I could do it, whoever is here can also do it if you're not there yet. But you need to focus, and before you do something, think what exactly you want. Drivers, they'll always let you down. They'll always take you further as well. It's not about how are you driving. One of the what you said earlier on was saying, it's not about what you know. It's about how you learn it to do what you're doing. It's not about how long you've been driving the trucks. When I'm training my drivers, I'm training based to my experience, what I experience on the road. And all the time telling them, whatever I'm doing it, if you don't want to learn, I don't think you're going to drive your truck the rest of your life. Learn and go and do something on your own, as I've done it. Thank you. Come to RTMS. When I started RTMS, I think I was about 12 or 15 trucks. From the very same truck, which was the first truck, I bought the trucks and I built another one. I bought another one. By the way, I was learning at long distance. First, I was a driver, assistant. Then I said, no, I want to go to the workshop. From the workshop, I was promoted to be the office. So while I was in the workshop, I was learning how this machine I'm gonna be driving, how does it work? For when I supply the bricks, what's happening to the trailer, what happened to the back, whatever, what the brick costs, what is exactly bricks? It's not about what you put in your food and the parallel, but I want you to know how the thing works. That's how I got to know how to be in the truck industry to service the trucks. So when I was buying my first trucks, I was building the same truck for the next trucks until I have 12 trucks. When Kathy met me the first time, I had about 12 trucks. Then they introduced what to call, Standard Bank refused to finance me what to call the trucks. But I said, Kathy, how can you be refusing? You already financed me so much of vehicle, and the same company, which is Eagle Tours, I'm using that to finance the truck. They said to me, no, that's different industry. But I said, okay, I understood. I continue to use Eagle Tours to get the truck that I was looking for. Finally, they financed me the trucks. When the trucks were 12, that's when Katie came and introduced RTMS. I chased them out in my office because I didn't understand what exactly he's trying to do. What he's trying to say. He's coming with, we mustn't overload, we mustn't, that's and this is no, man, Katie, you're wasting my time. Out of my office. That's a true story. That is what happened. But today, RTMS, it helped me where I am today. Without them, maybe I wouldn't be where I am, or maybe I'll make my own way. But in terms of RTMS, it helped us a lot. We started when we had about 12 trucks. As I said, now we're running about 180, it'll be 90 something, 190 something now very soon. Out of all what we did, it was very hard to be an RTMS. I think all of you all here, you experience it exactly the same way. But if you know that you exactly want to do this, you will get it there. Thank you. Yeah. Hold on. On the driver side, I train driver myself in my company. Each and every truck, what is in the road today, it's got my number on it. We've got the office number, which is the cell phone number, and my personal number. I don't have a personal number, I've got a company number, which is all the trucks, it's got the same number. If you see my truck on the road doing the wrong things, Any number is gonna call, it's gonna ring to me. And then I answer the call. Not means I'm doing this because of I want to be known. No. I wanted the safety on the road. If you fall and see my truck doing a wrong thing, if you follow me there, I will discipline the driver there and there. Very busy with that. Last week it happened and one of my truck, it blew up the tire in the front on the way to Ngodwane. If you know Mpumalanga side, and it's a side tipper then. So when it blew up the truck, it was a Michelin truck, Michelin tires. We change our tire frequency and change all the time. Was a Michelin tire, and I said no. From my yard to get there, the truck, it's about 4 hours driving, which is I'm Dalmas in my yard. The thing happened in Gondwana. I said, now I'm going to drive and see what happened there. Why actually the tire had to blow up on the front? Because that's impossible. There's something happened there. When I drove there, the driver is a downhill, was overrunning the downhill. I was running about 70, 60. The tire overheated on the brakes. That's why it blew up. So when I call the driver and tell him, you see what you've done? He doesn't know what he did. We've been training each and every single day for that. But the moment he leaves in front of you, it goes this side and it come out the side. So I hear that you must look after the driver. Yes, the driver must look after them. But it's up to them. Either they want to learn. You can't take a horse, go and drink the water, or doesn't drink the water. It could go there, but it will come back without drink the water. So that's how drivers' behavior is. And at the same time, our government, it also allows that. That's why today there's so much of facility in the road. Because our drivers, they don't care what they're doing. No matter how much as a company you can try and tell them you are wasting your time. I'm not saying don't do it, continue and do it. Maybe one day they will listen. Then when accidents happen, even there's got a footage for the camera. I can see my truck right now where I'm standing here with you. I can show you, Joel. But they will still say, it's not me. It's not me. Thank you. Let's see. It's live. Okay, we're seeing a live now on the track. Is the track running now? This is live. Problem network maybe. But this is live. I can view my track at any time. It's on the road from Limpopo to Mozambique on that 33. We're loading. There's a gravel, there's a tar, there's a not a patrol where you can actually go through yourself in the patrol. We go all over. Zambia, Malawi, Congo, Mozambique, which is not far on Mozambique side. There is one specific I want to show you where one of our driver was driving. Our driver's wrong. The other company also wrong. Can you please put that? Our driver's not giving the other driver a chance to overtake. It's also pressing. So end up hooking the mirror. The driver fired him. Although that was not wrong. To me, it was wrong because if you could have given the other driver a chance, none of that could be happening if you give the other driver a chance. I phoned the other company as well. I told him exactly the same thing. Your driver could see the road's ends, but they still continue and try racing it. They are racing the tracks now, like a taxis. They are already loaded. For them to go and race, there's no need. When you said rest, no, boss, we need what to call the money. I need the money as well. They also need the money as well. But not means you must go and kill us on the road. Because you and I am in the road. Even their family also in the road. But that's to them, come this side and go this side. Okay, let's pass now on the live one. Let's look at the tracks now. Still my not our side now. It was. Okay, this is the front view. This is the front side now. Yes. Whatever's happening, it is excellent. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. You can see the road ends there. The driver's pushing there. I'm not here to look at the other companies. I'm just showing this for my company. So if the company is here, please forgive me. Okay, this driver, my driver was wrong. That driver was wrong as well. If he gave me a chance, it wouldn't happen. That would have been much bigger than this if that driver didn't force itself. That truck is pulling more than our trucks. They're overspeeding. But anyway, we're not there. I was just showing how drivers are behaving on the road. They know that we are watching them 24/7, but they're still doing it. How much more if you don't look at them? How much more if you don't see what they're doing on the road? So it's worse than this. Let's go to the door. Okay, let's come out. We don't have enough time. We can take the whole day. But what's all about today here is about RTMS and Standard Bank. Standard Bank recently financing us 15 trucks. Before that, we had 20 trucks, which is last month, on the PBS only. We had 20 trucks, that was last month. We are getting another 15 trucks, which is next week. They're already ready for us. Beginning of this year, January, February, we had about 15 trucks as well, and all PBS. We are moving away from the normal trailer and getting the PBS because the mine we were working, they are requesting the PBS. Some mines, what they do, they will cut down the percentage. Like example, you're getting 34 rand per ton. So with the PBS, they will give you 30 rand per ton. So there's about less what they're actually making out of the PBS, which is not supposed to be that way. I put the PBS for me to cut down my my expense, but they're also benefiting on that. So if you don't want to do that, take your trucks away. They put another trucks. Now let me show you all the trucks now.
Actually, it's the last video of our trucks that came in. So it has this story of what he was explaining about where we started, how we can just watch that one. It's what we have just now. For now.
I'm receiving 20 trucks, which is the first time. Get it all of them once. It's a very big day for me. On the trucking industry, I started when I was very small, with nothing, sleeping outside by the gate of the company where I was looking for a job. And then now the truck when is about 90, that's when I approach Volvo. Volvo financed me trucks. I'm receiving 20 trucks, which is the first time. Get it all of them once. It's a very big day for me. So my generation, they can continue it, which is my kids to kids, they can continue it. That's the idea behind. Thank you. Okay, so that's how the RTMS take us so far where we are today. So if you don't have RTMS, don't waste your time. To me, you are wasting your time. If you don't know how to get there, RTMS people, they are here to assist you and to lead you. They've leaded me, they've assisted me, they can also assist you as well. As well as Standard Bank, as I said earlier on, they refused to finance me, but eventually they financed me. Today, I owe Standard Bank a lot of money, which means I work for Standard Bank. Standard Bank, they need me. Without me, they won't get their money. If I have to die today, they will get half of that. They won't get the whole thing. So please put more money in Standard Bank so it can also help you as well. Bring your ideas, what exactly you're looking for. They will help you. They help me, they can help you as well. From nothing, from no metric. I don't have metric. I'm sure all of you got metric here. But today I'm standing in front of you without a metric. Today, when I go to the bank, I smile because the banks need me. I can phone the bank now. I said, hey, I don't have money for the diesel. They have to make sure they give money for the diesel because the truck won't run and they need their money end of the month. So, guys, please, with Standard Bank, to me, it's a very good clapping hands. Today wouldn't be here if it was not them. Together with RTMS. If you don't have RTMS, please go and take RTMS now. It's not about go and take it. It's about you to go and learn how to maintain the trucks, how to manage the RTMS to get where I am today. Thank you. I don't have it. Should I show you? You didn't do it right.
Place it here, I don't see it anymore.
Mr. Raj, thank you, my boss. You're still my boss today. Until I die, you're still my boss. All the effort that you've done when I was still growing up, when I was still driving the truck, today it put me where I am today. Raj today is owning his own company, which is my Montam. I've learned from them. Today we're helping one another. I load under him. He loads under me as well. So he grew me up. At the same time, he helped me, and I'm also helping them as well. So we help one another. Am I lying, Mr. Raj? Thank you so much. Unfortunately, it doesn't want to open up what you call the file, but you can check our South Africa link. We're there all over social media. Thank you.
So, Mr. Bennett, you are quite right. When I first met you, and the reason why I met you was because Standard Bank didn't want to finance you, and it required someone who knew what they were doing to take a drive with you from your home in Calvin Alex to Bronkhorstspruit. And I think it's an hour drive, 2 hour drive. He didn't talk to me. No, because I was from the bank. And after that particular meeting, we then started taking those old scorers. I'm sorry, but you had scorers. I'm sorry, it's how it was. And then we started in 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then where we are now. But I think the important part is I remember sitting, what Sanchan didn't tell you was the farm. The farmer where he went and stole the mealies, ne? Well, he sort of ate the mealies and was working. He actually bought that farm. He owns that farm. He actually owns that farm. This young man, young Sunshine, no, I gave you a chance. Now I'm going to finish. Wag 'n bietjie. So this young man, and then I remember sitting on this farm in the farmhouse with his teams in the kitchen tables doing RTMS, showing the processes, helping writing the book, helping writing the standards. So this, and you know what he does? He's not Kathy Bell. He don't call me Kathy Bell. He calls me Kathy Bells because he says I make too much noise and I speak too much. But anyway, so the short version is, Sunshine, you are an absolute inspiration. You are his business, his operations. He's built the most amazing depot and quite rightly runs PBS units. During COVID, he sat with 25 loaded SAB trucks. Didn't get a moratorium, managed all of that. He owns student accommodation. He builds houses. He's an entrepreneur. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's building a forecourt or 2 or 3. So this in the room, we really have an amazing individual. And Sunshine, I think you're way too modest. But it's a privilege. And I know he gives me stick every time the bank refuses me, tells everyone that. But after they refuse him, they then did all of those wonderful things. And of course, the business grows. And I'm glad that you've got a good brand, got a massive brand. And he's got multiple customers, multiple sources of revenue. An absolute inspiration, Mr. Bennett. We are so pleased. And I'm glad you know we need you.
Thank you. One more time. If you build your company very well, you don't have to look for the clients. They look for you. Whatever what you do now, we actually pick and choose where we're getting paid better, then we take that. Where the money is not good, we're not going for that. So build your company the right way, the proper way. The customer, they will pick and choose you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, yo, so young Willie, you next. You next. An apology running a little bit over time, but this is interesting stuff. And there'll be lovely food for you to eat and to relax. Come, Willie, this is exciting. So the entire TPT team were here yesterday. So now young Willie is going to give us like a synopsis of all these wonderful things about the ports. And is Johan still there? He'll talk a little bit about what's happening with the manganese guys locally. So it's quite exceptional. So it's actually a wonderful closeout. So dankie, Willie. All yours.
Thanks, old Kathy. Yeah, young Kathy. Sunshine, I was in school in Delmas and I heard about this act that's always stealing billies there. So now I know. Now I know. All right, ports. Much easier this year to stand here than compared to previous years. We've had some ups and downs, but I think we're happy to say that the wheel has turned and things are going in the right direction. So yesterday, yeah, Kathy is right. We had the whole team here. We had all the managing executives from all the regions. So disclaimer on my side, the guys that were here yesterday, the 2 or 3 of you, you're seeing the same presentation. I had worked hard to put this presentation together, so I didn't put another one together. No, I think it's good news and it's good stuff to share. So we're using the same layout for the presentation. So the idea is we do this annually, just to catch up a little bit, look back at the year that's passed, and then look forward. What are the things that's coming, strategic initiatives planned for the next year? And keep it short and simple. So everybody knows where the ports are. So the picture is just telling you what's where, but it's also giving me an opportunity to just talk briefly around what's happening in the different places. So we used to have 16 port terminals, now we've got 15 and a half. We got 15 that we fully own, and then one that we've got a partnership agreement in Durban, the Durban Gateway Terminal. Used to be the Durban Container Terminal. So, yeah, and then we also got 3 inland terminals, Loatla and other places that we don't always talk about. But we basically use that to get to assist with getting access along the corridor and not just handle the containers or the cargo when they come to the port. So in terms of the vision and where we are, we'd like to be the terminal operator of choice. I think in the past you didn't have a choice. So we were the terminal operator of choice because there was no other choice. But there's 90 licenses for terminal operators in South Africa, of which Transnet Port Terminals holds 21 licenses. So for our 16 terminals, there's some terminals that's got more than one license because there's more commodities there. But yeah, so we're quite aware that competition is here, competition is rife, and it's not just across the border anymore. It's inside our terminals. Just here in Maiden Wharf, I've helped them with a strat session the other day. There's, I think they said 26 terminal operators competing for the same stretch of land or seaside. I think how many berths are there? 12 berths during that spread between 27 or so the different terminal operators. So competition is here, and we're very much aware of that. I'm not going to waste too much time to go through all of the details, but at a glance, we've got our challenges. We had some challenges over the last 3 or so years. The 2022, October 22, 23 floods wiped out a whole lot of infrastructure, railway lines, and access to the port. There were 64 ships outside Umhlanga, for those of you who remember. Simply because you guys, the trucking side of it and the rail side, couldn't get the cargo in and out of the port, and we were on the map. So the president then came down and said, "Hey, we don't want another Eskom, we don't want another post office. Let's see how do we intervene in Transnet." So we've had a National Logistics Crisis Committee that's been running for 2 years, and they assisted with a whole lot of infrastructure investment equipment that we weren't able to access before the time. So I think that's why you've seen we had a record year last year. We had figures that we've last seen in 2019, just pre-COVID, where things were going very well. So we're quite happy. Mitchell, what was it, 24% growth in citrus grower side? Yeah. So yeah, the bad stuff, we still have good weather. I think the seasons are changing. So all these guys that says climate change is not real, Trump and so on. I think there's definitely signs that climate change is here and it's here to stay. I've been in Cape Town Monday, Tuesday. It took us 3 attempts just to land in Cape Town, and obviously you can't operate the port in those sort of weather conditions. We've lost more hours in the last financial year towards weather than what we've ever done in the past. So the reality is climate change. We had some equipment issues, ship-to-shore cranes, rubber-tied Orel mounted and rubber-tied gantry cranes. And then one ship is late, your delays add up. So it exceeded the 10% threshold last year, and that led to all sorts of challenges around cargo flow disruptions, declining operations efficiencies, and impact on ship turnaround times. But having said that, it's not all good doom and gloom. We've had, as I said, quite a successful year, operational stability. I think the team that was here yesterday, the executives from the different regions, made quite an impression. They brought the strategies for the different regions, and the feedback was very positive. In terms of our improved efficiencies, there's, if you've heard somewhere, where's the guy from the truckers that want to ask about the World Bank? So you know about the World Bank. I've got my own opinions about that, which I can't share publicly on the platform. But operational efficiencies, no, sure, we had our challenges, and the World Bank is not totally wrong, but we're definitely not 403 out of 403 in the world. For those of you that's been to any other port, I think there's, well, different story for a different day. But we are busy. We're taking it obviously very seriously, and there are operational improvements that you probably would have picked up visiting the ports. Much more cooperation and openness, sharing with customers. I think from yesterday's presentation, a lot more data and willingness to share. Jabu, our chief executive, was talking about corruption and the number of people that were taken to, fired and pursued further for corruption in the company. So there's some good stuff happening on that front, our supply chain people. Connectivity and then partnerships. So this new partnership, I think we're starting to get there. It's early days. From January this year, the ICTSI, International Container Terminal Services Incorporated, started operating as partners, 49 on our side, 51 partners in the Durban Container Terminal. And you can see there's a slow increase. It hasn't been an incremental jump, but we have seen a slight increase in terms of performance. I think just visibly, if you drive in, things look ordered and clean in the port. And I think looking forward to incremental increases that we will see in the coming year. So in terms of the volumes, and I know a lot of trucking companies, in the expectations from the Durban Gateway Terminal is that the volumes will grow. In the agreement that we've got with them, there is some deliverables around volume growth and performance improvement. So look forward to this presentation next year, where we've seen the changes. Just in terms of our strategy, and that was what yesterday was all about, is to share our reinvent for growth strategy, R4G. It's always got some catchy theme. We had a MDS and I don't know, but R4G is where what we're talking about. So the intention of the strategy, and it's running in the background of, or on the back of the Department of Transport's logistics master plan. There was a rail master plan that was launched in the last week. Mitchell, the session you spoke about, they're busy talking, and very well feedback there. I was really impressed because there were union guys that were throwing, and you said to them, "No, man, come on, let's focus. You can't delay this process further. PSPs are so necessary. We need to speed up." So well done on that one. And rail, we need to get rail traffic. I think, especially with DGT, if the volumes go where it's going, there's more than enough traffic for both rail and road to go forward. Yeah, and manganese, sorry, but clawing back on manganese is the type of stuff that belongs on the rail. Sure, there's room for both. I don't think, but in terms of growth, we need to grow the rail side when we open NMET. NMET, just briefly, NMET Nkuga manganese export terminal. NMET. So there will be a RFI going to market within the next month or so from the Department of Transport side for a new manganese terminal to be opened in Nkuga. I'll just stick with Kuga, that's easier to pronounce. But there's a manganese terminal, and the intention is to do both a joint rail and port terminal in one RFI. So, sorry, RFP. The RFI has gone last year, and this information, people came back. Who's speaking after me, the manganese producers, there's some intentions, thinking that's gone into how this thing should be put together. And now that's been put into a document that's going out to say, come and give us ideas how you're going to actually put this into a private sector participation framework. But that's all part of the transformative part. So the tactical is obviously fixing and turning around the business as it is now, and then eventually growing it further, growing the economy for all of us. So this is just a sexy slide to say the same thing. It's talking about the R4G is on the left-hand side, focused on terminal optimization, so fixing and optimizing the business as it is. We've thrown out, as I said, a lot of equipment at this part of it, but also process improvement. Our continuous improvement guys are running around all over the country, coming up with ways and to cut the waste in the system. Transforming the business and then growing the business and partnering for growth. There's more PSPs that's following. The Richards Bay one, as you might know, is in the market already. So the NMET one is next, and then there will be a couple of others following that. So there are opportunities, not just on the rail side. Yesterday, TRIM, the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager, Moshe and them announced the 11 operators on rail that's going to come in from April next year. So not all of them in April, but the process is starting. Some of them would follow after that. So the idea is that as it happens on the rail side, new operators coming in, there will also be opportunities for more operators partnering with us as Transnet Port Terminals on the port side to make sure that our efficiencies get back where it's supposed to be and we grow the economy of the country together. So the initiatives at the bottom is the normal safety, reliability, delivering sustainability, competitive practices, skilling our people. Charles Day was online yesterday. He's asked a lot of training questions. But yeah, we can't just put all the money towards equipment. We also need to invest similarly on the people side. And we've been looking at our training as well as our incentives. We introduced a fourth shift in most cases, not just to comply with the law, but also to ensure that our employees are not fatigued and cause accidents. So it's a safety-related initiative. And then lastly, around my closing remarks, where's Kathy going? So she won't be chasing me. Closing remarks, we're reaffirming backbone of South Africa's trade gateways and stabilizing operations, which I think we're getting there, improving turnaround times and preparing the platform for future capacity. I think the turnaround times, and I know the trucking guy is going to give me again because there's some every now and then there's issues with our navs or our systems, and then you got 10-hour delays. We obviously we're not doing that on purpose. We're trying to prevent that from happening, and are always open and keen to talk if there's ideas on how do we speed up. I heard what you're speaking about, preferential entrance. What we've done in the past is we've allocated block stacks for certain types of commodities in order to speed up the process, so we can talk about those sort of things, Mitch. Continue to enhance flexibility, safety, and efficiency in our automotive, break bulk, and multi-purpose cargo, supporting competitive supply chains. I think that speaks for itself. In the last two, investing where it matters most. Saldanha, Richards Bay, Kucha. Saldanha, we've introduced a third tippler. It's taken too longer than what was necessary, and some of the corruption that our CEO was speaking about, we addressed some of the challenges that we had in Kucha. It always takes two to tango, so it wasn't just our employees that's been in trouble there. Richards Bay, the DBT, the dry bulk terminal is out on the RFP. And then on the break bulk side, we also need to look at automating some of the ways of handling cargo there. And then in Kucha, I spoke about NMET, that current bulk manganese terminal needs to move to Kucha. It should have been done by 2018 already, but the the money was stolen before we could do that. No, so there were some serious financial challenges that caused us to delay on that process. But anyway, so the last one on the agri side, I think the challenges on agri has always been vast. If it's rain in America or a war in Russia, then you either export or import. You don't have the same continuous trajectory that you've got in containers or automotives or some of the other commodities. So our underinvestment in agri is catching up with us, and that's the next RFPs that's going to come. So we're looking for partners in agricultural terminals. And then just lastly, the season is open. Predictable operations, improving planning, and excellent customer experience. And that is my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Willie. Doesn't seem to me Kathy is here at the moment. I think we're pressed for time, so our next presenter is Mr. Christian Teffer. He's from the Minerals Council of South Africa. He's the Deputy Head Techno-Economics of the Minerals Council of South Africa. Christian, can you kindly unmute yourself, start talking to us so that we can see if we can hear and see you?
Good morning, colleagues. I see my video is not coming on, or is it on? I think
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
And we're just setting up the screen here.
Okay, I'm Christian Tefu from the Minerals Council. I've been with the organization for
Christian,
now
can you
30.
kindly turn on your video, switch on your video?
Okay, let me go there. Video on. You cannot start your video because it's disabled by the host. I think you have to start it on your side.
No, we can't start the video on your behalf. Christian, are you going to do a PowerPoint presentation? You're just going to talk verbally?
No, I've got a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, then maybe you can attempt sharing your screen with your PowerPoint.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, you can just go to slide view. It's the bottom of your screen. There's a little screen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Harry. And I saw Christian Tutu.
There we are. Are you seeing the view that are you seeing the presentation view?
Now you see, we're seeing actually your view. You can swap the two views. Yeah,
okay.
Swap.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
You can continue.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry, you're not gonna see my handsomeness, but I can't switch the video on for some reason, and I'm wearing a suit for you, so you're losing out. Yeah, I'm Christian Tefo. I'm the deputy head of techno-economics in the Minerals Council. I've been there for over 17 years. I've got broken service, but have been there for over 17 years. I'm a mining engineer by profession. Have just completed my MBA with Gibbs. Yeah, and my main duties in the Minerals Council has to do with infrastructure, so be it railroad, electricity, and water. And I also deal, because of my background, with a lot of health and safety issues for the mines. Yeah, and so as the economic department, we basically participate mostly in all the departments to make sure that they've got proper information for all the work they have to do. I'll try and stick to the 30 minutes that I have so that I'm done by 2 o'clock. We've got about 66 members as the Minerals Council. We led by Zilam Tenjani, who's our CEO. He's been with us for about 2 years. We represent members across all commodities, gold, platinum, and coal, which are the biggest. We've got about 470,000 employees in the mining industry. The bulk of that is from the platinum sector at about 180,000 employees. You've got about another 80 to 90,000 in the gold sector and about 100,000 in the coal sector. The other sectors like chrome would have like 20,000, with manganese about 10,000. Yeah, going down like that. This is the Minerals Council Facts and Figures books. I know a lot of people do not have a lot of information about what happens in the mining sector. And in this book, we try and make it summarized and as short as possible for people to get some information. And I know this is critical to transporters because you're then able to get information in terms of the commodities that you're working on to be able to make your decisions. The most important thing in mining, which is related to the RTMS, and I won't be going into the RTMS a lot because I think it has been explained. I'm also a board member of the RTMS and participate there, and the Minerals Council has been critical in the turning of the RP into a sun standard, as you've heard from other presenters. So in terms of fatalities, if you look at 2013, we were killing about 93 people. And in last year, the mining industry killed about 41 people. And you can say that it's more than half over the past 12 or so years. But this is 41 families without a father or a relative. And so we feel that we are committed to working towards zero harm. And if you look at your coal stats, you can see last year they only had 2 fatalities. And so that tells you it is possible to get to 0 fatalities. And this is how we also look at our tracking space. And if you've seen the news, there's also been challenges with our busing for employees. And from that, the Department of Minerals has also produced standards that we have to work on or achieve to make sure that people are safe, whether it's vehicles on the roads or vehicles in the mines itself. And so that shows you, so transportation, I'll just stick to that. Transportation and mining, if you look at it, is the same, kills the same amount of people as your fall of grounds. And so there is a big focus in terms of transportation and mining from the Minerals Council. We've got a MOSH department that ensures that best practices are implemented. And part of that is collision avoidance systems. We visited Tarisa mine yesterday, and there we could see, you've got these 200 tonners that are going on the mine. And when those 200 tonners get into close proximity to another vehicle, they reduce speed, drastically reduce speed. And if it gets closer, then they automatically stop. And those are the type of interventions that we are doing. And RTMS is one of those that you've heard that mines are implementing, including PBS, to make sure that we can be as safe as possible. We are a 1.1 trillion industry in terms of nominal sales out of an economy that generates about 7 trillion. We won't go a lot into those GDP and stuff because you'll end up being confused. It's real terms numbers, so they might not really show the same thing as what you see on the 1.1 trillion. But 1.1 trillion is nominal. So if you look at the world and if you look at the South African economy, we have underperformed a lot. So generally, the world economy has risen by about 226%. We've only risen by 165%, which is under where, all the economies have gone. And this has happened since we had the global financial crisis. And with that, in South Africa, it was tied, although the banks were solid, it was tied to electricity challenges that started around 2007, 2008. I don't need to go into those. We all know about them. And yeah, other things. I think you can see the other reasons that are stated in terms of what has happened to our money, basically referring to things that you see at the Madlanga Commission. And so our share of GDP to the world has almost halved to a point where we had 0.8%, and we are now sitting at 0.5%. If South Africa maintained its global share of world GDP, which is 0.8% in 2024, GDP would have been 11.3 trillion more. And I guess we know that if we had that, we wouldn't have the unemployment rates that we have currently. First things first, mining is a sector with so much potential. And I say that because we generate about 50% of exports. We have had good stories about the citrus, which is growing, which is good for diversification, but mining is still the primary, resource in South Africa. And as they say, it's either grown or mined. This shows you a list of, our role in terms of the in terms of the different minerals. We are listed in the top 10 of countries that produce minerals. Now, if you look at what has happened historically, is that we've got minerals that are sitting there on the top 5. So the ranking is there. And if you look at something like gold, we used to be very high. It has now gone down, although the metal price is quite high. But that graph table actually shows you the minerals that we have and just the ranking and percentage of the world that we would have. And so we've got quite a spread in terms of minerals that we have. We have precious, ferrous, base metals, and so on. And then mining as a whole, we might be generating 1 trillion, which shows growth. But in terms of growth, actually, as the mining industry, if you take it real and you look at production and tonnages that are produced, we've actually gone down by 10% if you compare us to what was happening in 1994. And so that leads to a loss, because if we had grown like other sectors, if you look at the transport and communication, it has grown by 2.9%, and that's why you see, I mean, deregulation of transport allowed for more road transport and so on, and so those industries grew whilst mining didn't grow, and it's mainly because of infrastructural issues. The structure of the mining sector. If you look there, I've stated the top three, which would be your gold, your iron ore, coal, and platinums. But if you look at coal, it has remained. If you look on the left, that will show you what it was in 95, 2015, and then on the middle, 2015, and then on the right-hand side from 2019. If you look at coal, literally just stayed about the same. But if you look at your gold, I think that's the biggest one. You can see that it's declined almost 4 times in terms of its impact in the whole mining industry. While others like chromium have always obviously grown 4 times, like the manganese ore. The bulks dominate, obviously, with coal, iron ore, manganese, and chromium being the biggest. They are about 52%. Manganese and chrome mining are the fastest growing in our industry, and so I mean for trackers, if you looking, those are the industries, even iron ore, to be looking at the most. Challenges are, as the previous presenter was saying, we've got challenges on Transnet and being able to put your product on rail. Obviously, if you're putting it on road, it will be 30% more, but without any other way to transport it, you will put it on road, and that's why we would push for RTMS and PBS to ensure safety on the roads. And as I've said, we performing below potential, and coal has been steady since 2021. Although there's a bit of reduction, but it's under 5%, and so it's been steady. In terms of bad performance, you've got the PGMs, the copper, and the diamonds. Diamond industry is actually struggling a lot. In terms of copper, you have Palabra Copper Mining, and there hasn't been any new mines that have been started. And in terms of Palabra, you see that 50% drop because obviously they've gone underground and are no longer doing open cast. In terms of coal industry, this just shows you the correlation of negative 80% between production and export prices. I think people would say that we're not sending coal to Eskom because it's more profitable to send it to export. But basically, most of the mines in South Africa are open to primarily supply Eskom and Sasol. And then from there, anything additional that comes out is then shipped into exports. And so we correlate more with Eskom, and that's why in the future slides, you will see that we talk about being attached to the hip to what happens with Eskom. And so I'm just moving them because the main aim of the slides is just to show you how if Eskom coughs, the coal mining industry will cough. And I think this is one industry where we've seen a move from, where you had conveyor tied supply to Eskom power stations and moving to a more diversified coal supply. And that has resulted in more than 50% of the coal that's transported to Eskom being on roads. And that has meant more trucks, And we've seen that with this also in the ESCOM contracts, eventually RTMS came in, and that in itself improves the, how people deal with their workers in terms of their vehicles, newer vehicles, and ensuring also that we do not deteriorate the quality of the road as quickly as we might have by overloading and doing other things that we're not supposed to do. India is still the most prominent off-taker of our coal. And we've seen in recent years the Japanese coming to us to try and source more coal, and also that's a means for them to diversify and ensure that they not only depend on the Australian coal, but also get some from us. And some of that coal is obviously transported on the roads, as we know about the challenges in the coal infrastructure. Although it's ramping up, but still you have some of that coal still on the roads, some of it also going into Mozambique, and chrome is also transported on the same line, which exacerbates the problem. Although the port can take the quantities, the railway can't for now. The iron ore industry. So the drivers of iron ore are obviously global steel production. Exports are still high. Domestic infrastructure, it is a problem. And mining efficiency and logistics, we've seen that they've enhanced their competitiveness in terms of scaling down their operations, making it more effective, going more into mechanization and using more mechanized mining than they used to, and that has dropped their price, their cost prices, and ensures that they can actually survive during bad prices. The bad part about iron ore is that we're not having a lot of investment. We're not opening new mines because we're not exploring more, and that's because you cannot transport this to Saldanha. It is at its, I think it's about 64 million tons at its maximum, but with the rail challenges, it has seen our members struggling in the past 3 years or so to be able to transport to Saldanha. But that only means that you're increasing trucks on the roads, and you should be as safe as possible, as we've said. Yeah, so that speaks to the net investment, and that we don't have a lot of mines opening, decline in the labor cost that I've mentioned, and the total factor productivity. All right. Short term, from now up to 2030, continued strong demand from China, and infrastructure projects worldwide will sustain export. And into long term, we see more of this iron ore um, being smelted in the country and being beneficiated here, and this would bring in multipliers, which would mean that growth in the country will be supported. The two largest growing ores in the country, which is manganese and chromium. Its main their main drivers are steel or EV batteries for manganese, and for chromium it's stainless steel, and we export mostly both of them to China and the EU. And then the growth outlook, I mean, if you look at the diesel prices, we see growth coming from EV demand and electric vehicles, and mostly from the steel growth. Then in terms of challenges in South Africa, we know them. It's rail, it's the ports, environmental concerns, power shortages, and yeah, in general, just logistics and infrastructure. The manganese is the fast growing industry, and almost 90% of that is transported or exported to China. Chromium It's the second fastest growing industry. And if you know, with both of them, we're actually exporting, if it says chromium, it's not ferrochrome, and it means it's not smelted. We've had challenges with electricity prices in both sectors, which has landed our smelters, most of them closing. We've seen those two big companies in chrome who have now been given a negotiated pricing agreement of 62 cents per kilowatt hour, which all associations have been working towards. And we're hoping that with that, we can at least keep the production of ferrochrome going up, ensuring economic growth and growth in employment. And in the future, we basically see ourselves growing in terms of the supply of manganese and chrome into the whole world. As you know, we hold the biggest reserves. And briefly, in terms of road and rail, land freight transport industry, 245 billion was spent there in 2025, which is a 1.1% increase. Mining accounted for almost 40% of that, which is about 90 billion in 2025. Road accounted for about 85% of freight transportation by volumes. And 2022 and 23 were peak years for road freight transportation. And I mean, if you look at that, 85% is on the road. And that tells you why we should be having more of these workshops, more of technology being included into what happens with logistics. Total factor productivity, you see it going down. And I mean, it goes down because if you look at it from 94 up to 2007, it was going up, but it has since gone down, and it's due to different reasons, and not using technology innovation, then will land you in a position where that total factor productivity goes down, and using the wrong technologies or means to do things. Opportunity cost of inefficient rail, and that also comes from the above TFP. That, I mean, we all know it is cheaper to transport on rail, and that just shows you opportunity cost in terms of billions of what we would have lost in the country. Instead of, if we had transported everything on rail, and we had actually transported all the materials that we had that we could transport. So for 2025, it sits at 36.5 billion. 2024 for coal, and 2024 it was worse at 44.2, and you can see them as they go up. In terms of iron ore, those are the billions that the economy would have lost because we didn't have the proper infrastructure, to be able to leverage the high demand from other countries in terms of the ores that we have. And that just shows you the amounts of ores, the same thing, basically, what we have lost. There's another issue, and I think this is one big issue for transporters currently, because we do use diesel, and diesel on its own, you might say, oh well, we won't be affected by the supply from the Middle East because we've diversified to countries like Nigeria, the US, Ghana, Angola for our liquid fuels, but most of the diesel still comes through the Middle East, and so we are affected. And anyways, we're mainly affected by the price currently, and it might seem like a very small thing, but where I was in one of the mines, they use about 130,000 liters of diesel a day. And if you take that and you multiply by 30 rands, you get to a cost of additional cost, if you're looking at it, of about 4 million rand in a day because of this diesel. And so it's a big issue. So we're struggling because of that. And we're hoping that that will go down. We've had a couple of talks with the associations in the liquid fuel industry to try and find out what's happening. And we've learned that our strategic fuel reserves, we don't have as much as we used to have. That wouldn't take us for a month. The only thing is that we do have supplies for May, but we can't say much about the months following afterwards. And so this remains a big challenge for us in terms of the mining industry. With further talks, we were hoping that if something happens, the transport sector, as in the trucks on the road, would be prioritized. Things like hospitals and so on, and obviously your sectors that are running the economy would be prioritized to ensure that we do not lose jobs because of the high fuel prices. Obviously, with the total reduction or scrapping of the fuel levy on diesel, it helps a bit. But if you looked at the stations, fuel stations around Johannesburg at 35 rand per liter from almost 20 rand per liter, it is a big cost that will affect us greatly. So gold is still key to South African economy. That's my conclusion slide. Gold is still key to the South African economy, and at the prices where we are, it's bringing in those revenues, which is good. But we're hoping that we can open more of our mines. If you know, a lot of gold mines have closed down, and probably if we see most of those that were closed down because of pricing, that would also help our economies grow, because we're still in the top 5 in terms of the reserves that we have on gold. Although ours are very deep, and we've got mines that are now operating at more than 4 kilometers underground. More exploration is required in the country, and for us to get more exploration into the country where people will actually, because with exploration you've got about 5% chance or even lower that you might find something that's economic to mine. We're hoping that with more or better government policies that do not change continuously, where people know that even if there's what will remain, and the change in presidents or parties that come into operation does not affect your policies, we can see an increase in exploration to ensure that we grow this industry. Costs are a big issue, and we're currently talking about electricity or industry tariffs to ensure that we can combat the high price in terms of electricity and other sources of infrastructure that we have. Labor cost is also one big input into mining industry. For instance, at platinum, it sits at about 40%. In gold, it sits at 20%, but that's mainly because if you look at the revenues, they've actually doubled. And so that's why you're seeing it as 20%. But with the normal gold price, it would also be sitting at 40%. Yeah, and then administrative processes and applications approvals can improve. It takes very long for us to get our mining rights, and we're hoping that with the advocacy that we're carrying out from the Minerals Council and other associations, we can help in improving the what government puts in as law and strategies that they put in there to make sure that we grow. Yeah, and so in general, the message is that mining is still doing well. With the challenges at Transnet, this gives opportunities to road operators, but also with what we have in terms of the aim to get to zero fatalities. It is very critical for us to ensure that the transportation that we use is safe, that we do not injure the people on the roads, we drive safely, and that we don't overload, to make sure that we keep the integrity of the roads in check. With those words, thank you. colleagues.
Thank you, Christian. That was a good presentation, as always. Did you mention that you are an RTMS board member?
Yes, yes, I am, Kathy.
And how involved with that as well? Yeah, so that's important because from a mining perspective, considering the exposure in terms of logistics, it's important that the mines are supporting RTMS. Interestingly, the only consignor, the only mine that is RTMS certified as a consignor consignee is actually Exara, and they've just expanded into manganese. And in fact, they now own the Makala mine. Well, by February next year, they'll be the exclusive owner because the Glencore are exiting. They give a notice out into their shareholding by February next year. So it's quite interesting that the biggest asset investment by a mine is in manganese by Exara. Awesome. Okay, so short version is we are almost at the end, and we have Mr. AK Kamdar from KDG is going to give us a bit of a presentation. And knowing AK, it's not going to be straightforward. It's going to be quite interesting, and you've got a very long list. So AK is the person that you speak to. He wrote a fantastic book around sustainability, and he will also speak about various energy sources. So this is the man who's going to give. Oh, you're going to show your book. Oh, lovely. Okay, so this is the book. Oh, but this is your second book. That's a new one. Oh.
Co-authored with Nikki, who was here earlier.
Okay, lovely. Okay, the Professional Truck Driver's Handbook, AK Kamdar and Nikki Scott Anderson.
Yeah.
Okay, you must tell us how many runs and where we go and whatever. But the floor is yours, young AK.
Thank you so much.
Right.
So, with your permission, Kathy,
Yes.
we'll give away 5 free.
Oh, as a lucky draw with young Oliver. Oh, fantastic. What as a lucky answer?
Or
We'll ask questions
ideally,
when you're done.
ideally, it should be to startup operators who are
Startup
on their
operators.
RTMS journey
Yes.
and who just need a leg up with driver training.
Okay. All righty.
Right?
That's
Because-
good. Okay, so
Yeah,
we'll.
those are worth $9.99 each, and today they go for the sum of
Okay.
0.
So I'm going to put them here. So that will be just before we break for lunch.
Right.
Okay, the floor is yours.
So I stand between you and lunch. What a privileged position. Yeah. So my name is Abdul Kamda, and for my sins, I've been at KDG Logistics since about 2010. So we are a car carrier company, and that was kind of my entry into the RTMS space. Now, we've had a very interesting day. We've had stats from Paul, we've had stats from Oliver, we've had some really amazing stats from my colleague at OneLogics. I mean, that was really, really cool stuff. Seeing your trajectory from where you came from to where you are and the transparency around that, because I think owning that journey is very important. So I'm not going to bore you with more stats now. Not quite the brilliant personal journey of Sunshine Bennett. I honestly take my hat off to you. My boss doesn't even have a matric either, and he runs an amazing business. He says he employs graduates, so he doesn't need to have the qualifications. He just hires who he needs. So I think in transport, it's not about the qualification. I think it's the mindset. A person in transport is a micromanager of note. Transport managers define OCD. They know everything about everyone, every truck, where it is, where it's supposed to be, why isn't it there, why is it there. They know everything about everything. So that's that mindset. But my presentation today, Kathy asked me to speak about some of what I'm doing in East Africa, which is driving freight electrification. And I think there's a lot of overlap between what's happening there and what should be happening in South Africa. But I want to really bring it back to something people don't often talk about in RTMS, but I've seen it rising today. It's that personal journey that the RTMS can bring. Very often we focus on the company journey. The company started like this, and then it went like this, and it achieved this, and our stats came down like that. But what's that personal journey? Because very often when you get into the RTMS space, you give up so much of who you are for the cause. You live the RTMS at some point. You get to champion it. You take a lot of flack in the business because the RTMS is seen as this foreign thing that's encroaching on our culture. I mean, I hated RTMS when Oliver came into our business. When he left, Shabir and I laughed. He wants us to write down the serial number of a tire. We didn't even know tires had serial numbers, right? 2 years later, I was presenting at a conference data that we'd established from our tires. We did the first study in a company globally that proved that you could reduce your fuel consumption by 8% through your tire choice and tire management.
Now, that transformation from pure skeptics laughed him out the door to the point where we're presenting at a global conference on the same thing. That's a metamorphosis, right? But that's kind of the personal journey that the RTMS takes you on. Sorry, I didn't even start my presentation yet. So, so I'm going to talk really about two aspects of this journey. The first one is what I'm doing in East Africa and what's a crossover to South Africa, and then something I've been doing more recently, which is around trying to improve driver professionalism and trying to create some sort of standard foundational training program that could drive driver development. So I wear three hats essentially, not at the moment, but it would ruin my hair. Normally it's KDG is a day job, and then I've been working with the Smart Freight Center over the last 3 years in 11 countries in Africa around green freight support programs, and then my own consultancy, which is Transport Action Group, which is more around advocating things that are close to my heart space. So in this process, I've become a bit of a demand aggregator towards electric trucks, sort of a market maker to some extent, but definitely a myth buster. So when it comes to electric trucks, there are a number of myths that seem to perpetuate, and one of them is that they're too expensive, they only really work for short haul, battery life is poor, and charging takes too long. And then battery emission, the emissions of making the battery counteracts the value of having a truck. So, you know, these are kind of the social media myths, but the reality is that I will demonstrate to you through a tool that we've developed that it actually is cheaper than diesel trucks. And you can make up to about a 3 million rand profit difference in favor of electric in many use cases. When they say it's only good for short haul, typically you can achieve between 300 and 400 kilometers on a single charge. So they're becoming long haul capable. And if you do battery swapping, it takes 6 minutes. I've seen it happen in 6 minutes. Driver pulls in, presses a button on his phone, batteries taken out, new batteries in, and off he goes in 6 minutes. It's quicker than his lube brake. Then battery life is poor. I've seen data. So I'm an engineer, and we talk about manganese. The manganese industry was my first employer when I was young. Okay, young was a long time ago, but I used to be a metallurgist myself. And yeah, so manganese is something fairly close to my heart. But at the heart of battery chemistries lies the opportunity to improve battery performance. And what we've seen in the current generation of truck batteries, for example, is that a battery life decays by between 1.2 and 1.5% per year. That means in a 10-year lifespan, you're losing less than 15% of the battery's range. So all you do is deploy the truck to a shorter route. It's simple as that. So battery life is no longer a consideration. Charging takes too long. Current charging speeds can give you a full charge of a battery typically in under an hour. So that's doable. Battery swapping is 6 minutes. And battery emissions, none. That was simply a non-starter. The emissions embedded in the battery production is offset by typically the first 80,000 kilometers of diesel operations. So that is no longer a concern. Now, one of the things that I firmly believe coming out of the work that we've done throughout the African corridors, and I've worked in the northern corridor, which stretches from Mombasa all the way through to Uganda, and also the central corridor, which starts off in Dar es Salaam and extends inland. So 11 countries on the two corridors. And what's coming out very strongly is that your best use cases in terms of financial viability lies in long distance operations, because you achieve the number of kilometers per month that allows you to develop strong cost models. So these corridors are similar to the N3 in that you really want to maximize your truck turnarounds. You want to be able to pick up and drop off to your client in the same day, and you get the kind of utilizations that are typically in that 10 to 15, 16,000 kilometers in a month. And the magic spot is somewhere between 12 and 16,000 kilometers a month, where you start to make more money with electric trucks than you make with diesel trucks. So what are the barriers to adoption of electric trucks? One is many people do not even believe they exist yet, but they do. We deployed the first heavy electric truck in Africa in 2023, in June 2023. KDG Logistics put a car carrier on the road. So the barriers are regulatory uncertainty. Now in South Africa, we haven't really adopted the weight and dimension allowances that exist in Europe. In Europe, you get 80 centimeters more length and 4 tons more gross combination mass allowance. So once we have that, it means the European combinations can now become live here. But until then, we still have very many use cases that are not mass limited, through which the electric trucks can be more profitable. In Ethiopia, for example, we've seen the best regulator certainty. They simply went the opposite direction and they banned the import of diesel trucks completely. So now we're seeing demand rising in Ethiopia. I wrote the Ethiopian Electric Truck Action Plan last year, and it was very well received. And through that, we're hoping that we get accelerated demand. We're seeing already one operator raise their hands for 150 electric trucks. So that will be on the road within the next 3 months. And there are others potentially for another about 200 electric trucks before the end of the year. So Ethiopia is flying with this. Incidentally, in terms of electric vehicles, Ethiopia had, as of December last year, 96,000 electric cars on the road. And typically they run at about 20-30% lower cost per kilometer than the petrol cars they replace. So regulatory uncertainty is one barrier in people's mindsets, but the other one is fragmented operator demand. So there may be amongst you some operators who are thinking, let's try this, but until we coalesce that demand together into a demand pool, we cannot aggregate charge operators to bring the charging infrastructure that we need at scale to make the ecosystem work. So coordination of charging projects becomes challenging, but also an important opportunity. And then the persistence of false narratives. You know, it's going to be too expensive. This is going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. And then there's also government, for some reason, has latched onto hydrogen as a potential future fuel. And that is simply a non-starter. The engineer in me seeks the evidence that drives that narrative, and I can't find it. In my first book, I published 2 pages of the energy transformations that are required to go from electricity to hydrogen in the vehicle and then through the fuel cell and arrive at the wheels. And you typically end up requiring 3 times as much electricity to get to a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle motion as compared to a battery electric truck. And trucks are utility function. So it's about the cost performance. Your customer is paying you to go from A to B. He's not interested in the fuel you use. He's interested in the price they pay. So it's about managing your risk and managing your costs. So the reality is that hydrogen fuel cell truck, if it ever becomes available, will cost you typically 20 to 40% more than a battery electric truck. And your energy costs will be typically 3 times what it would be for a battery electric truck. So hydrogen won't work. And the cost performance of electric trucks have arrived at the point where on a TCO basis, it has become cheaper in many route profiles that we've studied. So there is currently an initiative called the N3 Electric Freight Coalition that's putting together sort of a cooperative framework for freight operators who want to embark on this journey. So they assist you with doing a TCO calculation. They look at your operation profile, test to see what within your routes will fit. And we are trying to work with them to establish kind of a pilot project where we can bring together maybe around 50 trucks that would run on the N3, which would make then the charging viable. So no single operator on their own can, well, some probably can if you're large enough, like the Reinhardt Group. You can put your own infrastructure in place, but it's not really the ambit of a freight operator to build the back-end infrastructure to support it. So if we can coalesce charge point operators to viable freight projects, we can bring that ecosystem together. So I built, in Transport Action Group, I built a TCO calculator, and the URL is on there. If you take a picture of that, you can actually go on there and play with that with your own numbers. You can put your own vehicle costs in there, the current fuel price, cost of electricity, your current fuel consumption, and it gives you your exact cost per kilometer comparison to electric. And it shows you how that curve actually diverges over time as well, because your cost curve for diesel is different from your cost curve, the way it inflates over time against electricity. So that's a useful correlation tool if you really want to look at this yourself back at the office. So the idea is to aggregate demand, create a bankable pilot project, and then drive this process forward. I'm passionate about green freight transformation. My first book was written about how do we get existing trucks to operate cheaper, more efficiently at lower emissions. And that was 5 years ago, but the new debate is around how do we engage with freight electrification and drive the process forward there, because that is the pathway to net zero freight movement. Now, according to many studies done globally, freight demand will double between the period 2015 and 2050. So in a period where freight demand is doubling, we need to reduce freight emissions. The only way to do that is to operate our current assets better and to also bring on board assets that take us towards zero emissions. Now, some will argue that you cannot have zero emissions provided your electricity comes from Eskom. But more and more of our electricity comes from the solar parks and the windmills, separate from Eskom. So through the wheeling framework, we can actually buy green electrons or swap for green electrons. So one of the things that I've been working on coming out of my work in East Africa, so there we support the green freight programs in the 11 countries in the region. What would it look like if we had to convert South Africa's green freight strategy into a green freight action plan? What if we could operationalize what the green freight strategy actually requests? And what it comes down to is about 10 action steps, which are listed on the left-hand side under thematic area A, which is largely around skills and capacity development. And on the right-hand side, we have the activities that will take us forward in terms of freight electrification. And that includes things like the weights and dimensions reform, developing an energy strategy for the next 10 years that allow us to understand where are the energy available exit points for Eskom closest to where we need it in transport. Because one of the realities is that the energy demand for freight electrification is massive. When I ran a pyrometallurgical plant in Meyerton, a furnace was an 8 megawatt instrument. A small truck fleet today with 25 trucks will demand 25 megawatts in a day. So it's a different way of looking at energy demand. So we need some kind of infrastructure plan that aligns what we hope to achieve with freight electrification with what Eskom needs to provide with electricity transmission and what the solar industry needs to provide in terms of generation. So that kind of coordination framework needs to arrive in some way. So we're busy doing that in the Northern Corridor with GIZ and CINEX and the Smart Freight Center, but there's no coordinated activity yet that I know of in South Africa to do that. So if anyone's got a handle to government, that's a gap in what we need to do. And then we have Simone in Cape Town, who's working on the N3 freight electrification collective for the N3 corridor. So I think that's important if any of you are interested in trying that out to connect with them. And ultimately, what that should lead to is local assembly of trucks. So Sani was here. They've already put up their hands to assemble locally, but that local assembly will only be driven by demand. Right, so that's a little bit about freight electrification and the opportunity that would arise there. I was called in 2013 by Shabir at KDG Logistics to come and get this RTMS thing that one of our clients insisted that we get. And he didn't even know what RTMS was. He thought it was something that you apply for, you fill a few forms. I was the guy who would read enough to be able to fill in a few forms. So I was given that task. No, really. So I had a degree, so he knew I could read stuff, right? And so we embarked on this process. And in that process, we achieved a few things. One, we got to understand the numbers that underpin our business. And those numbers were telling me a story about where the opportunities lay for us to make more money, become more operationally efficient. It was telling us where the waste was happening. And it led us to a kind of operational discipline that allowed us to go from the 11 rickety trucks that all of us saw on day one to where we are now with roughly about 180 trucks on the road in 2 different companies. So that's quite a transformation in 13 years, and that would not have been possible if we did not have the underpinning of the RTMS. So through the kind of journey, we kind of had to figure out what was the gaps in our business and how do we overcome that. But on a personal level, what it did for me was it took me to a point where it was like, okay, so we made an impact in the business. How can we scale that impact to the industry? You know, how can we do it on a wider scale? Because, you know, fixing one business is kind of easy, really, because everything's within your locus of control. But how can you influence change across a sector? So one of the ways in which we could do that is to look at what are the learning instruments that we used, what are the learning instruments that are required, and how can we create kind of standardized delivery of the essential skills. Now, in my work in East Africa, mainly what I saw was there was a strong need for driver training. but driver training was fragmented and not standardized, but also hellish expensive. I mean, a, a single driver training program over 4 days was somewhere between 10 and 25,000 rand. It was just insane. And then you take the driver off the road, the driver's unhappy because they just want to work. So in the course of last year, I trained in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Mexico, and Nigeria. So, and the learnings were the same. Drivers just don't want to be in a classroom. They, as far as they're concerned, they just need to work. And the classroom thing was interesting for them. They actually wanted to learn, but it was a distraction from what their core purpose was. So what I looked at was, can we look beyond the classroom scene and can we do something a little bit different? So what it came down to was, if we deployed e-learning, if we took a standardized driver training curriculum and put that on an e-learning platform, can we take what we should be imparting to a driver, give it to them at the time that's convenient to them, in a manner that is easy for them to consume? And what we decided on was, rather than make it like a classroom thing where you got to read through stuff, make it like TikTok. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, short videos, bite-sized, modularized, thematic areas in a way that it could be consumed in an easy to absorb way, kind of like if you had to have a conversation with the driver. And what I also realized was that very often the focus was on the content, not on the context. And what that meant was drivers were seeing it as an imposition. I want you to know this. And not, I mean, we ourselves rebel against taking instructions. That's why I'm single. But that, sorry, different topic. But the thing is that if you give a driver the context, someone mentioned SOPs this morning. I think it was a Bakwe, right? When we look at SOPs as an example, do we take the trouble to tell the driver why we have SOPs? And that's where I started from, is that the companies have a good handle on the what needs to be imparted, but not the why. So what this framework sets out to achieve is to give the drivers a compelling why. Why is it that I need to obey the speed limit? Why is my pre-trip inspection important? And then we get to the what, because then the what becomes a matter of course. Then I want to do it because I understand why it's important. So the idea was to look at the training gap, try to populate it with easy to digest content, deliver it in a manner that's convenient to the driver, but also provide a method of evaluation that gives confidence to the RTMS auditor that your training's been done. Because currently what happens is we do some of the training in-house, we sign a register, the auditor comes and he says, so did they actually sit for this entire program, right? So here you have like a third-party validated log of every driver's interaction with the course. Every driver's evaluation is logged. So the idea is to give, or to take away some of the anxiety that we face when we go into an RTMS audit. Because as much as I've been in this role for 13 years, every time we book an RTMS audit, I get the tuk, 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 right? And it's a reality, right? It's not just Oliver. I mean, Oliver frightened the daylights out of me on day one, right? That RTMS audit thing is a daunting thing, right? And it still frightened me till today, because what it comes down to is, okay, so we believe we're doing the right thing, but do we have the audit evidence to support that? Where are the gaps, right? So, and I've got my team here. I mean, these are the people who work with me on this RTMS every day, and they've largely taken over a lot of the stuff that used to give me the anxiety. And you'll see, this is the before picture. 13 years from now, they're going to look a bit more like this. So the idea behind the training was not just to look at training in isolation, but to look at training as a means to professionalism. Because we for some reason, as transport operators, we demand our drivers behave as professionals when they do something wrong. When they do something wrong, it's like, how do you do this, right? You have the clear expectation that they're professionals, but have we done what it takes to give them that sense of professionalism? Not just the content, but the confidence. Content is the easy part, but the confidence in the way we treat them. If we treat them as tools in a toolbox, how do we expect them to behave as professionals who are the front end of our brands as a business? That is the challenge, right? So it was like, okay, so let's give them context, let's give them some content, let's frame it nicely, package it. But can we take them into a learning journey? And that's when I realized that training as once-off isn't what we need. What we need is training as a journey. So we developed a program that gives sort of, I think it's five core modules, 5 videos in each, but the whole thing is packaged in a series of 38 short videos. But at the end of it, the driver gets the surprise that this is not the end, and every 3 months you're going to get a little video that's a reminder of what's important as a continuation of that learning journey. And then lo and behold, we have an incident at a key client of ours where someone fell off a truck. And that's when I realized another gap is a learning instrument that we can publish within our business when something goes wrong. So we have an incident. At the moment, when we have an incident, we put a little incident report on a WhatsApp and circulate that to all the drivers. But we don't know that every driver has read it. Oliver, don't listen to this, right? Just, right? And we don't have any certainty that they fully understand this. So what we realized was the gap was in that learning program. If we've got the driver on a learning journey, we can send them a bulletin that says, this is what happened, this is the mitigation, this is how we reduce the risk of it happening again. Do you understand this? Would you like to come in for further training? So the driver engages with the material instantly on his phone, clicks yes, I understand it, or no, I actually need a bit of training on this. And we get a closeout report that comes to our desk that says, this was the incident, and this is how it interacted with our drivers. So then we have A, something we can look at and decide whether we need further training in the business, and B, something we can show the auditors that we've taken proper steps in mitigation to make sure that our entire fleet is aware of what is required. So what we did essentially was we built a driver training platform with a CPD focus. So the idea around the program originally was learn, evaluate, certify. And then we said, okay, we'll throw in a freebie. We'll put the certificates up on the internet. Every driver can then show their kids, listen, I've learned something. I'm now on the internet. Here's my certificate. So it gives them, a sense of pride that they have achieved something, right? But more than that, we have to give them the confidence that what they've achieved is something that they can carry forward and remain current. So we set up a thing called the Green Trade Academy. And the idea behind that is through more efficient driving, we actually drive efficiency and reduce emissions over time. And the chief way in which we can achieve this is by making sure that our drivers are part of the development of our business. Because if you study your telematics carefully, what you will find is that typically the performance difference in fuel consumption between your best and worst driver is around 24 to 30%. That's a huge opportunity gap. So through driver training and driver professionalism, we can try and close that gap. So the starting point was driver professionalism, training around that, trying to improve a better driver performance. But ultimately, it became driver training, including CPD. And where we've got to now is a point where the companies that are within the scheme can even have the ability to crowdsource the learning instrument. So for example, if there's an incident at company A, they can push that into the community pool so it becomes part of the learning journey of all of the companies. So through that, we can help each other to become better at what we do. So the idea is to create an auditable output where our learning journeys of our drivers are auditable to us within the business, to the extent of which the drivers understand the materials, and then also in terms of the continuous learning journey and the incident responses. Is that really something that has landed well with the drivers, or does that need reinforcement? And the idea was to take away some of that anxiety at the audit stage, because then when the auditor arrives and he says, okay, you've had these incidents, what have you done? And you pull out your closeout reports and you say, this is externally validated and this is what we have done. So one of the things I also wanted to achieve was to try and bring down the cost of driver training. Now, this driver training is not meant to replace in-company driver training. It's meant to be a foundation to it. So this largely covers a theoretical foundation, and then within the business, you do the extra stuff, the stuff that relates specifically to your business, whether it's HazChem or chemical tankers or whatever. And what we've decided on was to come up with a model for like over a 24-month period that we could bring it down to as low as about 35 Rand per driver. So then the cost of training actually does not become a barrier to implementation. And the idea is to create that learning journey where it becomes of significant value, not just to the company, but to the drivers themselves. Because we owe it to our drivers. We talk about human resources, but you will develop all your resources except the human resources. So here's an opportunity for us to engage differently with drivers, to take them to the point where they become significant assets to the business. Because ultimately, in the transport business, nobody meets the boss. Nobody meets the middle managers, not even the controllers. They meet your driver every day. Your driver is your brand. Your driver drives your value proposition. And until we start developing our drivers, we really truly do not develop our business point at which they could be developed. So what I'd like to show you just very quickly is, I hope it works. So the cost calculator, I think this is super sexy. So I'm a nerd, what can I say? So here you can, for example, change the kilometers driven. Oh, it's not coming up. Oh,
You're on the last slide. You need to.
exit that.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, just link on it because it's at the bottom.
Just understand what you're doing.
I've opened the link.
Okay, let's see.
An engineer who can't deal with technology. So what happens here is you have the ability to change the price of the vehicle, the cost of fuel, the fuel consumption, and as you change those things, these graphs magically change, right? So, yeah, I wish you could see the magic here, but yeah. So the idea behind that is to be able to give you the opportunity to change to your exact route data, your exact operational profiles, and the kind of vehicles that you use. So in this instance, we've got a diesel truck at 2.2 million, an electric truck at 4.2 million. And over the period, we are seeing a cost performance difference of about 3 million rand over its lifespan, which means if you've got 10 trucks in your fleet, you make 30 million rand more over the 7 years. And every 30 million counts. I don't care how much money you got, right? So it's a reality, Kathy. At the company level, it matters, right? No, so my invitation to you is embrace the RTMS for your business, but also embrace it as part of your personal journey, because really it's worked for me. Thank you.
We're not done yet. We need to ask some questions to get your.
Oh no.
It's hot off the press.
Yeah, so I think the simplest question is, do you need a book on professional truck driving?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so there's 5. You pick, Kathy. Yeah, you pick. No, I'm done. I've done my heavy lifting for the day.
So,
Yeah.
so you know what I think we're going to have to do?
What we're going to have to do?
Is we're going to have to ask a question because there's too many hands and not enough books. Okay, so work with me, young AK.
Okay.
Use that engineering acuity of
Yeah.
yours.
So which is the best car carrier company in South?
Okay, that's a question. Hands up.
Yeah, that's actually to anywhere, anyhow.
Yes. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
So there we go. Another question.
Yeah, between hydrogen and battery electric, which is the winning technology? There you go, battery. Yes, battery. Mm.
Ask another question. I'll watch this side of the room for a bit.
Which is your favorite bank? And if you were to open a transport business today, what would be the most important certification for you?
There we go. Okay, one more.
And if there's one thing we demand from our drivers but don't train them for it, what is that? There you go. Someone said it, professionalism. There we go. He said it, professionalism. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Now, young Oliver, we've got some few little handouts here, and then we've also got a lucky draw. Nehari. Oh yes, of course. Now we've got one more. So apologies. Michelin, where's the young lady? There she is. Sorry, we have one more partner. But you had so many puns today. Did you see that, eh? Our walk were absolutely. So that's great. Apologies. Yes.
So I'm the person in between the lunch.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, watch this is quite great. Thank you. The young lady from Michelin. My big apologies. Sorry. And then Oliver, we've got two handouts, eh? So what we're going to do is we're going to take a question from the video from Michelin. So I'm going to compensate for almost forgetting her. I did it.
And then young Oliver will ask the question. Okay, fantastic.
Do you want to show it now? Done.
In our constantly connected world, your vehicles are critical to taking goods and services where they need to go. To maximize uptime, coordinate maintenance, stick to schedules, and handle unexpected problems that arise, you need support from a fleet management partner that works just as hard as you do. At Michelin Connected Fleet, our services and solutions are designed to provide you with the tools and information you need to manage your fleet on a day-to-day basis. But most of all, to transform your operational efficiency. Our journey begins with understanding your specific needs and continues long after our technologies are installed. We collect mobility data from your fleet and then convert it into effective action plans for your business, giving you a competitive edge. More than a supplier, we work as a true partner, supporting you with data-driven recommendations to help you reduce costs, improve productivity, keep your drivers and cargo safe, and manage sustainable fleets. Our performance analysis services are the key to your success. With a global presence, 70,000 customers worldwide, and over 600,000 connected vehicles, you're working with a true leader in sustainable mobility, one that will help keep your business safe and successful far into the future. At Michelin, our mission is to forge a better life in motion. Together. Michelin Connected Fleet. Fleet management mastered.
So good afternoon, everybody. I don't really have a long speech because I know you guys want to rush over to eat. It's so good to see all of the industry leaders here in one room under one space. It's fascinating to see people, in person, people that I follow on social media and stalk your blogs, especially you, Oliver. But yes, I'm happy and I'm grateful to be here. And I know Kathy gave me all but 3 minutes and she's going to kick me out, so I'm going to be quick. Like I said, there's no actual speech that I came to tell you guys about Michelin Connected Fleet. There's no corporate script. It's just speaking from the heart. So my name is Faika. I'm one of the key account managers for Michelin, falling under Michelin Connected Fleet. And I'm proud to stand here, not just part of Michelin, but somebody who grew up right here in KZN. Very humble beginnings like sunshine, very inspirational. So I understand this region, and the love for transport didn't just come about overnight or studying something in transport. It started off very little when I used to bury my sister's Barbie dolls because she didn't want to play trucks with me. So that's where the love started. So I understand the pressures that operators face every single day, the long hours, the rising costs, safety concerns, uncertainty on our roads, and the responsibilities of keeping businesses moving no matter what the challenges, no matter what challenges come our way. So one thing that really stood out for me today was the conversation about resilience, right? Because some of the operators here in this room are by far the most resilient people that I've met in the industry. And yes, you guys may compete with one another, which I see that in business a lot. But there's something special about KZN or South African in general, is the fact that the operators are still willing to support and create sustainable relationships with each other. We heard a lot about growth in this corridor. We heard a lot about expansion in haulage. We heard about the increased, data and technology. But data actually means nothing if you can't get actionable insights from this. Otherwise, information is just information with no real purpose. And I think that's where Michelin Connected Fleet comes in. Most people know Michelin for tires, but we actually do so much more than tires. I mean, we have solutions that truly help operators to understand their data and turn it into insightful, meaningful action. We take a consultative approach because every fleet is different, every route is different, every operator faces different challenges. And we understand the realities around safety, visibility, compliance, efficiency, and cost management. And we work alongside the operators not only to create these actionable insights, but more humbly enough to learn about your business. And I think that's what makes us very different in the industry, is that we are willing to learn with you, make mistakes with you, correct the mistakes, and move forward for sustainability. This is why Connected Fleet is actually with a partner to RTMS. I think not because it's a trend, it's not because it sounds good, and it's more about believing and building safer, smarter, and sustainable operations. Many Michelin operators already subscribe to RTMS standard because they understand that compliance is not just a tick box exercise, it's a business strategy. It protects drivers, fleets, reputations, and communities. Earlier today, Abakwe mentioned something around vehicle checks manager and the importance of pre-trip inspections. That's a perfect example where connected fleet solutions can support RTMS compliance through tools like vehicle checks manager, which helps operators improve accountability, reporting, and fleet oversight in real time. There's one word that if anybody leaves here today, you should remember is the word push. Push for better standards, guys. Push for better safety. Push for better inspections. Push for accountability. And I think push for connected fleets that are smarter in your operations. Because at the end of the day, every truck on the road carries more than just a cargo. It carries a family behind it. And I think and partners like RTMS and Connected Fleet, we truly can build an industry that is not only profitable, but respected and sustainable for every other generation and the footprint that we leave. And before Kathy chases me off stage, I am outside afterwards if you'd like to chat more. And this is not to sell you any fancy product that Michelin has, but it's more to have a chat with you guys. We want to learn about your operators. We want to learn about what you guys do on a daily basis, what you guys face. And then we will take that back and create some actionable insights within our company itself to roll out data solutions. So thank you very much for your 3 minutes.
But thank you. It was very well said and so on. So thank you. So we're going to say goodbye to the online peeps, ne, Harry, the virtual peeps, and then we will do our thing. Oh, you're taller than I am. I didn't think that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to do a quick lucky draw, and we've got a young Oliver. So we've also got two gift bags from Oliver, and we were going to do one question from Mission. Please